Welcome to Tallinn. This is Kings of Tallinn. We just saw the crown. We will crown a winner of the main event in the upcoming weekend. But we are live already now, and we are with the 555 Championship, the Texas No Limit Hold'em. We will be live streaming too soon. I'm Wise Guy here together with Rasmus Lundström. You'll probably recognize this guy from either the commentary or the fields if you've been playing yourself, because Rasmus, you play a lot in this series, and you were actually in this very event as well.
I was in this very event, and I did quite well, so I'm happy with that. But today I'm here to enjoy everyone who did just a little bit better.
Yeah, and you maybe put a little nail to them then. Say the one who busted you, is that person still in?
He's still in.
Yeah, all right, we'll see if he's on the TV table or not, but let's head over to the table and we'll discuss more about this event. As we come to the 555 Championship with 25 players remaining, as you can see in the background on the clock, 608 entrants total, and this is now on day 3. And how many opening flights did we have on this one?
I believe we had 3.
Yeah,
we had a turbo flight that was scheduled, but in the end was unnecessary because people liked the longer flight so much that was running on top of it.
Yeah.
So everyone ended up registering for the longer flight instead.
Yeah. So 25 players, which means that we are on 4 tables right now. We're playing 8 max, and we'll be down to 3 tables once we have one more elimination form today. And then we're going to play this event until the end today. So expect quite a long day at the tables. As we can see now, already action in the first hand when we have, or maybe not actually, but we have at least Max from Sweden racing it up. And seems like no takers on this one. Yeah, Rasmus, and 25 still in, and you finished 32nd?
32nd, yes.
So still in the money.
Yeah, but at least I got a good night's sleep. I didn't have to worry about coming back today, you know.
Yeah.
There are some benefits to that, I guess.
Absolutely. And I'll guess you'll be jumping in something else as well later on today.
Oh, yes. There's the celebrity event that is always a fan favorite, but also there's just a regular deep stack event that I quite enjoy that I believe I will be jumping into sometime later today.
Yeah. More about that, but we actually did have action, as you probably already noticed. We had the flop when Algirdas called from the big blind, and now he takes it down with that bet, so Max has to fold. Oh, no, actually it's Max winning with the ace-jack. He continues, sorry. Haven't learned the players yet. I just seem to getting familiarized with this table, but still 25 players remaining then. And here we have the current TV table. Our 7 players on the table, 2 Swedes, 2 Finns, and then we have the Estonian and also the Lithuanian flag, 2 of them. And you said, Rasmus, before that this is a guy you know very well.
Yes, Alexander Latikas. He's my teammate in the team competition, and I've played with him quite a while back when I used to live here.
Yeah?
He's a good lad, and I'll be cheering him for him today, that's for sure.
Yeah. Let's see, we'll talk more about the team competition as well, but we'll see if we have any action from this hand to start with. Seems like Algirdas expecting him to get active with ace-9 suited from the small blind.
Another player I'm very familiar with, Algirdas. He really loves playing here in Tallinn. He comes for all these big ones, and he does really well. We've been on a couple final tables together and played a lot of pots. He's certainly not afraid to get in there.
Yeah, and here we can see him making quite a big race against the big blind with Henry. Making it 90k, which means that the green chips are 25ks and the blues are 5k. So only those 2 denominations used, and Henry folding the 3 high in the big blind. And Henry Altikainen, who was in the big blind right now, he actually has already won a trophy in this Kings of Tallinn. 2 days ago, he took down the 1100 euro PLO 4 and 5 cards. So apparently a player who does not only enjoy the Texas Hold'em versions of poker, he also can do quite well with at least the PLO then, taking down some almost 7k for the win. So and also of course a lot of bounties, because it was 1100 mystery bounties, so the total price for him was probably a bit more.
Yeah, and especially when you win, you're always guaranteed 2 because you get your own and the one you were heads up with. So I'm sure he pulled some nice ones. Yep. I believe that out of the 6 bounties, he actually had 4 of them.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah,
I
hopefully he got the biggest one then.
I think the biggest one he pulled was 6k, and I believe it was the biggest one that was there as well. But there might have been one bigger one, because I was playing myself. I just heard them announce it when they drew the bounties, so I wasn't up to date on the price pools. Algirdas here
Yeah, getting a bit speculative. With a rather small stack, he's made it 60k with the 8-7 suited.
This is a hand that goes into a 3-bet bluff category if you want to take it, and especially against Audrus, who has this stack that is extremely handcuffed. It's going to be
Oh,
tough,
now we
but
have
he
our first all-in of the
gets
day.
punished, Henry.
Jacks. Wow,
And
nice.
the good thing about Alguiras's race is he sizes it to a size where he can fold, and it's
Easily,
very
yeah.
smart because it puts on the same amount of pressure as just doing that for 5 or 5.5 bigs. You really don't need to commit,
Yeah.
so he gets away from it. I really like the play from Alguirdas. It's a play I make myself with these kinds of hands a lot
Yeah.
as well. But obviously, when you have jacks in the small for 15 bigs, you're not going to get him to fold.
Yeah. Yeah, but nice for Henry without showdown then, increasing his stack with 25%. And you can see that he's on 845 right now. Our chip leader at this table is Jari with 1.3 million. And Emil is the shortest on this table with just 10 big blinds. And I think the smallest stack coming in today was some 7 or 8 big blinds. So there are some short stacks around, but rather deep field, so the average is about 25-30 bigs, I think, at this moment. As we can see, we actually have one elimination on outer table, which means we're down to 24, and we will get one more player on this table soon when we balance them together then. And as it seems, we don't have any action currently. The team competition you touched on, Rasmus, is how does it work?
Yeah, so before you come here, or once you do, you can make a team up to 4 people.
Yeah.
And then you get participation points and you get finish points. Participation points are, you get points just for joining events.
Yeah.
Usually you don't get them for rebuys. I'm not sure if they've changed that, but at least recently it's for unique entries.
Yeah.
However,
And it doesn't matter the buy-in, right? I mean, that
No.
point is same on
no,
all
that
events.
that's a set point
Yeah.
For any event. But once you run deeper, you get points based on the size of the field and your final position, and also there is a slight added point for the bigger buy-ins, so they get slightly more, but not not a ridiculous amount, so that you cannot get the team competition finishes without the big buy-ins. That's not something you have to be concerned about.
Yeah.
I actually was in a team that finished in the money about 18 months ago.
Yeah.
With fellow Scott Kenyon, Alexander Georgiev and Barry Deere. Scott Kenyon and Barry, they are still in the same team, rocking a team called Barry's Angels. I know they're here and they're doing all right.
Did they kick you out of their team, or did you choose not to join them?
I was drafted, but I wasn't sure I could attend the whole event.
Okay.
And as it's quite a committed team, I informed them of this, that I recommend they find someone who can.
Yeah, okay.
By the time I knew I was going to be here for the whole thing, they had already committed to different team members, and I wasn't about to interfere.
No, exactly.
But I made my own team, and actually one of my teammates, Alexander Latigas, is sitting in seat 8.
Yes, on this very TV table.
So I know who I'm rooting for.
Yeah, exactly. I was just telling the audience that if you are a bit biased in some parts, it's because of that, of course. And we're transparent with that. So
you will have to forgive me.
Yeah, exactly. And we are, of course, on a 30-minute delay, so you're not able to help him in any way or from where we're seated. We're not near this TV table. We're in the studio. And as we said, we're doing this on a 30-minute delay just for the players not being able to get any information from our live stream or anything else like that. But now they're waiting for the balancing of tables, so we have a little hold up. We're down to 24, and we'll be on 3 full 8-handed tables very soon then, and continuing the action. You can see the clock is stopped at the moment as well. So here we have our next guy coming in, and we have a full table.
And I believe I can confirm that the 25th elimination is in fact someone who is very familiar to the Tallinn scene. It is Aurimas Stanevicius, who won the main event WSOP a while back.
It is actually, you're right.
He did make it to day 3, and unfortunately he is going to be the first casualty.
Yes. So yeah, he has a lot of nice cashes throughout the last recent years here. Plays a lot during all the series, and nice to see him here again. But today he has to settle for 25th. And
I played with him yesterday for multiple hours, and I have to say I was very happy to be on his left, not on his right, because he had me covered for about half of it. But we actually did not end up really clashing. He just got the better of me in a very small blind v blind pot, and that was about it. The rest of the time we avoided each other just because the cards didn't force us to get involved.
all right. And now we can see the clock is back ticking. We have hand on the table very soon, I think. And also talking about payouts, we should say, by the way, first that we are streaming this on a few different platforms, and the main one is the YouTube of OlyBet Poker. So that's where we have the chat open here in the booth if you want to connect in any way on YouTube, the OlyBet Poker channel. But also this is live on Twitch and on Telegram on the OlyBet channels. And for the payouts, as far as they go, this event is paying 79 players, so you were in the money, Rasmus, already in the middle of the day yesterday, and now we're down to the final 24, which means that the next payout is 1,900 euros. And then once we reach the final table, our 9th place finisher gets 4,750. And then if we look up on top, 3rd place, almost 24K, 2nd place, 35K, and up top for the winner, 53,520 euros for the winner of this one, which makes a total prize pool of 282,720 euros. And now, Jari, our table chip leader, wakes up with a hand immediately as we're back in action.
Jari, interestingly, choosing to size up his open to 2.3 bigs. He doesn't go for that min open.
No.
Perhaps there's a very short stack in the big blind. Sometimes people like to do this to avoid a stack of around 10 bigs, which I believe we have.
Exactly.
We do indeed.
Yeah.
Getting there. And as we see, Queen 8 suited, if against the min open, is often going to flat, hoping to hit that flop and then check jam or just even open jam if you are shorter. I don't think he open jams his 7 bigs, which we would have had left, but if you are about 6 bigs plus big blind, then you can flat, then you can just open jam the 5 big blinds if you like the flop. But the slightly bigger open avoids this kind of issue, so good awareness there.
Yep, absolutely important, of course, for the player to keep track of that, how much all players at the table have in their stacks, just not, as you said, exactly like you said, not get in a spot where you raise a small stack with maybe a mediocre hand and then you get shoved on and have to call maybe just to double a short stack up. So, yeah, good awareness from Jari. And now pair of 7s for Algirdas. He also makes it 2.3 blinds. It's actually Jari opening with the mystery hand.
Jari is opening with the mystery hand, and he decides to make it 2.3 blinds again, this time with a bigger stack in the big blind, which tells me that this is perhaps sizing he just likes to opt into over the 2 big blinds. Algirdas now, I don't expect him to ever be raising. Not only is this a hand you don't want to raise against an early open, but it's also against the table chip lead, someone that covers him and can bust him, and Algirdas, with a very big stack himself, is not going to do that. However,
do you always play the 7s here, or do you sometimes fold against the biggest stack on the table?
I do sometimes fold. However, I do see why 7s plays well, because you can get out of there very easily if you don't hit. But when you do hit, having that big stack there allows you to build that pot, as Jari's mystery hand is
now
revealed to be ace-10 off.
And Max just using some TV time, will not be staying in, of course, with the 5 deuce off.
So then, now the question is, how is Jari going to play this? Out of position, but that does simplify things. This not only does this flop hit his hand, but Algirdas isn't going to have as many good hands here as Jari. He's going to have a lot of these middling pockets.
Yeah.
He can even have a hand like... He can have a hand like jacks here, which would be really strong, but generally speaking, I think this flop is going to favor Jari as the opener. As we are not on the final table yet, you don't expect Jari to be abusing his chip stack that much that he would be opening something like 9-7 suited from this position.
So the beautiful settings of the TV table here at Kings of Tallinn started last Thursday with some smaller events in the casino, and then from Friday we've been here on the 2nd floor in the big ballroom and the outer rooms as well. And of course it's a huge event. If you're not familiar with it, you can go to olybetevents.com and see the full schedule and more.
And while we were talking, we actually had a fold out of turn here.
Oh, really?
And I can tell you that for this exact scenario, under the gun and +1, I actually got a penalty for folding out of turn in this exact tournament
Aha.
18 months ago, and I still remember that.
18 months and 2 days and 4 hours ago.
Exactly.
Yeah, but who's counting, right?
As Audrius takes this open with the suited ace under the gun from...
Ooh. This guy has some hands as well.
Yeah. And with the effective stack size, we're just going to see a jam here. He's not going to play a 3-bet non-all-in. There is no real reason to get fancy here, as Audrius will be getting out of there immediately.
Yeah, trying something here with the small stack, racing under the gun, but has to lay it down, of course, as he understands that Jari is not doing that against a small stack with just any two. And bad news for our friend who will now be in the big blind.
Yeah, so another short stack situation in the big blind, coming up with 10 big blinds plus the blind and ante.
Yeah.
Audrius not going to like that one didn't get through. It was a very bold move to open into the chip leader, because the chip leader will float him quite wide there, as he's not worried about any bust implications, and furthermore he can bluff a lot of runouts to just put on a lot of pressure in runouts that don't favor the opening range, something like a lot of middling cards, maybe Jack 8, 9 or something of this nature. But he took the open, props to him for being brave, and it didn't work out this time.
So the two Swedes, seat 1 and 2, Emil and Max. Now time for Max. He wants to get creative here on the button.
This is actually an interesting choice for Max, because this is a very difficult one. I believe that with the short stack here, I would like to fold this one, but I did open something worse than this in a very similar situation yesterday, so I guess it depends on how much do you think the big blind is over folding, or how often does he come over the top.
Yeah, and bad news for Audrius with that flop, because now Max surely will continue.
If you open this combination, you will surely continue on this flop, and I do think Max is going to take it down. Max here has the ability to go very small, actually.
Yeah.
However, because he has a big nothing burger, he might size up just enough to get those very, very weak hands out of there.
Yes.
As he did elect for the very small sizing, he did not size up at all, and props to him. Bit of a calm before the storm here at the table and the tournament in general, as 25 are left. Right now, they are mostly just playing to build up their stacks, but very soon we will get into that range of 15, maybe 14 players, where people start to worry very much about just not busting, making the final table, and the tension is slowly building as we're going along with the afternoon here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, being a 5-5-5 buy-in, it's a rather big event for many of these players. We have some satellites, and a few of these players still in are just in for maybe 50 euros or something, getting into this via satellite. So big numbers, big payouts coming up, and of course might affect a few of these players who's playing this as their biggest tournament ever, while some of the other guys are just used to this kind of tournaments, and a lot of more expensive ones as well, of course, but might come in play that as well during the day. But now the short stack of seat 4 is out, and decision on the big blind, as we had Max as the opener, and Jari has flat called behind on the button with the Jack 9 suited.
And I think Andres has no intention of calling here, or at least he shouldn't, because while heads up, you can call fairly wide with the small stack, being willing to stack off with a lot of pairs. 3 ways, you're going to be in a lot of miserable spots, and now Andres is going to be kicking himself for that decision.
Exactly.
As he would have flopped a nice one.
Yeah.
But I do think it was the correct one. As Max now, on this board, he should be checking almost all hands. Of course, much easier of a decision when you have ace-10. But I do think Jari will fire here. Some of the back doors.
Some back doors, yeah. Exactly.
And he folds out a lot of stronger hands than Jack High. And without a spade, I think Max will be out of here. Depends on the sizing, of course. Maybe he decides to get sticky.
And as we are not fully aware, but as this is a long event, many of these players have been playing, of course, a lot of hours together already in this event. So might be some history involved in some of the hands as well, and some information and reads being picked up from the players during the days. And hard for Max, of course, to do anything with this against the table chip leader. And Jari adding some more, 1.7 million now, which might be good actually, at least for a top 3 in the overall standings. And as we came into the day, had a chip leader with Mindaugas Grigaitis, who had about almost 2 million in chips. So maybe he's increased that, but at least a top 3 stack for Jari now.
I know seeing that flat, Max isn't going to like his seat very much, because as the chip leader, Jari is allowed to do these kinds of things, while many other players off of a 14 big blind stack, you would not be flatting Jack 9 suited there.
Yeah.
But not only does he have the stack, but also he has the ability to put the pressure on these flops where both miss, and there isn't a lot of potential. Jari is often going to be the one who takes it down.
Yeah.
Max in the hijack now.
Don't want to be raising 2 hands in a row, so he folds the ace-4, but Jari, of course, here now in the cutoff. Decent hand and position and the chips to do it, so he's come raising again.
Seeing this for the 3rd time, I think we can officially say that this is a sizing that Jari is opting into, and he's very much of the...
So he wasn't actually adopting to the big blind, as you said, as you gave him credit for. He was just his normal raise, right?
Yes, exactly. It just happened to be the first one we saw.
Exactly.
But Algirdas here. Certainly not folding.
No.
Calling is the most common play, which I believe we will see with him. But I wouldn't have been completely shocked to see him just rip it in on the occasion.
And top pair for Jari. Happy with that flop, of course. And Algirdas doesn't connect anything here, so expect him to get out of this one. Seen some quick folds from him earlier, but now at least this time he takes his time, considering something.
With no heart, I believe ultimately it's a very easy fold. But with a heart, we might see him pale one, especially against chip leader here. They are just deep enough that Jari isn't going to be plowing on just as much pressure on Algirdas as he would on some of the other players.
Yeah, and an updated chip count, can see that Jari even more than increasing. 60 big blinds now, 1.8 million. And we have down in the bottom Emil, less than 8 big blinds now in front of him, so needs to find something fairly quickly as your teammate Alexander is folding. Is he a no-limit guy, or does he play all the games, Alexander?
He's a no-limit guy first, but he does play Omaha. He played in this mixed format recently. I believe that was Cash earlier in the week, where they played basically played. I don't know if you can call it half-half, because they played 2 orbits of Texas and then 1 of Omaha, but I know he plays both of them.
Now then, Emil, sorry to interrupt you, but we have an all-in on the table.
That's all right.
Our table short stack Emil is all in with the ace-6 in an early position.
And he's going to be very happy seeing this get through. Henry now just making sure he doesn't get jammed on too lightly, so he wants to make Emil afraid of doing this again. I believe that's the only thing that's really going on here.
Yeah.
Someone who makes it this far, you will not see them flick in the call for 8 bigs with 10 deuce.
So some more chips then for Emil Göransson. Hello, sir. Wake up. We're done. You won. You can take your chips. No, he doesn't want to stack. He was just waiting for the dealer to stack them as well. Or now he finally...
being real careful about not giving away any live tells, you know, just making sure.
So actually that makes him not the table short stack anymore. As we can see, we have 3 of them down there with 9 and 10 bigs. Aldrius, Andres and Emil. So about 9 and 10 bigs for those three guys. And Jari, well, doing well up front, of course, of this table. And as we said, we are playing down to the winner today. We're 24 right now. We will have a full redraw once we're down to 16. So it will be a break at that time, and then also a redraw when we reach the final table, which will be on 9 players. Although there's a 8 max, as we mentioned, you don't want to play the final table bubble on or all the bubbles. So you at least consolidate them to a final table of 9 once we reach that phase.
Yeah, it's a very common dynamic that you do see that the final table has that one extra player. In 9 max, you might sometimes even squeeze a final table of 10 even, just to avoid that very tense bubble situation.
Yeah. And another pickup for Jari as Alexander folds the king 4 in the big blind. 9s. So a mystery hand for a while, but they are 9s, so he didn't do that either with just air.
Latika's been climbing up the ranks in terms of hierarchy in this table, just purely by not getting dealt any hands.
Exactly.
Everyone else getting chipped away by Jari, so Jari has extended his lead, but Latikas has now secured himself second place in chips in this particular table. Sometimes it is nice, especially at the start of the day, to have a couple easy decisions to get into the groove, feel like you are in the zone, not have to make those difficult ones. As Andres. Very interesting that he goes for this min-open.
Not shoving with that short stack,
but I do understand that what you want to do here is, if you have opens with the strongest hands, like aces or kings, then you need to have a couple opens that are bluffs. And if you think this is too weak to shove, then yes, I like the open very much. And if Andres indeed would be opening very strong hands here, then I think this open off of 10 big blinds is really good from him. And all credit to him, of course. I have to be a bit cautious now that I was wrong already once. Perhaps this is just something that he does a lot.
We'll see about that. But Emil gets out of the way with the king 7 suited, so blinds and ante for...
Good demonstration of the power of that open, as that was a hand that you would see flat against in a situation where both players are over 20 bigs deep. You would see the king 7 flick in a call almost 100 times out of 100.
Yeah. So still on 15 and 30k blinds, 30k big blind ante. And for those maybe not familiar with the big blind ante format, of course it means that the big blind pays ante for the full table in the same size of a big blind. And now he shoves with the ace queen.
And this is one of the issues here. I don't think
this time he'll be folding the
Algirdas will not be calling
no.
this, but this is one of the issues that if you open off of 10 bigs, but then off of 12 bigs, you still jam ace queen off, which is a very strong hand to induce. Then I think your open becomes very vulnerable.
Yeah.
The positive is if you haven't played a lot against the players, there's not enough time for them to adapt. But it's always a very dangerous thing to assume your opponents will not pick up on your tendencies.
Yeah, sure.
Latik has another easy decision. And Emil as well, even though he has the ace on a short stack, that is a very easy one.
An ace for max, but not a good enough one. So
as Andres is going to get this through.
Yeah.
As a side note, I'd like to mention that though Jari has been very awake, it seems like his scanner is a bit asleep, because once again, even though he had the cards very much on top of it, we did not see what he was folding, and it feels like that's the third or fourth time it's taken a little while for it to wake up.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
But at least he himself is very much on his game.
On his toes, yeah, he's too quick for the reader. And now we can see Andres now up to 15 bigs, so a couple of pots being picked down and taken down, and he's climbing a bit as we have 2 short stacks below 10 big blinds now on the table at the moment. And of course for them it's a bit of a waiting game, trying to find, as now he did with the ace queen, an all-in situation to at least pick up some blinds and ante each each different time the blind passes around. And Alexander, as you said, not getting any hands. He's saving them for the final table, right?
I hope so, but he's going to need to get a few before then to just make it there.
Yeah.
Eventually the blinds will, for now it's very much smooth sailing, but eventually the blinds will eat into him. As I was going to say before the hand, it's going to be interesting if someone challenges Jari this time on the big blind, especially seeing him jam over that early open. Of course, the players do not know that he had ace-king and had a really easy decision. But seeing him play back from the big blind is going to make the players very cautious against challenging that, now that he's so far and away from everyone else at this particular table. It would be very good, I think, for table dynamics and very interesting from an entertainment perspective if we happen to get another big stack here just to kind of challenge his throne a little bit. But perhaps there's going to be a stack off that is going to make a big stack just naturally come to life here. A guy can hope.
No. Keeping those 6 high, 5 high hands for Alexander, and has to fold another one. Now then, interesting decision for Max here. No, you let the Jack 7 suited go, and
interesting fold from
round
Jari
fold.
here.
Yeah.
I think in Jari's shoes, it's. I don't think he should be folding a single suited hand, and even the offsuit ones. I think a min raise is very powerful against that stack. If you don't like the min raise, a limp is also good, because I don't think you'll be getting jammed on light by the big blind. Like, I know he had a king, but king deuce off, small blind versus big blind. If you are the small blind, you can jam, but if you are the big blind, it's a very uncomfortable situation, and he's going to be afraid of that call as Algirdas now.
Now he finds another one. He said 7s twice and a few ace X nice ones, but now one of the premium hands, ace king. Offsuit though, but of course we'll be racing with this one, and he chooses to go with the min 60k.
And this is a ooh, bad timing to get your first hand.
Yeah.
But these are very early positions which might save Latikas here. I don't think it will. I do think this is the kind of hand we will see him 3-bet.
Yeah.
Even in these positions. But now let's see what kind of size he goes.
Is that 150 or 125?
I think it was around 150.
150, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And no one else with a hand, so Andres will be folding the big blind and back to Algirdas. And of course now we'll see the first 4-bet of the day, most likely.
On these stack sizes, I think we're just going to see a jam. I don't think Algirdas is going to 4-bet non-all-in. Even if he has a really strong hand like aces, he doesn't really want to go post-flop. So with Alexander narrowly covering him, I think all hands that come over the top here are just going to do it with the jam, which is what I believe we will see in just a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, that should be it, right? Yep, all in. And of course Alexander has to lay down, and first decent hand for him, but unfortunately nothing this time. He has to give up the 150k from the 3-bet. And you see that Algirdas is now with that hand passing the 1 million mark. 35 big blinds, 1.11 million, and Emil Göransson, seat number 1, less than 8 big blinds.
This is about the stack size that Algirdas came into the day with, so he's going to be happy to get back up there now that he took a few small hits, mainly that King 4 suited bluff that I was very, very happy with that he found, but unfortunately there were jacks behind.
Time for a new hand, and you can see in the top right, it's still on 24, but we actually saw on the screen that we have lost 2 players on the outer tables. We are down to 22 players, and we have elimination of Sergei Babinchev in 24th and Ranel Käsi of Estonia in 23rd. So those players has left this tournament from the outer tables, and down to 22 as Alexander now picks up another nice hand and will be opening for sure.
Not a hand, of course, from this position you want to face any resistance from, but I don't think he's going to mind to go post-flop.
At least the chip leader is out of the way. Short stack on the button is as well, and King 6 with the new found million in front of him. Algirdas just now sporting the Barcelona shirt as well. Surely he will be calling this one, right?
Yeah, they are deep enough to call this one, even against a very strong, very early open. King 6 suited is a nice hand to have.
There we have the chips as well. So heads up now then between Algirdas and Alexander.
First flop in a while, and
ooh,
it's advantage Alexander.
Yeah.
However, this is the kind of flop that is going to hit the big blind quite hard, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Alexander check this back with his immediate hand. Especially, you don't want to be raised even though you have the strong hand. You'd rather just exercise some pot control here from against the stack that covers you. And if we do see a bet, it's going to be a very small one, which is the one that comes out.
55, and it's good enough for Algirdas to get out of the way. No hearts on the table, of course, so no backdoor really for him as well, rather than a smaller straight. But Alexander picks up some nice chips for himself and the team, which Rasmus then here is a part of, if you missed that in the beginning. And now we see actually we're down to 21 in the background there, so 21 players, and the 22nd place finisher was Tu An Dao of Vietnam, I suppose that is, right?
I do believe so, yes. And as a balancing measure, we're going to see the departure of Henry. Perhaps we will see him back later, but
oh yeah, he was moved out to the outer table to balance, yeah.
Indeed, so Latikas gets the big blind one hand earlier.
So if we just had a short break coming back to this scene, Henry's not at the table. He's not been eliminated. He's just been moved to the outer table.
Can be very scary to see everyone else who...
Did we see Ace-Jack suited fold?
I believe that's a wrong problem with the graphics, because I saw someone tossing chips. Someone is definitely a part of this flop.
Okay.
But this was not a walk for Alexander Latikas. He did not win this pot.
Okay.
So I believe the ace-jack was the one who opened.
Yeah, there we see. Okay, we just missed Max actually with the ace-jack.
But good that they're keeping us on our toes here in the studio, seeing if we pay attention to the hands.
Yeah, and now you see on the top right as well, updated that 21 players still remaining. And Emil Jönsson, the shortest stack of the tournament right now in seat 1 on this TV table. But still with a chance for those 53K up top. And looking at the payouts, they are now guaranteed 2150, 2,150 euros for the next person out of this tournament. And 9s for Max now, under the gun. And he just opened with the ace-jack and won a pot, but of course, he will need to play this one as well. Tricky position though, of course, with a lot of bigger stacks on the table, and facing resistance can be troublesome, but he comes with the min raise under the gun with the 9s. Of course, looking quite strong to first open under gun +1 and now under the gun with 2 hands in a row. Algirdas with the the queen-jack off. On the button.
We spoke about this one before when there was open from the Latvian in the table with queen-jack off. some of the benefits of that hand as a bluff candidate, and I think Algirdas was briefly thinking about it, but against this early of a position, you don't need a lot of bluffs. It's always good to have some, but I think Queen Jack off is a bit wide, as there will be a lot more natural bluffs, and I do think that's what he was taking time for.
Yep. Now we see some tea being removed from the table. Did he get a wrong delivery, Alexander? That's not my tea.
Yeah, he's perhaps he asked for some kombucha or something.
Yeah, maybe. Or iced tea. We'll see whether he gets something else delivered, maybe. But they're situated in the ballroom, these guys, on the stage, and the bar is very nearby, so it's not a long run. And now Jari under the gun and with a small pair.
And this is the freedom that the big stack gives you.
Yeah.
This is a hand that I believe every other table in the table would have folded in the same position, and we quickly saw someone fold, I believe, King 10 suited, which is a very strong hand, something that normally would be opening because of this pressure. However, easy decision. Snap jab from Emil, and it's so small that we are going to see the call.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It was just some 100 plus more, of course, for him to call, and we have our first race of the day at the TV table. Ace-Jack of Emil Göransson, risking his seat in the tournament, needs to find help against the deuces of Jari, and does so. And none of them have a spade, so just 2 deuces at the moment.
And let's see if he can fade the 2 outs here. Always the racing feeling when you have to wait for the final card, which is not a deuce, and that means we will continue to see Emil.
Yep, we will. Up to 410k now. 12 big blinds, 13 even in front of him.
I believe he will be extremely relieved that he found this hand, because he was running very short, and it's such a good feeling when a tournament that feels so dire takes a turn, because with this kind of stack you dare to dream already. It's almost 14 bigs.
Exactly. Now still in, and not the shortest stack on the table anymore. He was even the shortest in the tournament at some point here now, but up to 14 bigs, which means that Audrius is now the table short stack on 9 bigs. And Jari well up in front, 1.7 million now in front of him, and playing a lot of hands, and despite losing the race against the Ace-Jack, he's still well in front. So, yep, looking good. And still then, 2 Swedish flags on the table.
Yeah, it's always nice to
We're not only winning in the Olympics, right? Always here as well.
As Jari was trying some Omaha out here, he got dealt 3 cards, but luckily he was paying attention, so he saw which one wasn't his and just did not cause a misdeal, quickly gave it back to its rightful owner, Max.
Yeah.
Now then, Andres, we saw him open earlier. We saw him open earlier with a hand, kind of putting on that pressure with the min raise, and if that is your playing style, this is a hand that might go in. However, this is a very early position, and even if people give you credit, it's a very high chance someone will just find something, as Algirdas instead peels the King 10 off. Now, I believe he has the big stack in the big blind, and still elects to open, so this is going to look quite powerful when you do, because everybody knows you are opening into Jari. As Jari, we are going to see a call here.
Yep, another pair for him.
Another post-flop for Algirdas.
Yes.
Let's see if he actually can catch a piece this time. Last time, not so lucky.
We don't need the VP status or information about to know who's playing the most hands at this table, because it's these 2 guys, and Jari playing a lot of hands, of course, with the big stack, of course. Now he doesn't connect with the 6s, but of course, being the pair in your hand, a paired board is a good thing as well.
And I think almost all ace-high hands of Algirdas would check here, but with the king high, less of that showdown value, he is going to stab here. Perhaps expecting Jari to overcall the big blind and thus having to get out of the way very easily. Jari elects not to raise, not to bloat the pot, which is very okay, and he just goes for a call. But,
nice card for him as well, of course, on the turn.
Yeah, I think Jari is quite comfortable where he is. He's just wants to avoid seeing a pot-size bet here from Algirdas, and I don't think we will be seeing that, but you never know with this man. He certainly isn't afraid to play the bigger pots, which is a strength of any player.
With the check from Jari, now decision for Algirdas whether he wants to continue at this one, and he seems to be doing so. Currently 245 in the middle. And that's only some 45, but now he's adding some greens. Is that some 70k maybe? 65, 70. 65, yeah. So rather small bet again here on the turn. Trying to look like he's milking Jari with a bigger pair, but Jari doesn't fall for that, and now he's looking into racing chips instead.
It is interesting that Algirdas chooses this almost inviting the raise.
Yeah.
And I believe that is part of the part of what he wants to show. Just putting a 3x into a difficult position, but of course Jari here plays back with his sixes and Algirdas is going to get out. I do find it interesting that that Jari did not just flat that, because while you are giving a free card, there wasn't any additional equity out there. There was a backdoor flush draw that came in, but no real gut shots for the high cards. Nothing much of that, and on an ace river you can fold quite comfortably, but he elects to go for the raise and it works out this time. Perhaps he knew that Algirdas will be firing a bit liberally here.
Yeah.
As we do have a new level, and this is the new look of the chip stacks, we can see that it's much, much shallower now. Multiple sub-8 big blind stacks at the table.
Absolutely, and we also saw from the screen behind them that we're down to 19 players, so we've lost some more players on the outer tables again. And in 20th place we have Mario Antonio Colavita of Italy, and 19th place Audrius Stakelis. Actually, it was not the information I gave you. It was, of course, 21st place, Juho Sutari, and then 20th was Mario Antonio Colavita. So that's the eliminations, 21 and 20. We're still on 19 players. But Juho Sutari, a player we've seen a lot in this series, and a player you've played a lot with as well, I assume.
Yes, I have, and I can reveal Juho was in fact the guy who busted me yesterday.
Aha, was he?
And
Okay.
in spite of this, I'm not happy to see him go out. I enjoy seeing Juho play. It's you feel like you learn so much when you see these tough guys battle. I know Juho is more of an online player than he is live, but he's unafraid of getting into the live field and seeing the differences, learning what he can, and I enjoy playing against him. Yesterday I didn't get very many chances, though I was in the same table for a long time. We just didn't clash, and when we did, it was ace-king against ace-queen, which is usually a very simple fight, as this does go check-check on this very connected board. Alexander Latikas choosing to open this queen-10 off with a lot of blockers to the reshove hands, and Audrius now having flatted instead of shoving this ace-4 off, hits the straight on the turn and is going to be very happy here. He decides to go for this small bet instead of jamming with stacked pot ratio of about 0.7, and he bets one big blind. Now Latikas, I believe against this bet, once you check, you kind of have to get out of the way, because there's not much you can do. But maybe he believes that Audrius is just full of it. Even so, once you choose to not only check, but the board becomes far more connected on the turn. Doesn't even have a piece of the diamonds. We will on occasion see him call this one big blind bet, because he does have the gut shot to the 10, which would put a straight on the table, and he's basically guaranteed to stack off on the 9 because nobody's folding with that little behind. But the river is a brick, and now Audrius is going to be jamming here. I don't think he checks.
No, don't expect him to, right?
You don't need to induce when there's so little left in your stack. There's no real incentive to. I believe almost all his checks will be check give-ups here. But of course, if he knew what Latikas had, I believe we could see a check. And Latikas just gets out of the way. I don't hate the peel for one big blind. Keeping Audrius honest as well as having the redraw. It's can't be that bad. You also, a lot of the time, you will have outs to the 10 and the queen because it could be a block bet from something like 5x on the flop.
Yeah. And here now, the current chip count on our TV table. 19 players left total. And these are our 7 players at this TV table with Andres now. Smallest stack, almost 10 big blinds. And Audrius on 10 big blinds together with Emil. So 3 short stacks, 3 middle stacks, and 1 big stack on this table at the moment. As we are playing the second level of the day. Of course, this is a 3-day event, so I think it's the 27th level total. And 9s again on the table, this time Algirdas, as he comes with a raise. And the min raise now being 80k.
Latikas quickly getting out of there with the ace-10 off a hand he would have loved to open, but against the under-the-gun raise, especially from this stack, you don't want to get involved.
No. And big blind, small stack of Andres now.
And indeed,
Does come with the call, hoping to.
I do like the call here.
Shove.
Against under the gun, you're not going to be doing it that well, but you flop really well. And here, I don't think you'll see him be blown off the pot that easy. He will be calling at least one street. The question is, does he choose to just check jam it when facing the bet, or does he go for the check call? Check jam can be hard to represent anything but a flush draw because, of course, a lot of the ace-6 jams pre-flop, but when it's under the gun raise, there are quite a bunch of them that flat because you know you're not doing that well against the range. As Andres does come along, and I believe Algirdas will be shutting down on the turn here, especially this turn.
Oof. Nice one. Now he's really hoping that Algirdas has that ace, which he doesn't, but surely Andres will just check this one and wait for another bet. No, he actually bets now. Surprised to see that. Are you?
I do see the point of the lead. Algirdas is going to have a lot of hands like gut shots here on this board or pockets. Even something like kings hates this bet because you lose to the ace and the jack. So I actually quite like that bet from Andres.
Okay, yeah.
It is a card that is going to generally favor him, and when that happens you have the opportunity to lead. Also recognizing that in Algirdas' shoes on that turn, because it favors him, Algirdas will be checking back a lot, so not giving him the opportunity to do that with a fair bit of draws, a lot of gut shots, and a couple flush draws out there, of course. With the ace of spades on the board, Algirdas has a lot less of the flush draws than Andres, but that's what makes the lead so good, because you can lead with a flush draw there and put something like queens in a miserable spot.
Yeah.
So yes, I do like it very much.
And Audrius with a pair now on the button will of course be attacking the blinds. It's just a question of if he's racing or shoving, and it's a shove.
I think shoving is much better.
Yeah. Don't allow
Raise folding of this stack size is quite a horror. As Algirdas, 4 chips, you would see him flicking this call. I don't think we will be seeing him flicking this call at this time, especially since Audrius hasn't been jamming a lot.
Where do you draw the line here then? Ace-10, you're calling with that? Ace-10 suited you call, but not Ace-9?
I think I would call Ace-9.
Yeah.
I think I have to. I wouldn't mind Algirdas calling this Ace-8, but I don't know if I would. Yeah, he does call. He does call.
Okay.
So like I said, Ace-9 I would definitely call, and Ace-8 is close. But he decides to take a stand, and
he'll be happy to see that he's flipping.
At least not destroyed. But this is a big pot for both of them, obviously one of them on the line. But Algirdas as well is going to be down very low if he does not find the help. And there he does.
Look at this one.
Only outs to a chop.
Wow.
Audrius cannot get there. Algirdas eliminating his fellow Lithuanian.
He does actually. So it is actually Algirdas then leaving us in 19th place for 2,450 euros.
Yeah, Andreas there going to be hitting the rail, perhaps giving Algirdas, his fellow countryman, a couple cheers, who now has a nice stack. And I'm actually very excited about Algirdas, in particular getting these chips, because he's a player who is very capable of using them. And I believe, as we are still quite a ways away from the final table, I think Algirdas now has a mission to build these chips, as signified by that a bit lighter ace-8 off call, which again, I don't mind at all.
Yeah, nice. Almost double up for him. He passes the 1 million chips mark, and surely he will be staying aggressive. And as you said, trying to build a real nice stack for the final table coming later today. As we're now down to 18 players in the field. And we'll be redrawing on 16. So once we reach that phase, we will have a break and a new formation of the TV table. Some of these players will of course be on that same one, but we'll get some new players in as well, most likely. It's a random draw though, so it might be the exact same tables form, but most likely, of course, it will not be.
Yeah, and even the ones that are already here are going to see their positions shuffled up a bit. So you are going to see some new dynamics come in. But like I said before, it's going to be interesting to see how the stack dynamics look in the new one. Right now, Jari, of course, having the clear largest stack is in quite a comfortable position. But Jari also recognizing, while he hasn't really had the chance to open any hands since the new level, that this new level makes people far shallower, and that means that while they don't expect to have as much fold equity, they know that they have to go at some point, and with multiple very, very short stacks, Jari isn't going to be just opening any two, because at this point, people are still trying to stack build. They're not trying to just make the final table. They know that they have to win hands to get there. Algirdas with these newfound chips.
Yes, 1.1 million in front of him. You can see that he has actually gotten those pink nice chips as well.
And don't they look beautiful?
Yes, that should be the 100k chips, right? Just introduced.
Indeed, and he decides that he is going to start putting on the pressure immediately.
Yeah.
And this is why I was excited for him to get the chips. Emil here going to be facing a very difficult decision, and especially if you think Emil is going to be overfolding the big blind, then this open does have a lot of merit to it. Of course, this is a hand that, while it looks pretty, is going to flop very poorly. Even when you hit, you will have no idea where you're at in the hand, and as such, Emil decides to just cut his losses and get out the way. Very, very well played there.
Yep, absolutely. So what are your plans for the rest of the day then, Rasmus? You will be here with me for a few hours, hopefully, and then you have some tournament coming up.
Yeah, I'll be here for at least a couple hours, and then I have both the 350 deep stack, which we can see has started in front of us here, as well as the celebrity event later today that obviously is a big fan favorite, not just for me, but for a lot of people. I know it's always fun to meet the people, and who doesn't like a signed hat every now and then from the bounties?
Yeah, exactly, right? I heard there are some real big Estonian and Finnish celebrities showing up for that one as well.
So when, Andreas, can we consider you a celebrity in this event?
I'm still waiting for that invitation. I can say that. Sorry, I can't make it. Just so I can say that I have to be here. So
yes.
I would have loved to, but
yeah.
But yourself, are you playing as a celebrity or as a normal person? Then where do you find yourself on that scale?
I guess it really depends who you ask.
At least in poker world, a kind of celebrity.
Yeah.
But maybe not when you compare with the Estonian Eurovision legends. And I don't know exactly. We can check later if we have a list of the celebrities coming in. How many you recognize? I heard there were some 20 players coming in as celebrities.
We can do that, but for now, we'll look at this where Emil has jammed the small blind and max, thinking very long with a hand that you would expect to hit the muck, but the thing is, Emil needs these chips, and Max knows that he will be shoving a lot, so he is taking his time with that hand. I think something like Queen Jack off, we will see stack there. Queen 10 off, probably fold. Queen 10 suited can call. But yeah, no, he does get out of the way.
Yeah, and the two Swedes are talking a bit. There's not been much of table talk going on this table. Can't blame them for chatting too much, at least. But the two Swedes in seat 1 and 2 are exchanging some words in the local language.
Yeah,
at the
from
moment.
what I do know, that very few of these players are actually familiar with each other, which means that there will be very few bonds prior to this table that have formed, and that's going to hinder some of the table talk. They don't have anything old and gold to reminisce about.
Exactly. How about yourself? Are you a fan of table talk, or you're more the quiet guy at the table?
Well, I do need something at the table, which means that if I'm not listening to music, because Max there, interestingly, peels a suited ace against the big stack.
Oh yeah, he does. Interesting spot now.
And he goes for this big open raise.
120, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and quick fold from Jari. 10-7 off. Not good enough. And of course, with Max coming that big, it's no room for any creative stuff from the big blind either. Giving Max the credit, and on to the next one.
Yeah, that's the spot where we will see some of these hyper-aggressive Brazilians click it back to 5 big blinds just for the maximum pressure. But even if you want to take that play, sometimes the 10-7 off is not the hand to do it with. If anything, you can call with the 10-7 if you really, really want to play against your opponent post-flop. But Jari choosing to conserve his chips for now, which is completely all right.
Yeah.
But back to earlier about table talk. I do enjoy table talk a lot. I think it's just really nice to get out here and be social. That's one of the main benefits of live poker as opposed to online poker. And a lot of people who come here, they come here for the experience. They don't pay because they expect to win the tournaments. They pay for the experience like you would pay for the movies or the amusement park. And I really enjoy that aspect of the game. But once the table quiets down, I do find myself very quickly going to the comfort of my music or my phone. But when people interrupt me from that, I am always very happy to chat.
Yeah.
So when someone asks me something, I am glad to get involved there. Perhaps it's just a matter of some patience once the table talk quiets down. As Jari now
comes with a 75k bet against the big blind.
I think that's a min raise of 80k, and
yeah, sorry, it must be 80, of course.
and I'm very happy to see that Jari is able to induce against this big blind, because he would open some hands as a bluff here, and we will see these hands go in because Jari again will induce a lot of hands, and this is going to be an all-in and a call.
Yep, it surely is. Just double checking that he saw the ace queen, and he has them. They are on their backs, and another flip now with a small pair versus 2 overcards, and ace queen slightly behind. Needs to find some help for Jari to eliminate one player. And so far the 4s are good. No backdoor flushes possible for Jari either. So he needs to find now ace or a queen. Oh, there's the queen on the turn, but there's a flush draw for Andres. So he's definitely not dead. He has 11 outs. Will it be one of them? It is. Look at that. Runner, hearts for Andres, and he doubles up. Jari had a nice card of the turn, but it gave the flush draw, and yeah. We have the full action, the roller coaster.
Indeed. It is these players trying to contain their emotions is very common, but that must have been quite the roller coaster to experience, particularly for Andres. Jari almost looked unhappy to hit that queen. Of course, I believe that on the flop he was starting to accept his fate, but on the turn he dared to dream, and then it all came crashing down. Sometimes it is just nicer to not hit it all in the first place.
Yeah.
Avoid the heartbreak.
Exactly, but yeah, this was one of those situations where you say, "Oh, there's the queen. Oh, he has the flush draw," and then you just know it's coming, right?
Yeah, you can just feel it.
Yeah,
and of course you don't remember all the times it doesn't. But
exactly, you just remember the hard ones.
Yeah, Those you just remember as, oh, I want to flip, but the ones where it does come, you're like,
Exactly.
oh no,
Yeah,
every time.
every time, right?
It's a classic pitfall of any player, completely natural.
Yeah. And updated chip counts for our 6 players at this feature table.
Getting-
18 players remaining.
Getting much more condensed here. We can see that first place has less than double of fourth place now after that stack off.
Yeah. And Max cut off holding the queen deuce suited. Jari with another big ace. Ace jack surely will be making it at least 80k to go.
Looking back at those other hands, I think Jari is eager to win back his chips here,
Yeah.
as Algirdas will not be giving him any resistance with this one. Jari, of course, with that induce in previous hand, very good play, but not the hand he was hoping to induce from, as that was a clean flip. He was hoping to induce from those worse ace-x hands.
And Emil signaling to some friend on the rail, maybe he wants to make an order from the bar. Getting thirsty under the lights as he finds the 8-6 off and will not be active under the gun. What about Max? Ace-9, early position, suited hand.
Beautiful hand, and,
Yeah,
and a quite nice one in the sense that I think if he gets raised here, he will comfortably get to fold on this stack size, so it's not too difficult to play. It flops very well. You block the rehits. It's all over just a great experience to peel a hand that you get to play after bleeding a little bit in chips.
yeah.
As we do see a peel here from the button of ace-jack suited. There you go. Andre is now having the chips to play.
And Alexander 7-4. Not. It's only 40k to call for him, but of course 7-4 off is not the hand you want to stay in with, even though it's kind of cheap in a 3-way pot. But now we're heads up. Ace-9 versus Ace-Jack, and the Jack connects with the board, so nice flop for Andres. And the Max, no spades, no nothing on this one. But of course there's a risk that he will continue on this one. He does check and gives the option to Andres instead.
I think if you decide to bet here, you should have one of the 3 combinations that had a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
Max having the only one that did not. I would be check folding every time, and Max does just that. Of course, the bet never comes in, which might make him curious, but no, Max patiently just checks again. Allows Andres to have the pot if he so wishes, and I do believe he does wish to have this pot, but no, Andres checking again. And now then, Max having the range advantage on this run out. It's going to be difficult to rep something, but Max could try to rep exactly the ace-jack or something like ace-king that checks twice here.
Yeah, but kind of hard to think that he would check Ace-King twice, right?
Yeah, it's more
At least when he
the
flops
jack
the
10
gut
or
shot.
pocket 10s
Yeah,
that he
yeah,
really can represent
exactly.
here. But there are hands that Max can have, and I think Max has more of them that are strong on this river, and therefore we will see the bet.
Yeah.
Andres, of course, going to be calling quickly when you check twice. This is not the spot to be folding.
No, surely not. Just 100k also into 360, and there's the call. Nice pot for him, up to 1.2 million when he sees that the ace-9 are not good enough for Max. Ace-jack wins the hand for Andres, and a lot of chips coming his way. And Jari still up front, but getting chased by Andres and Algirdas, both of them over 1 million. And then we jump down to Alexander, who's now on 15 bigs. Max and Emil, the 2 Swedes, are shorter stacks on on this TV table, but there are 3 tables total, 18 players still in the field out of the 608 that started the tournament on 3 different starting flights. And then we had a day 2 yesterday, which ended around, I think it was almost 1 o'clock in the night, and then they came back this morning at 12 to start on 25 players playing down to the winner tonight. On 40-minute levels, so expect this to take maybe 5, 6, 7 more hours.
Yeah, it's gonna be a heavy day as Algirdas now picking up an absolute premium.
Yeah, the first very premium. We have an ace king, of course, on the table so far, but the first big pair
Indeed.
for today on this table.
I think Algirdas is going to go for another one of these very small 3-bets that we saw him go for with the king 4. These 2 players are a bit deeper, so I think the 3-bet is going to be closer to 5 big blinds or even 5.5, rather than the 4 big blinds that he went for last time when the effective stack was 15. But he's the kind of player that is willing to play and isn't going to be overly afraid of being called here, as is demonstrated by the under 5 big blind 3-bet here, really inviting Andres in. And if you are bluffing to this size, then you should be valuing to this size, which is exactly what Algirdas does here. Andres, of course, quickly gets out of the way. Algirdas taking one final look at the queens, and in fact shows the rest of the table that he had the ladies.
Yeah. So looking at the outer tables, we still have a lot of Finns and also a lot of Lithuanians actually. They are a big bunch playing here. We have Mindaugas Grigaitis, Algirdas Saveikis, Irmantas Bzegis, and Tomas Bulksas, all of them from Lithuania still in the tournament. And the 2 Swedes are on this table. We have Alexander, the only one flying. No, sorry, there's 2 Estonians left. Risto Pernat is also in. Martin Sobel of Germany, and Yevhen Sukov and Arsen Petrunin of Ukraine still in. One sole Latvian, Andrejs Kovalovs, is in there, and then together with 5 Finns as well. With the current chip leader being Onni Ensio Hutunen of Finland. Is that a familiar name to you?
No, it is not.
No?
I actually, with Thomas, the Lithuanian I played with yesterday, and a long time, and we were right next to each other, so we had multiple blind versus blind collisions.
Okay.
First him bluffing me and me picking him off, and then me bluffing him and him picking me off, so we didn't really get into the thick of it there, and eventually our table did break, so at the end of it, no harm, no foul, but I do believe we were quite even in the exchanges, just trading blows as you are supposed to do when people are close to you.
Yeah. So 6 Finns still in total, and actually 3 Swedes, because we also have Simon Hassan on the outer table as well, still in the field. So not forgetting him, but I think that's the current players we have in this one on 18. As Algirdas now folding the Jack 3. Oh, premium for Alexander. And he's been dwindling a bit down to 585k. Wants to find the double up, of course, and he'll be at least coming with a raise here to min 80. Let's see if you have any takers.
You will see some people greedy jam this, but Latikas very
well.
Oh, no!
Wow, this is a big one.
Yeah.
Because now the chips will be going in, and this will be one of the biggest part of the day, as Jari surely will be 3-betting or shoving this one. Looking at the stack size of Alexander, he might come with the shove, but it seems like he's just going for the 3-bet of 220.
Maybe he decides that he would have a bluff here that would fault the jam, but this 3-bet is committing.
Yeah.
So I don't believe Latikas will be taking too long before he decides to get in there. 220. It was slightly smaller than it looked originally. To 220, you can still have some open 3-bet folds. This, of course, not being one of them. But as the big stack, this is a play that you might do with something.
There's the all-in, and of course, Jari will call. And if you missed it earlier, Alexander is the teammate of Rasmus, who's here in the booth. So I know who he will be rooting for.
Yeah, I guess you all will have to be Team Jari then
Yeah.
to even out the odds.
Living in Finland for a few years, I'm going to have the Finnish side, even though you are the Finn of us. But yeah,
but
let's see.
Latikas is a friend, so that trumps the Finnish part.
Oh, look at this. Wow.
Drawing almost dead here,
Yeah,
Alexander.
this you can see he's down to 8%. And these are some more outs, actually, because now a deuce or a queen would have... Oh, wow! Wow, look at that run out, guys. He flops the set, Jari, and a runner, full house for Alexander Latikas. And yeah, are you sitting down, Rasmus, or are you jumping up and down cheering?
I'm sitting down, but I have a big grin on my face right now.
Is he texting the team now? Like, look at what I just did for us.
I don't know. I haven't dared check my phone, but it's very possible.
No spoilers, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because we are on a delay here, but that's a sick double up for Alexander Latikas of Estonia, as he totally flops. He's outflopped completely. He has 8% on the flop. On the turn, he's down. He has about 20 or less, and then he just hits it. The runner, full house.
Down, but not out. And sure enough, he finds a way. As Jari is going to be in a poker player's nightmare spot where not once but twice he gets rivered in big pots deep in a tournament, and this can be mentally extremely
this is just
tough.
Going to the head, right?
He's had premiums. He hasn't had a decision to make. It hasn't been him picking creative plays and getting caught. It's just been him being dealt premiums and being in flips, and the flips have not gone his way.
No.
But he needs to remember he still has 20 bigs. 20 bigs is a big stack at this stage of the tournament when people are extremely shallow, so he needs to try to keep a cool head, but that is very difficult, having faced these two monster speeds now in a row.
Yeah, and just started off so well for him. He came in as one of the bigger stacks in the tournament, and he won some big pots, or picked up some smaller as well in the beginning, just building his stack to almost 2 million. And now just two tough beats in a row. But as you said, down a bit, but definitely not out. So Algirdas now with the 7th.
And I even have to correct myself from earlier and say he actually lost 3 flips because while one of them was quite small, it was the deuces again. Oof. Oh, wow.
Look at this. Your guy is flying.
Yeah, it's just an uphill trajectory for Alexander Sebastian Latikas.
This is sick. I mean, just having that run out one hand before, and now waking up with aces towards the race of the other big stack on the table here is just... Am I dreaming, or...
As Latikas goes for the 5 big blind 3-bet. Putting on a lot of
But this is also
here.
gives a lot of information, because he's stacking his chips from the previous hand and wakes up and he just has to 3-bet. I mean, that's really strong from another player's perspective, that he wouldn't be doing this with ace-8. I mean, he would never do that in the position he's in right now.
It is indeed strong, but at the same time, good players recognize that while it is very strong and there's not a lot of hands he would do this with here, it doesn't matter what has happened previously. What matters is what happens next. In the same way I talked about Jari needing to keep a cool head and now accept this is a new tournament and he has 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Latikas can now accept that this is a new tournament, he has 30 bigs, and what that indicates. As Algirdas has a tough decision to make, but I do believe that we will see the fold. If they were 40 big blinds deep and he was facing 5 or even 5.5 bigs, you could see him flat to try to set mine, but I agree with that fold. Of course, I would have hoped that he would have done something very rash there, but I wasn't expecting it. Algirdas being as strong of a player as he is.
Yeah, but still, some more chips for Alexander, and now the full captain of the table with the chip lead here on this table, 1.4 million. And Algirdas second place, and you can see Jari still has 20 bigs, as we said, definitely not out. And Emil on the shorter stack, less than 8 big blinds again. And also there's a race of the blinds coming up in 6 minutes, so there will be even more costly. Needs to find some help, Emil. Another double up, but it's not going to be this hand as he folds the Jack 4 off. And Max also staying out. We didn't see the hand. It was 9-5 suited, but it's in the muck already as an ace in the small blind will get Andres interested in playing this hand for sure.
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of how. He does announce something. This is not a jam. That would be very overzealous.
Yeah. Oh. He makes a big raise, but ace 5 in the big blind is of course a strong hand in this position, blind versus blinds on a 6-handed table, because we should say that playing short-handed like they are now, an ace 5 is a strong hand. The less players on the table, every hand gets a higher value, of course, so having an ace like this.
The hand strength matters very much. Who's the raise first in this case the small blind. And while this would go in the bluff category, this is the hand that you will see jammed a lot. Any play that is not a fold is a good play and a winning play, but what play you choose is completely up to you. The flat is also good. You're in position, and it gives you a lot of coverage on certain boards. Let's see what the flop is. So the flop is a big nothing burger again for both players, except Andres, who has that backdoor flush draw. But the question is he going to rep something, or does he decide to go into check call mode? That's what he's going to do. Over to Algirdas, who has nothing.
Grabbing the chips, but not sizing anything in the bet yet.
I think this is such a connected board that I actually think Algirdas will check here, because the hands that are not a hand here, you want them to at least have some backdoor equity or something going on for them, because there's so many hands that just will not get blown off the pot to one bet, and going for two bets is difficult. As now Andres, probably with a similar logic, chooses to check. But this is interesting because if Andres bets here, then once the flush completer would have come out, he could have repped that flush. Of course, now that there's a pair on the board, it's much less relevant because the nuts becomes full houses and not flushes. But not seeing him bet that flop was certainly a choice.
And the board double pairs as well, so we have a split pot for sure, unless someone can bet the other guy out, but
and
not
I
likely.
don't see anyone doing it. They have a strong enough hand to check, not a strong enough hand to bet. I think Algirdas is actually thinking about if he can go for value here, but I don't think he will end up doing it.
Okay, I say he will then. I'll put myself on the other side. Ah, you're right. You're the expert, I'm just the commentator, and now it's shown why.
Yeah.
Check, check, it goes, and split pot then. Two pairs for both players, and an ace as the kicker means they will split the chips. And both players fairly happy with that, I think.
Yeah, I don't think Algirdas was expecting to be behind here. That's not what this is about. It's more about the fact that he doesn't expect to be called by worse. So there's no reason to bet. And in fact, he could be bluffed by worse.
Yeah, surely he has showdown
in a very
value
rare
with
scenario.
just the ace. Yeah.
Not something that I think him or I expect to happen, but the possibility being there makes the bet just quite pointless, really. You'd rather check and take whatever part of the pot you can get. As I wonder if Andres is going to read into the fact that he chose flat with this combination that could have come over the top either as a small 3-bet or as a jam. Of course, I don't like the small 3-bet with that kind of hand, because when you small 3-bet, folding is a horror to the jam, and it just becomes very uncomfortable. I'd rather actually small 3-bet a weaker hand that is easy to fold to a jam if you are putting it into the bluff category.
And it's been folded around to the small blind of Algirdas.
And we will see another blind versus blind battle.
Call from Algirdas, and Alexander has nothing in the big blind, so he will check this back, most likely. There's the check. Could we see a 6, 7, 8 flop? No, not for you, right? Oh, look at this one. It's the 9 for Algirdas and the gut shot for Alexander, but no other backdoors for him, so just the bet from Algirdas would probably take this down. But he goes for the check.
If he did bet one big blind in position, I don't mind the peel for one time, because on a lot of runouts he'll be able to take down the pot later when he seemingly give ups. And Alexander now taking over incentive in the pot. I like that he does this, because your hand doesn't have a lot of showdown currently. It has one decently strong redraw. It's the kind of hand that makes perfect sense to start putting some pressure on, well, frankly, exactly what Algirdas has, or those ace-high, queen-high combinations. I believe he doesn't expect to get a ton of folds immediately on this board, but depending on the run-out, he can follow through with further pressure.
Yeah.
As Algirdas now, very spicy, puts this in to the bottom pair check-raising range. I like that he has a check-raising range here that includes bluffs. Algirdas, being a very capable player, does have that, and realizes that his equity, his hand isn't going to get any better than it is, and but he is going to get a fair bit of equity folded out, and does just that. So
Yeah, well played from Algirdas.
yeah, I like the play from both players. It's
Yeah.
it's Algirdas, of course, with the far more creative part of it, but
So this board is a nice read for any Estonians cheering for the home country, and also for Rasmus Lundström in the booth here, who has Alexander in his team here at the Kings of Tallinn. And if you missed the start of this broadcast, we talked about the team competition, where you are, is it 4 players in each team, right? And you form a team yourself, and then all the points you gather from the different tournaments, you get points for entering tournaments, and also, of course, for laddering at the final tables. And it's also the indicator of whether it's like the higher buy-ins as well, the more points for the final tables and stuff like that, right?
it is indeed. As Max making a very conservative lay down here with the a6 suited, while he is under the gun, they are just 6-handed now. So
Yeah.
with his stack size, people are going to feel pressure to play back at him, and he decides still not to raise that. It is an interesting choice. Perhaps just waiting on to keep maximum fold equity on those rejams as... Whoa! Now. He has a lot of options here.
Yeah.
I think in these positions she will choose to go... actually, I don't know. This is a tough one, because,
Yeah, because Algirdas is opening
he's
a lot of
opening,
hands, and
but he's opening bigger because there's a short stack in the big blind.
yeah.
And when you're opening into a short stack, you generally want hands that have decent, immediate, robust equity, because you want to be able to call a lot of rejams. So he's going to have a lot of more of these, like ace-x hands and king-x hands, and a lot less of the small suited ones. But Latikas coming in with the 3-bet. That's my boy.
And oof, look
Wow.
at this then. The short stack of Emil is just almost blinding out. I mean, this is almost a spot you have to take, right?
This is a horror. And I think he should fold. Because he has no fold equity here.
No.
None whatsoever.
No, it doesn't. But
The amount of money is already in. Somebody's
Yeah.
going to run for it. The real question is, how much is the dead money worth? Because that's where the real money comes from. Algirdas, if he goes here, Algirdas is going to fold a lot of the time, which is going to put 100 plus the big blind in there. So that is an incentive to go. But the bet and 3-bet is
Yeah,
not.
that's
So
the-
indeed, he takes the dead money and goes with it. I don't expect him to think he's in amazing shape here, especially with 5s. It dominates almost no hands. But now Algirdas, over to him, in position. And with the jam, it's interesting because he knows if he flats this jam, what's going to happen is there's almost no incentive to bluff on the
board.
runouts,
Yeah,
because you still
exactly.
have to win Emil's mystery
yeah.
hand.
Because there's no extra, no side pot.
So Algirdas might flick in a call.
No, it doesn't.
But no,
yeah,
I-
exactly as you said, that would be, of course, a
There-
lot.
I think a hand that can turn very strong hand, something like a suited hand.
Yeah.
We could have seen peel there, but no. Algirdas gets out of the way. I think it's the right decision. And Emil actually, a lot of interesting choices to talk about in this hand, but Emil chose to go for it. I don't mind that at all.
Doing good, but also an 8 will be bad for him now, but still in ahead, and the 4 is good for Emil. And the 7 also. So there will be a triple up for Emil, almost at least. So he's up to 680k now. Nice pot for him, and Alexander losing some chips here now, but still on 1 million. So still in good shape. The teammate of Erasmus. But the Swede, Emil Göransson, still in, and now at least with decent stack of 14 bigs or so. As we are still 18 players. If you joined us recently, this is the 555 Championship Final day. And 18 players, 3 tables remaining. And this is the TV table ship count that we've been watching for a couple of hours soon. And it's been a roller coaster for a lot of these players, actually. We haven't had too many eliminations on this table. We have a lot of double ups on the short stacks. And yeah, the table dynamics are switching as we go by. So interesting TV table to watch.
It is indeed. Jari has a very miserable spot actually in this table currently with 3 identical stacks behind him who all cover him by a little bit.
Yeah, not the perfect position
but
for him
also,
now.
Andres doesn't like it very much because the identical stacks are both to his left.
Yeah.
And Latikas, on the other hand, I think is going to get a lot of freedom here.
9
I
for
believe
him
he has
now.
the best seat in the house currently.
Yeah, and currently the best hand we've seen so far on this particular hand with the 9s. And Emil now, after the almost triple up, folds an ace. And we're to Max in the big blind, who also folds. So Alexander picks up the blinds and ante, and are back to 1.2 million approximately.
Alexander also opting for that bigger raise size that Algirdas did last hand when there was a pretty short stack in the big blind. Interesting to see these adaptations from players. Some players like them, other players like to force the big blind into the flop spot and just make those difficult decisions. I think I'm more part of the second category, but the first category is certainly a strength of its own. It puts the pressure immediately instead of delaying it.
Yeah, and still on 40k blind. We have the payouts, if you're interested in that. They are pinned in a comment in our OlyBet YouTube channel, OlyBet Poker on YouTube, one of the platforms where this is streamed. And there you can see a pinned comment with all the payouts. 53k up top, and this is what this guy is aiming for today, as he now will be opening again with pocket 3s.
Could fold, and I think
Actually does.
maybe Andres would be folding here because of his position, but no, Algirdas and Alexander both probably open. Algirdas having a tough decision, and Alexander having a pretty easy one.
Yeah. Okay.
Does again size up, so perhaps he's just going for this bigger sizing now, or perhaps because of the 100 that Algirdas put in, he doesn't realize. Oh, it is a problem with the graphics indeed. The blinds have gone up to 2550 as we can see behind us.
Sorry, yeah, we
So
are in a new
they
blind
have
level.
not sized up these.
I see. Yeah, no,
These
no more
opens.
understandable. Yeah, we're on the 2550k now, and you can see that we've also lost one player on the outer tables, and it was actually Simon Hassan of Sweden, who is our 18th place finisher, taking home 2.7k for 18th place. So down to 17 now, which means we are on the redraw bubble. Once we lose one more player on any of the tables, it will be a short break and a redraw down to 2 tables of 8 players. And then we'll resume the play. So it will just be a short break, but that happens once we lose one more player. Currently we're playing at this 6-handed feature TV table. And then there are 2 outer tables just down beside this stage. You can see it almost in the background here, the outer tables as well. And of course we're in the big ballroom, so we have about 50 tables in this one where they are seated on the stage, and then you have a lot of tables in the lobby as well and down in the casino. So yeah, some 200 tables or something here at the Kings of Tallinn, one of the biggest festivals, of course. And all the information is on olybetevents.com if you want to see the schedule or is able to play or just come here and maybe watch the celebrity event tonight if you're interested in that. As you said, you want a signed cap.
Yeah, I do like souvenirs. in all forms that they do come.
Yeah.
As Jari going for a min open here with the suited king. Perhaps just trying to avoid getting jammed on. And Andres calling his ace-3 off, doesn't go for the jam. And you don't need to, but you can. Both players miss this flop, and Jari now, after you open, is going to face a lot of difficult spots, and I think very often on perhaps too many boards, players tend to go into this bet check check line, which means that you will see the opponent in the big blind float the first bet very wide because they expect you to give up on future streets. And sure enough, I don't expect Andres to fold his ace high here, which is one of the hands that Jari would really like to fold out. Of course, he's more aiming to fold out that equity of those hands that are below him. And now we will see if that truth becomes realized, that Jari decides to shut down. He does indeed. Andres is going to be very happy to see that, but I don't expect him to fire. There's no reason to. Something like a 6 that checks here isn't going to fold to a bet.
Yeah, actually grabbing some chips here now. Seems like he's coming for a bet. Big one as well.
Putting on max pressure, this one. It has a bit of...
It's 160, okay, but still, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the kind of bet that sets up a river jam, and minding that Jari only has 500 in his stack, if he calls, he has much less than pot behind, so...
Yeah.
So it is a very strong bet, and perhaps he believes that he can just have Jari fold so much that that bet will be good, even though he had some showdown. Folding out the better ace-x and some very low pairs. Maybe he believes he can fold out the 6x, and also how many 6x is really Jari min-raising pre-flop is the real question. So when he does check, it does look very much like this waving the white flag case, and it is always better to take down the pot early than late. So
Emil standing up for a bit, looking at the outer tables. A bit interested, of course, in getting to that redraw, get it back to 8-handed tables, because the blinds are coming around quickly when you play 6-handed as they do now. But still no eliminations, so still playing on 3 tables until we lose one more player.
there might be some action on the outer table, because Algirdas looked like he didn't want to give over his blind. Maybe waiting on a possible break to save his blind and ante, but who knows.
Yeah, it seems like they're all looking at the outer tables.
Yeah, they're all looking, so there's definitely something happening over there. But for now, at least,
either it's free cake or someone is all in on the outer tables.
Exactly. Maybe someone's in the tank or something like this. But for now, we're pushing the 17, and the dealer just said we'll keep playing.
Yeah.
I believe even if someone would have busted in that exact moment, they still would have dealt out this hand because the shuffle was done.
Exactly.
Jari folding the king 8 off on the button.
Yeah, just want to reach that possible redraw coming up, and Andres looking at the stack size and looking at the clock.
Spot where we will see a lot of limping, but he chooses to go for the raise.
Yeah, does so to 125.
Wow.
Ooh, look at this, yeah. Jacks in the big blind and a 125 raise with 2 big stacks. Is that going upstairs?
He's certainly pumping it up. The question is how much. I don't think he's going all in here. They are very deep.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, he could. The blinds just went up, I forgot. But even so, against this 2.5x, I think he has a 3-bet non all in, and this hand is so strong, blind versus blind. I think he will 3-bet non all in. Queens for sure he would 3-bet non all in.
Yeah.
Jacks can be difficult to play, so some people like to jam, but I think Algirdas is exactly the kind of player who likes to put his opponents to the test, and therefore You have to do things that make them very uncomfortable, like this.
Yeah, that's a 3-bet of 265.
And if the job is to make someone uncomfortable, I think he has duly succeeded, as Andrei's in a miserable spot. And this is why we will see a lot of limps, especially with hands that are very happy to call a raise. Because when you do raise and then you face some action, even very small action behind, it's just very, very uncomfortable. And sure enough, Andres folds a very big hand. But the correct laydown.
Yeah, absolutely. And seems like we did not lose anyone on the outer table, so I think we have... No, we actually did. So we are on the redraw now on 16, and I think we'll be having a break.
On the screen, and then you just can move around.
So, redrawing, and I think we'll not actually have a longer break. We'll just be here in the studio for a little bit, and then we'll come back to the tables once they are sorted out. So we're down to the 2 final tables. Rasmus, here in the booth with me, you still have your teammate in there?
Yeah, and I'm very happy with that big party one. Of course, it looked so dire on the flop, and but that's the beauty of poker.
Yeah.
You never really know what's going to happen, and the momentum seemed to shift immediately, picking up the aces the very next hand. But on the flip side of things, we have Jari, fellow Finnish player, who the momentum seems very much up against. Lost 3 big flips in a row, came in with a huge stack and seemed to play very capable, and now he seems a bit handcuffed. He's in that awkward stack size where it's very difficult to play.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And now they're redrawing, as we said, which means that we'll be playing 2 tables of 8, and those are the 16 last remaining players in the 555 Championship. They started on 600 and plus players. They've been playing 3-day ones, and then we had the day 2 yesterday, and the players came back today at noon for 25 players, and now down to the final 16. And 53K up top, so it's a big one.
Yeah, it's a big one for sure, and I think it'll be a career-defining score for most, if not all, of the players involved in the field. I know some of the really big names like Juha Suutari and Auremas, they already busted today, who may have those really big scores under their belt already. So further improving the incentive but also pressure for these players. And I think we will see a lot of that creep in a little bit later when we come to that final table bubble. And some of them will thrive and others will crack. But for all the exciting action, we're looking forward to it regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure if we're ready to get back to the action already, or if we have a few more moments. Yeah, we are actually back on full table of 8. This is our new feature table then, shortly restarting. And we can see, of course, a few of the players that we had on the first table. The 2 Swedes are now in seat 5 and 6, Emil and Max. They're still on the feature table, but otherwise it seems like we have most. Yeah, seat 1 is also still at the table, right?
Yes, indeed. Seat 1 is Andres.
Yeah.
And surely that can't be right. Andres just had a very big stack, so these stacks have not updated. I believe these are the stacks they came into the day with, looking at how many short stacks there are here. I believe that these are the stacks they came up with, because Andres came with a very short stack, and I know Mindaugas came with, I believe, the biggest stack in today. So these are going to be updated very shortly. We are going to wait for that. But regardless, we are going to see this new final table. Max retaining that position he has on his countryman. Emil is still on his left. I think he's going to be quite happy with that, not only because of chatting reasons, but also because he doesn't have to worry about facing much payback when he retains that position.
Yep. And just side note, it's not the final table, it's the feature table. It's 2 tables left, just so you know that if you happen to say final table. So
I do apologize for that, getting a bit carried away here. But
because
of course,
you want your boy on the final table, right? And he's now on the outer table.
So. And he's now in a good shape to make that, but there's a long way to go. 16 left, 9 make the final table, and of course we will have that hand-for-hand action with 10 left.
Absolutely. And now we can see that's 28 minutes left of this level, and then we will have a 15-minute break. So if you're watching this and maybe you want to have a toilet break of your own, since it was just a short break now for the redraw, in 28 minutes there will be a 15-minute break, and then we're on to the next level. We're playing 40 minutes levels throughout the day, and the blinds are currently 25 and 50K. So some 28 minutes to the first break of the day, and a little breather for these players. And now we're back, and we have some new faces on the table, as we said. But also this guy we recognize from the feature table that we already have. Andres. And Arsen, Ukrainian flag, rather short stacked, 10 bigs, and they all go in here now in the small blind versus Tapani in the big blind, who will not, unfortunately, be able to call with his small, even smaller stack, but 10-3 offsuit is not the hand you want to be using your last chips for. Oh, he actually comes for the call. Seems like he felt he was too committed. What do you say about that, Rasmus? Don't we fold the 10-3 there, even though we just have 5 bigs behind?
I understand the desire to call, but even though in chips you're going to be in decent shape, I would still put this very much in the fold bin. Even the suited variation I would put in the fold bin, because for starters, one of your cards is so weak, but also...
Well, he has the gut shot as well, but still behind, of course.
We can continue the analysis once we see the turnout. Now, about 10 outs, of course, one of them being dead.
Ooh.
And he does get there.
Oh, fortune favors the brave.
Fortune does.
Tapani doubles up through Arsen here now, who will be left with almost crumbles if the graphics are correct now, because 325k.
And they do look very correct, because Arsen does not look like he has a ton of chips.
No.
But no, that 10-3, it's a spot where, of course, in chips, it's not that bad, but there is incentive to just fold. You just paid the big blind, which means you have an entire orbit, especially 8-handed, to find that shove, even with very little fold equity, to just find a better holding. And that is a lot of time.
Yeah.
It does feel like you're up against it and you need to make a play, but sometimes you have to accept the new world order. And when you are this short, it doesn't mean that you can just put it in with any two. But if you do, you just
make sure
get,
you get a straight on the river.
Make sure you get rewarded. And Tapani does just that. So.
Yeah, absolutely does. And now we've sorted the chips for him as well. And Arsen then left with crumbles in seat number 2. And not sure what the fuzz is about, but the small blind is in there now from Tapani. And we should be ready for the next hand.
If there are any players who hadn't played with Tapani already, I believe that they will now, after that call, be labeling him as someone who will not be letting his hands go easy. So I believe Tapani will be getting a lot of respect in terms of avoiding some weak bluffs here, which does have its benefits. So
they will not be shoving on his big blind lightly again.
Tapani really telling them that he's willing to fight them
with any two.
Any two, and that is a very dangerous thing when every chip is worth its weight in gold at this stage of the tournament, when the big blind is already more than a buy-in was.
And one of the chip leaders, not the chip leader at the moment, Mindaugas, 2 million in front of him. And now, of course, with the ace-10 on the button, the chips go in again, and this time it's 4 big blinds, or a bit less even.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a call, especially based on the previous hand, and it's a call that will kind of handcuff the big blind, but unfortunately for Tapani, well, fortunately in this case, he does have a very big stack who can bully him off the pot if he just goes for the flat call.
Does come for the shove.
And therefore he goes for the reshove. He wants that dead money in there. He thinks it's going to be a lot of 50-50s. But Yevon asking for a quick count.
He saw the 10-3, so...
Exactly. he understands that Tapani is going to get a bit wild and weary here. So he's going to ask for a count. And while I do think if eventually he's fold, I think if he had something like King-Jack off, we would see him flick it in, because he understands that this is a chance to build up a big advantage. Arsen, of course, having peeled that hand with these few chips on the button folded to him, I'm sure he was exalted to see such a good holding. But no.
But I think the graphics are wrong, right? It's not that much. It's less than this that they are paying.
And
you can see that it's 400 something. So I think we actually
does call
but Tapani just now has almost 500, so he had less when he actually.
Yeah.
That makes the 10-3 more sense.
Much more understandable, indeed. So we are going to wait for that, but until then we're going to have to be very eagle-eyed. And I believe Yevhen has about 100, and Yevhen flops. Both of the players drawing very, very slim. Tapani is pretty much dead here, and I think the side pot is going to go to Yevhen. I think he's going to be okay with that outcome.
Yeah.
As Arsen is going to be thrilled getting this triple up, but I believe
But
Arsen
it
had,
is less. We should
yes,
remember
I
that.
believe
that it
Arsen
is
had
not.
about 2 big blinds. I think he
Yeah.
had about 90k
Yeah.
or 100k. So he's not going to be at 1.6 million. He's
No.
going to be much closer to maybe 400,000.
Yeah.
But like I said, while we were waiting on the updated chip counts and the graphics, we're going to have to remain eagle-eyed here to get a visual count of each pot.
All right, so this is still a bit off, unfortunately, since we are on a delay. We need to fix this, and then we'll have it corrected for you after the break in 21 minutes. So it will be a bit off. We'll try to keep a closer look at the actual chips on the table for you. And so, of course, the blue ones are 5K, the green ones are 25, and the pink ones are 100. So that makes it a bit easier for us to try to count the chips, as we can see now that Arsen has about 200k in greens and then another 100k almost in blues.
Yevhen now picking
Nice
up an absolute
hand in the
monster.
small blind.
We can see Yevhen's actual stack is north of 2 million, and he jams on the two shorter stacks.
Trouble for Emil. He can't fold blind versus blind here, of course.
Absolutely not, but I
still.
don't think he's going to hate being up against Ace-King, because it's about the same as being up against
could have
anything
been
else.
much worse, of course.
But no, you have to call here. This
Yeah.
is way too strong, especially against a big stack that can put all kinds of pressure on you.
Blind versus blind. I mean, if Yevhen would have opened early, you might fold the sixes, but not.
This is a must-call situation.
Yeah, it is for sure.
And I do believe Emil made similar gestures when he did call the fives. So just because he's making this doesn't mean that he thinks he has to fold. It's more over, I think, him accepting that now he just has to run it with no fold equity and hope for the best.
Yeah, absolutely. But still thinking about it, and seems like he wants to fold almost. It's like this, you know, oh, he does fold. Wow. Surprised to see that, but of course there are some ICM taken into consideration, a lot of pay jumps coming up and stuff like that, but I mean, you need to have chips, and he has invested 2 big blinds in the ante, with the ante as well, so you can see he's down to, I think he actually has a bit more than this though.
He has around 10 or 12 bigs, but even so, I think almost all the way up to 20, you just have to put it in with sixes. It's a very strong hand. You will be dominating sometimes. It's not like having threes, because there will be a lot of something like king 3 off will happily jam as the dominating big stack there, because it puts on so much pressure. So the sixes, you just have to go with it. But Emil decides to go the conservative route, just maintain his chips, and I think Emil is going to be very happy that these players will not probably see that hand in time, because it's just 18 minutes until break. So this is not a hand they will see when they go on break, because if they did, I believe Yevhen would be putting on tons of pressure from that small blind.
Yeah.
Yevhen, on the other hand, not knowing what Emil had, I think he's going to be very disappointed to have seen that fold, because he fully expected to have a hand that was dominating. But
Yep.
I believe that will be enough for me for now. I
Stepping
probably
out
will
for a
return
bit.
later
Yes.
and Good luck to you here.
Is it time for breakfast now in the break for you? Or did you
Yeah, I
have
believe
that
it's time
already?
for a late lunch.
Okay, perfect. I hope you have you back as we have Risto now with the tens. And thank you, Rasmus. And we will have Jason Glatzer joining us in the booth, and he might get straight into the action as we have a mystery hand for Mindaugas. He seems to be interested in this one. Risto has opened with the tens, and Mindaugas with a mystery hand comes with a call by the looks of it. And we welcome Jason Glatzer.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, what's up?
How's it going? I've been watching a little bit. I just watched that sixes fold.
Yeah.
I'm watching players come back from break, so at the same time, I was able to watch what was happening live. We're on a 30-minute delay, so they will be able to watch that, but at the last minute of the break. But this is an interesting table here. We have a few from Sweden, Ukraine, Risto Parnat, of course, the hometown hero, and Mindaugas from where I live over in Lithuania, so a nice international mix here.
Yeah, a lot of Lithuanians still in the field. So... Oh, now the hand is revealed just as we go to the flop. It was an ace-queen that he just called. Oof. But unfortunately for Risto, Mindaugas doesn't connect too much with this one. And I don't know if he had any hearts at all in his hand. No, he didn't.
And the sneaky check.
Oh, yeah.
Mindaugas snowing that one.
Yeah, he did.
But now...
Not falling for it. Now he can... Let's come with a small bet here now, because now he turns the boat, so it's definitely a check mark on his hand already, as you can see. No outs for Mindaugas to counterfeit him here, but how will he do it now? He checked the flop. Will he checked one more time here to induce a bet? Seems like he's betting now.
Yeah, I think you need to bet here after it's checked. You need to start getting value from the hands that your opponent think you missed from. Yeah. So like an ace-queen is going to call quite a lot here on the turn.
On the pair board as well,
especially with the small bet. The small bet actually is a little bit deceiving. You know, you're more worried actually about the small bet than the bigger bet sometimes. The bigger bet is more polarizing. If he was trying to push him off the hand, that's not with the 65,000 bet.
No, exactly. And now, unfortunately for Risto, he doesn't find the ace or the queen, so it might be hard to get some more value out of this, but surely he will try.
It would have been very dangerous if it was like the queen of diamonds. Well, not the queen of diamonds, queen of hearts, even though the flush draw completed or an ace. But Risto checking.
Yeah, I don't think he will fall for this bait. I think he will check behind, or will he try to steal the pot now and get check raised on the river?
I think it's a candidate for either, because the flush draw completed. You're behind some hands, actually. You have basically the nuts that doesn't connect to the board, so that's the case for the check down, and he'll be happy that he didn't fire any more chips there.
Yep, and as we award Risto the pot, more about you, Jason Glatzer. For those who might not know your name, remind us again.
Yeah, I'm Jason. I've been coming up to Tallinn for well over a decade at all the major events here at Olympic Park Casino. Absolutely love the OlyBet events. While I'm not here, I run this poker media outlet. We're the poker media partner of OlyBet and poker.pro. You should check it out. Christopher Carlin right now is busy actually reporting this event and other events as well.
Yep.
And we have Mr. Glenn Brown. You might have actually heard his voice in the background here.
Yeah, he's so loud, right? I think we can overhear him now doing some mystery bounty pulls maybe or something like that.
Yeah, it's day 2 of the 1K mystery bounties. So there's some nice bounties in that as well.
Yeah. So, poker.pro, the media partner, the main channel to go if you're not watching the streams. And I mean, there's a lot of events that are not live streamed, and then you can find reporting, of course, from Christopher mainly, and I know also there's Estonian and Finnish channels that Hannes and maybe Juhani is here as well?
Juhani's here, but as a celebrity guest this time.
Okay.
So he'll be playing in that 6 p.m. celebrity special, but Hannes is reporting on yoker.ee.
Yeah.
And then, from a social media perspective, you should check out OlyBet events. We're contributing quite a bit towards that as a team effort, and then, of course, on our channels on Poker Pro World as well.
Yep.
Even this live stream is being broadcast over multiple channels and TV as well, so it's quite a nice collaboration.
Absolutely. And Jason, being the CEO of Poker.pro, are you happy so far with the event?
Of course I'm happy. I absolutely love the Kings of Tallinn. I look forward to it every year. It's like the main thing on my calendar.
Yeah.
It could be, I could miss birthdays. I could miss anything.
Not the wife's birthday, though.
I have missed my wife's birthday before for the Kings of Talon. Not this version, but a different version of it.
Yeah.
I've missed. I would miss anything but like a close person's funeral, I think, for the Kings of Talon.
Yeah.
If you're getting married and you're a good friend of mine, do not do it during the Kings
February,
of Talon because I won't be coming. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, but from a cooperation standpoint, everything's been fantastic. Jan Weibel has been doing a good job back in his role, and Teresa, Olivier, and everybody actually, delivering every time. It's one up from the previous time, with a new experience.
Yeah,
and everything
they
is
find a way to
class.
every time ladder up, not only in prize pools, but also in like the performance and the overall experience. And now we actually have something new introduced this year. It's close to us. I'm not sure if it's opened yet. Seems like it is, right? The spin and gold area over there.
It's opening at 4, so
okay,
I don't know what time
right?
it is now. I think they're just setting up now. I think it's 4:45 or something, 4:45 at the moment.
And I guess that's a way of flipping yourself into money, something like that.
Yeah, they're going to be doing a bunch of fun things. I would recommend going to OlyBetEvents.com. You click on the Kings of Tallinn, and you'll head right to their landing page. Near the top of that landing page, they've broken out exactly what that is.
And while on that page, they can also read a daily recap from you if you want to know what happened the previous days, right?
Yes, I can read that there, and also, of course, at Poker Pro, and then the entire schedule is there. Player guide is there. Pretty much, it could be your one-stop shop. If you're curious who is still in an event and you don't want to see their pictures or writing, you can actually back-end your way over to that through OlyBet Events as well. It's along with Poker Pro, you're getting all your information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this, though. Manduga's here. I mean, it's unfortunate for him. It's an opposite situation where Risto doesn't hit the board, but Risto's betting into the second nuts here with that sneaky big blind 4 deuce. It is blind versus blind, so ranges are completely wild, but it's sneaky nonetheless based on it really just hitting a gut shot here on the turn.
Yeah.
And then Dogus here is contemplating, do I call, do I raise, do I just want my face on the camera a little bit more on the stream?
Yeah. Maybe my sponsorship with that sports equipment company is paying per second.
Yes. But he just calls, but you notice that his hand was shaking a little bit during that, and that's going to be natural, just you could be nervous with the lights and camera. So in this case, usually like if you see a player's hand shaking, it might mean they're strong, but we know that he's strong, but I wouldn't be overreading that if I was in Risto's situation, actually, because there's other things that come into play at the TV table.
Risto does give it up, though, unfortunately, for Mindaugas, so it will be very hard for him to get anything more out of this hand, but still, some 300K in the middle, so adding to his big stack already, and putting him back to that 2 million mark, or almost at least. And Jason, while we wait for the action of this one, I know you're quite busy now, but you had time also in the beginning of the series to play some. Did you have any?
I mean, I had a trophy to defend, but apparently I was so good at pot limit, stud, high, low, round of each. Very niche player. I'm expert at one thing, and they take it off the schedule. So,
what? Didn't you have a say? Like, put your
I could have maybe had my influence on it, but honestly, I just like to tell the story. So it's better this way.
But now
champion.
you will still exactly.
Yes.
Now you will be inevitably the winner of the last blah blah blah.
Yeah,
event.
but they'll probably bring it back. It's a fun event that was popular actually. So they're trying new things. There was this. The one event that I didn't play that I really wanted to play that I was free to play. But other things came up was this nighttime fast-paced 350 pot limit dealer's choice high.
Wow. All
so
right,
it was PLO 456.
Oh, with no lows. Okay.
Yeah, the people that want to play 2 cards, can have a chance to do that too, I suppose.
Yeah.
And you also have pot limits Sviten
I
mixed
didn't
in.
see that one on the schedule. That was an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe even pot limit stud. So if it included the pot limit stud, even as much as I like Sviten, yeah, I think that would be every button would be pot limit stud.
Yeah.
But then I would have to evaluate the whole situation. I didn't watch the game of flow, in terms of whether it's button round of each or whether it's dealer's choice each player. It makes a big difference.
Now we're being spotting as well as Glenn Brown is doing some paparazzi things. Yeah, we heard we heard him
Brown.
scream from the toilets or whatnot, and now he's here taking pictures and dancing.
$5,000.
Now is it AI Glenn? Because now he's dancing again.
If he was singing, it would be AI Glenn. I've seen normal Glenn with the dancing.
You mean he's not doing the karaoke thing on the?
No, he
player
has
party?
to do the karaoke thing. He just doesn't want it recorded.
Okay, yeah. What happens in Tallinn and so on. Now we go to a flop here. Queen 6 deuce rainbow, and what hands did we have? King 10. Oh, look at this for Andres. Top pair and backdoor flush is possible, and Mindaugas doesn't connect. So
A bit of a dreamy spot anyway, though, for Mindaugas
and
with
we
the
should
short
say,
stack.
Jason, you might not have noticed the graphics are off. As you can see, Andres has way more than 275.
Okay,
so
then
it will be
it's not,
corrected after the break coming up shortly. But just so you know,
Gotcha.
you're aware as well, and any new viewers.
Yeah, he has over 1 million, it looks like, or close to.
Yeah.
So that makes a big difference in what I just said. It was a dream situation just because when your SPR is so low and you called from the big blind, you're not necessarily guaranteed to double up, but you're getting such good value from your short stack anyway. But in this spot, he's still going to get value from this hand because the 10 hit the turn, and Mindaugas actually has to call here.
Yeah.
And this will very, very often go check, especially with a river card such as that. But it's possible Andres tries to sneak out some more value.
I think he will. Also blocking a 4 for the possible 3-4. And for any reason he would have that. But no, he will definitely seek some more value here for the 410 in the middle, I think. And then he would come with a little half pot size bet maybe. Or what do you say?
Yeah, I mean, I think anything like that, around 40 to 60% is basically what we're going to see here. Trying to go for some thinnish value, basically just targeting the 10, maybe the flop 6.
That's 200 and adding some more. Oh, he goes for the full. What's this? He's going to do it more than pot size.
This is interesting.
What? He's going 1.5x.
He is so polarizing, this.
Wow. That's surprising. That's a big one.
Wow.
What hands are you targeting here now, actually?
He's
Because-
targeting the 10 only.
Yeah. And with that
Because the betting
hand
started
really
on the
called-
turn. And the turn was called. The turn can call with the 6. The turn can call with the weak queen.
This is almost like you feel that some history involved here as well in this kind of polarizing, because this is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that these two have played together quite a bit over the past 3 days, just on random tables as well, on top of what we've maybe seen on stream. Not just today, even. Because in a vacuum, this is a clear fold. But if you're putting your opponent that he's bluffing, we don't know what the bet size is, but let's assume it's a pot size bet. Your opponent has to be bluffing 50-50 more or less.
Yeah, but it must have been like some almost 550, 600K that he bet.
It's too big of a risk for
Or
your
at least
stack.
500.
Although if he calls and he's right, he has a pretty big stack.
Yeah.
So it doesn't show the bet, but it did look like more than pot. And when he looks back, I'm pretty sure he's going to watch this hand just to find out if he made the right fold in this spot, because if he calls and he's correct, it actually guarantees him a spot on the final table unless something ridiculous happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But a fold it is, a correct one. And now we can see that the big blind is fairly committed now. Putting 100K in the middle and having some 200 behind. Less than that. And down to 14 players now, as you can see in the top right corner. So we lost 2 players on the outer table, right?
Do we have any information about the players that are at the table? There's a number of them that it's my first time seeing them, which is quite unusual. You know, usually I'll recognize at least half the table. And, you know, it's just a testament to the diversity that the Kings of Tallinn is bringing in, that it's always new faces coming in.
And we don't have a ton of information because now we actually just had the redraw before you joined, so many of these are new as well on the feature table. So we just have 2 of these played from the start of today.
What about the Swedes? Because Max I recognize, but Emil I don't actually.
No, me neither actually. I tried to get some information about him, but I haven't found anything. So Emil is no information known about him so far, and now he's all in, but it seems like there's no takers. But
wait for it. No.
No. Does not come along with the 10-5.
And Arson's another one that I don't recognize from the past.
No, me neither.
Andres I've seen around. I don't know so much about him. And Risto is the one I know the best, actually. Risto is a hardcore regular, local player.
Yeah.
A very good player, I have to say, which you can see evidence here. He's had some good results over the years as well. Mindaugas I obviously know from locally, but I don't know him like personally as a friend. I just know him from saying hello or playing at the table with him, you know, back in Vilnius.
Yeah, and we should update you for the players that we've lost the last few orbits here. Now, if you're a Finnish follower and rooting for them, unfortunately, in 17th place before the redraw, we lost Henri Antikainen, and now on the outer table of this one, we have lost Jari Kurika in 15th and Veli-Pekka Pentinen in 16th.
So it's been a Finnish disaster the last few spots.
Yeah, exactly. They still have
so Lithuania's got to be
Huttunen,
high.
though.
So they have a hope.
And Saimi Puljainen is still in.
But meanwhile, we have Max. I have to just assume he has chips still in front of him, it looks like. So I have to assume he just raised off the 11 big blind stack. That was a decision that I wanted to wait to see what he does from under the gun +1.
Yeah.
I'm actually, you know, it depends on the table for me. He only has 315. Yeah. That's an easy shove. It looked like he had 515 actually.
But as we said, the graphics are off, so it might for all of the players. So it might be that he had more. But
yeah, then it's not really an interesting spot. You know, it's an easy shove. If it's 11 bigs and you're under the gun +1, you have a decision to make, and it's very close whether you should be shoving or opening. And I do that myself based on who's at the table. If I have a bunch of players that like to 3-bet, I don't maybe mind 4-bet shoving. I don't know. You know, if I have a bunch of players, the one spot that I'm actually shoving is if I have a table where, you know, there's always 2 players calling behind no matter what, then I just shove.
So now this is the last hand before the break. We'll have a 15-minute break coming up after this hand. And let's see if we have some more action before we go on the first break of the day. For these players, we started on 25 players at noon, and now we're down to the final 14. And final table will consist of 9 players, so a bit more to go before we reach that stage.
Andres with the pocket rockets.
Oh,
he definitely doesn't have one. He's the one that caused the problems. He doesn't have 1.6 million. I don't care that you think, you know, he actually just has like 3 big blinds, so they're going in.
No, but Andres is in seat 1. You're putting Arsen.
Okay.
But Arsen has less, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So this is just...
Oh, mystery hand is all in, and he will definitely get snapped called by the aces, if that's the correct graphics.
Ace queen, too, so ace is looking even stronger.
Not sure where the aces went, but we see an ace queen. Okay, they're outside of the picture as well. Nice. And okay, we assume
diamond for the sweat. Oh, but it's an ace of diamonds in the other hand. So easy double up on the last hand before the break, Andreas, here for Andreas. So
no, but actually we should have an elimination. But there, okay, the graphics seems to be off here.
We don't know what's happening, I don't think, here. We just know that Andreas won the pot and the graphics were off. But anyway, we are going on break soon, and as Andreas said, they will be updating the chip counts.
All right. right. Yeah, as we come back quickly to the studio, this is Jason. Now you see him in picture as well, if you don't know who he was talking. And he just subbed the Rasmus, who is on a break, and then we'll be back for more action as well. But Jason, you're staying on, right, with me?
Yeah, I'm here until the end, actually. So Rasmus, if he wants to come back, he can relieve you, he can relieve me. We always love to have Rasmus's analysis. He's playing hardcore nonstop. We've had him in the booth before, and a good friend of Poker Pro as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Fun having him here, and fun having Jason back here with me as well. So let's go through a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back for the action of the final 14 of the 555 Championship. Bye for now.
Täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
I get the chance to truly be myself. I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music. I'm a maniac on the floor. I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get a million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas. I go out and buy a cowboy hat. I step into character. Then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call. My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with two hats. White hat is for loving people. I'm a maniac. Black hat is for taking everybody's chips. We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people. Respect from America. Crushed it. Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever. And if you love me, hold me tight. And you push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Yeah. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then two dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you, Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, this is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake, I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're the main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
That's us back here, Kings of Tallinn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you just joined us, this is the final day of the 555 No Limit Hold'em Championship being live streamed to you. It's the day 3, and this is White Sky and Jason Glatzer in the booth, taking you through the full day. We have a winner crown later tonight, but now we are on the final 14 players. 2 tables. And Jason, it's been you just joined me before the break, but you've seen some action already.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw a little bit of the action, but before that I was watching you and Rasmus, and quite a lot of good players left, not just on this table, but during the break we were eyeballing that other table, and we have Sami Pulinen, Algiris Vegas, and a few other also very good players remaining that likely we'll see one or more of them at the final table in not too much time.
Yeah, definitely so. So let's head back to the tables and continue the broadcast. This is our final 14, and this is the feature table. And then also, of course, one outer table. And then once we reach 9 players, we will consolidate them to a final table and play for the 52K up top. So nice prize pool in this, 608 runner total in a 555 tournament. So I mean, this festival is huge.
I mean, it's crazy when you think about how this whole progression went, right? So you start with the mini main. It was day 2 on Saturday. At the same time, you had opening flights running for the 350. But yet still the 350 got numbers with the day 2 happening on Sunday, and that's when you have the final opening fights of the 555, and the 555 still got more than 600 despite the fact that everybody was still playing the mini main and the 350.
Exactly. So they proved me wrong, because looking at the schedule, I was like, wow, this is going to collide. This is going to be, can you really fill them all? But they sure did.
And then there's like anywhere from 5 to 8 side events every day with 4 of them, awarding trophies. It's just obscene in a good way.
Yeah.
The amount of action, that's happening at the 2026 Kings of Tallinn.
Definitely. I think once it's in the books, will be the biggest one ever, because this is just, as you said, I mean, already from the slow start, as it was called, like the Thursday last week was down in the casino, just building up, and that was huge as well. Filled the casino totally, and then we've been upstairs here in the ballroom area since Friday, and just not only are we just halfway through, we're just building and building. As Emil now comes with the race on the new blinds of 30-60, and he made it Quite a big one from the small blind attacking his countryman, Max.
It was
Two
blind
Swedes.
versus blind, so
Yeah.
the raise size was fine,
Makes
I
sense,
think.
yeah.
You can even limp and 3-bet shove there, or shove, or raise. I'm actually maybe even raising a little bit more there to 3x. The difference being you're playing post-flop out of position as well, and you want to rep that you have some strong hands.
And this is the chip count of our feature table, and hopefully now we have all the correct numbers here, because we had a bit off before the break with the chip count, but it's been corrected, we are told. And 2.8 million now, and aces.
Only aces for Mindaugas, and it explains Mindaugas' easy fold with the king 10 before. Actually, you know, he already has a final table stack.
Yeah.
There's no reason to decimate it on a questionable call.
True that.
But he certainly will be raising here. Oh, and Glenn Brown is back announcing mystery bounties in the 1100 day 2 of the mystery bounty. You can hear his voice in the background.
Yep, if you hear someone screaming in the background, it's not us. It's Glenn. It's always going to be Glenn if someone is loud, right?
Yeah. I think Arson
Maybe
is fortunate
Frank, yeah.
this isn't suited, though, Wise Guy, because
Oh,
that
yeah.
could have been a 3-bet shove candidate, and as is, it's a fold, and he agrees with that.
Yeah.
It would have been the bottom end of that, potentially, with a lot of ICM pressure at this stage, but for Max, it's going to be
Yeah.
showers. I mean, you have 300,000,
Yeah, of
it's
course.
unfortunate. It's 5 big blinds in the small blind, so 5.5 big blinds. But there's only one move to make.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Even if he had twice or 3 times as much, it's the same move.
It's more or less just taking his time to maybe get the big blind along as well, but he'll be in trouble once he gets back to Mindaugas. And here we have the all-in from Max.
Oh my, Risto now saying,
Oof.
what's going on here?
Wow. Oh. This
hope
is trouble.
It's not going to be too much trouble, because he's either going to flat and play 9s as if they were deuces, more or less, or I don't see him. I mean, I've seen Risto play, and I don't see him blowing up his stack at this stage against Mindaugas. I think he
No.
would rather.
You're right.
I think it's going to be call, and I won't be surprised if he even just folds it here. If he shoves, I will be surprised, but that's the natural instinct to do. You look down, you have a strong pocket pair, but Risto is not an everyday player. And he is thinking about it, so let's see. He's doing something a little bit different. He's not shoving. He's
Ouch.
just, but I think that's all it's going to cost him.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
The problem is Mindaugas might just call here, and then you've loaded the pot, playing out of position with 9s against an infinite range.
What a spot. You have 2.7 million. You're racing under the gun with the aces. You get 3-bet shoved, and you get 4-betted from the big blind to 550K. Trying to keep his composure, right?
Yeah, and it just looks too strong if you just call. I think actually shoving here, where 5-betting something a non-shove size is going to be looking weaker than.
Yeah, because normally
just a
Risto
raise.
has an even stronger hand than he
Or a
actually
call.
does. So,
Yeah.
I mean, normally he has 10s and jacks or up, and now it's with the 9s, but still this is, I mean, Mindaugas would be happy just to take
He
the
is all in.
side bet right pot right away. And
I like this.
Yeah.
And now we can see what Risto will do. Did Risto snap fold?
Yeah, he's
he
folded.
snap
Yeah,
folded.
snap.
Okay, so he had a plan. It was
Yeah,
similar to what I
yeah.
said. It was just with he lost a little bit extra with his style of the plan, but he
Yeah.
got the information he was looking for.
So we have one guy who doesn't want to see a 9 on this flop or board.
Or if he sees a 9, he hopes to see an ace as well.
So Max from Sweden risking his seat in the tournament versus Mindaugas aces, and he's behind. So Max really needs to find some help, and shortly we will see a flop coming right here. Oh, look at this one!
Oh my
and
God.
all spades. So still a lot of outs
And
for
it's a 9
Mindaugas.
as well. So
Wow, it is. Oh, look, and the board pairs.
Another
So,
king
yeah.
is still alive now. So 2 kings and 2 aces.
Wow, and it's not to be. Look at that for a more than double up.
Wow, and Risto
triple
must
up.
be shaking his head because of the side pot would have been pretty massive. But I mean, he made the right play. So.
Yeah, he did. But
if only he was not as good of a player and he just shoved those nines, he would be looking a little bit different.
Exactly, he would. So Mindaugas can actually be happy that it turned out the way it did, because he gets to pick up a little side pot and doesn't lose any chips almost on that one. Still on 2.7, but look at Max now, 1.1 million as the triple up gets him there, and Arsen and Emil is just now the shorter stacks on this feature table. Risto still left with 1.2, so absolutely no danger on the roof so far. And just battling it out up top, Jeven and Mindaugas with the biggest stack on this table.
And the two Swedes on the table still, so I think we have to move one of them to the other table or have them be eliminated, because it seems like an unfair advantage at the moment.
But did you see the Olympics that the Swedes are hot now? Triple crown in the sprint for the ladies. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations. No, I haven't been keeping up because we're so busy at the Kings of Tallinn, and when we're not busy with poker, we're busy playing poker.
Yeah, exactly. No, I actually managed to see the race in the break we had. So, 1, 2, 3 for the Swedish ladies. But of course, in the men's event, Klæbo was winning by miles. So also Norway, congratulations to another gold, as Jeven now with the ace-king comes racing. We're on a 30-60K, so minimum is 120, but he makes it 150.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's still at a 2.5x raising size. Was he doing that earlier, have you noticed?
No, actually, he just came to the table 15 minutes before the break, so he did it once, but so it seems to be like his normal size, but it just
everybody has something they're comfortable with. So you know, at later stages, it seems like a lot of people more leaning towards the min bet, me as well. And then early stages, it varies quite a lot depending on who's at your table, if you want a pot build, etc.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes more sense if he was attacking a smaller stack in the big blind and didn't want them to come along easy. But this time he's attacking the chip leader, but comes away with...
Yeah, you don't really want to be doing that actually against the chip leader, but because if you're 3-bet, you know, that's the one player you don't cover at the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it seems like we have another paparazzi coming, Jason.
Oh,
for
the
us
real
in the booth.
paparazzi.
Yeah, the real one. Glenn was the fake photographer. Now we have Lenka.
Yes.
Shooting our profile picture. Do you need one new one for LinkedIn?
I need a new one in general. Lenka's the only one that knows how to take a good picture of me, but not when I'm paying attention to that she's here. So
exactly.
It's usually like when she's capturing me, when I can't see her, she's like this hidden wizard that can be like in any corner, and then all of a sudden the next day I look and like, how did you take that picture?
Now, Jason, queens for Arsen, small stack.
One move and one move only.
Exactly. And here we go. Chips are not flying in.
And we have double paparazzi because we have the pleasure of having the Kings of Tallinn tournament director, Olivier, also watching the action.
Yeah, he doesn't get enough of poker, you know. On his little break here, he comes watches the stream as well. Love the engagement.
And he doesn't know. He's not used to seeing people with cards that actually read the cards. He's only used to seeing them face down until the action is over.
And of course, we're following this hand. But when we have Olivier by our side, we should remind you that it's okay. We might have to talk about the player party in a little bit, because now we'll have a big hand brewing here with, of course, Mindaugas not only calling from the small blind here. He'll be racing, and he's looking over at the small stack of Arsen.
It's strange
and
Arsen
casually,
didn't shove to
like
begin
a
with.
Bit of hundreds.
Yeah, Arsen should have probably had his chips in the middle as a raise, but now it's certainly going to be that way. Mindaugas is going to raise, and if the big blind doesn't wake up with anything, it's just a shove, actually.
Andres had to fold the eights quickly, but cards on their back.
He folded eights.
Yeah.
Like that was a snap.
Yeah, but they are 2.2 million each.
Yeah.
So what's he going to do? Mindaugas makes it a casual million with. So, yeah, nothing to do with those eights. But now we have a race again then. Slightly favorite for Mindaugas to eliminate Arsen, but we'll see what happens. Oh,
not anymore.
That's the ace.
So looking good for Arsen to be a chip millionaire himself.
No, this is Mindaugas with the ace king.
Oh, and Mindaugas with the ace king.
Yes.
That's right.
So we're looking to elimination. Yes, we do. And it's the Ukrainian Arsen who unfortunately has to leave us in 14th place for some 3K plus payment at least. And as Olivier walks away, we have to remind you that the player party on Sunday, he will be playing as well. And we're not talking about poker. He'll be on the stage, on the big stage with the VIP crew band. Televira is back, and Jarkko and Olivier will be there playing the drums and the bass, I think, for Olivier, right?
They did a dress rehearsal. Glenn was at it, and there's a video either out or coming out that you could check out a little bit of a preview of what those guys are doing. But we went right into the fact that I had the perfect line when Arsen went out, saying that he lit his stack on fire, but I couldn't get that in time. But we have lost one of the two Ukrainians left in the field.
Yeah, we have.
And Yevgen Sukov is still in with a good stack, as we could see at this table. But Arsen collected 3,500.
35 even, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Arsen Petruin.
So still 7 times the money, or maybe more, because he could have been in through a satellite, of course. I know there were a lot of satellites entries in this one. So.
But if he bought in 6 times,
he's
in
then
the profit.
Even.
No, he has profit.
Oh, still has, yeah. True.
We can needle, I think, was it Rasmus that bought in 6 times? We can needle Rasmus when he's back in the booth a little bit.
Did he in this one?
Yeah, but, I mean, he had a deep run. He
it
took
didn't come
34th
up.
place.
Why didn't you mention that when he was here? All right, so Arsen was actually our 13th place finisher, but on the other table we lost Irmantas Bzekis.
Oh, okay.
Just before him, so that's
well.
why we had the pay jump. And I thought he'd get 3.1, but he actually got 3.5 since he just made the pay jump, Arsen.
So I guess we only have 3 Lithuanians left out of the remaining 12 players. Only a quarter of the players are Lithuanian. I'm not sure what's happening. It should be more.
And only 2 Finns. I mean, 2 Swedes and 2 Finns. I mean, you normally see 8
and 2
Finns and 0 Swedes.
1 player from Germany, and Martin Zobel, who's on the outer table.
Yeah.
And Andreas Kovalovs, who we see waving the Latvian flag here on the feature table, is representing his country. So it's all Baltic and Scandinavian countries left.
Yeah.
Well, Germany as well, but
yeah.
we can consider them partly Baltic.
I think he lives here, or at least used to. The German guy.
Martin?
Yeah. I think he used to sometime.
Sometimes he has an Estonian flag,
yeah?
actually, so you're right. So we can consider him Baltic as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
we'll do that for now.
Baltic, and I'm not originally from the Baltics.
But it's fun to see, actually, as a Swede, a lot of Swedes here. It's just been building a lot the last few years with Swedes coming here. And now, you know, the state casinos in Sweden are closed, so there's no legal way to play poker in Sweden anymore. And this is an easy either plane or a ferry ride to come here to Tallinn and play, and they are really showing up and already won 2 titles on this stop, I think. At least I know Thomas Grass took down an event the other day, but I don't think...
Yeah, that was, I think, the PLO high-low.
Yeah.
4-5.
Yeah, well, actually, I think that's the only trophy so far, sorry, because I know Patrick Falk was heads up the other day, but he got 2nd place, so maybe only one.
I think it was one of his first times of playing poker.
Really?
Falk, yeah. I remember... Here, gets Christopher talk to him, our Poker Pro reporter. He was interested, and he's always interested in Swedes that he doesn't know yet.
Yeah. I think he was here during the No Filter, though. I'm not sure, maybe.
That's possible.
Yeah.
But speaking of No Filter, that's one of the reasons that we have a lot of Swedes coming as well. Munir has done a fantastic job with that tour. And that's a nice segue into the fact that we have big news, Andreas. That big No Filter poker documentary that was produced throughout the week here, along with before at the activities that they had pre-event.
Yeah.
It's being released on Poker Pro World and also the No Filter YouTube channels.
Oh, really?
At around 5 o'clock today.
Today?
Yes.
Wow.
So you'll be able to check that out as well.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that one. I know they
shout
had
out
a
to
little
the guys
preview
at
down
Poker News, Liam and the crew. They're the ones that actually, put all that together.
Yeah.
We're just, we're happy to publish it.
Cool. Yeah, I've been waiting for that one because I know Munir told me that he was showcasing it during the EPT Prague, just like a preview thing, but I couldn't make it, so I haven't seen it yet. And ask him, Munir, when does it come online? And now it's happening.
And you're in it, actually.
I might suspect I am, right?
You're wearing clothes.
Oh, that's good.
Because it is No Filter. I have to kind of make sure that that's out there. Everybody's wearing clothes, including Wise Guy.
Everyone. All right.
Everyone in the video is wearing clothes.
Okay.
They may have
Maybe
not
the
been wearing
cameraman
clothes.
doesn't.
Yeah, the cameraman was probably naked, but everybody else was fully dressed.
All right. That's not how I remember the festival. But now we're concentrating on the Max and Yevon hand, which has Yevon flopping the gut shot and not much then backdoors for Max. He checks it. Back to Yevon with the bigger stack, probably taking a stab, right?
He should. It's his flop. I know it's a button and button's range is wide, but Queen Jack X big blind is
even wider range.
Yeah, I mean he has to 3-bet shove all like the stronger hands though. So there's a lot of queens that are going to be missing from his range. So it's a pretty safe bet actually.
Yeah, small 100 into the 330.
And there's no reason for Max to really continue with just the backdoors that he has.
Exactly.
Even if he doesn't think his opponent has a queen very often, it just doesn't make sense to take that risk at this stage.
And for me, it's just going to hurt a little bit seeing Max folded my favorite hand of all times.
9-7 suited is your
Yes,
favorite?
yes, especially in
I'm trying to
hearts.
figure out how you do a 9. I thought maybe 9-6 suited.
6-7. Now it should be 6-7, right?
6-7 suited, yeah.
6-7. But it's not.
Meanwhile, Max is not snap folding this. Okay, he does come to the fold. He looks a little frustrated now, Max. Breathe in. You know, nothing you did wrong there. You have
No,
chips. You have
absolutely.
almost 15 big blinds. That's not nothing at this stage.
Absolutely not. With 12 players remaining, all fighting for the 53K up top. And next player out will get 3-5. 3,510, I think it was, right? And final table consists of
No, 3,500 even, but
okay.
and then there'll be a jump after the next elimination up to 4,050. So right now is actually an interesting time for all the players where they should tighten up a little bit or play a little bit slower when they have a hand, hoping there's a bust out at the other table.
yeah.
You know, that's, I would say, soft angle shooting because it's not really an angle shoot because the TDs will put a shot clock on you if they think you're abusing it, but softly abuse is okay. And they even recommend it, I would say, at this stage because it's a €550 pay jump. That's a full buy into this event.
Yeah.
Over time, having those little bit of extras on the short stack do add up over the course of a poker career quite a lot. The bigger stack should try to be playing as fast as possible and putting pressure on everybody at this stage.
Yeah, and
until
screaming.
the final table is reached.
Screaming ICM it for poor people and so on.
Yeah, and maybe, but they should still stay clothed because you know we're streaming in front of a live studio audience.
Exactly, we are.
Live streamed audience.
Yeah, and we're actually seated just outside the big ballroom when these players are on the stage, and we have a big field of players just in front of us as well, because this is another event ongoing with like 20 odd tables.
I think it's the 350 deep stack that should be over there.
Yeah.
I mean that's getting pretty big. We should see how many are in that while we're talking about it. The seniors event is happening as well, but that can't be this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's already 174 entries in that with like an hour and a half of late reg still open. That's going to be massive.
Yeah.
The seniors event, which is an inaugural event, never held before during a Kings of Tallinn, 555 buy-in, already 58 entries.
Wow, that's
well, to be
bigger
fair,
than
it's
I
not going to
thought.
get too much bigger than that because
No,
they have
still.
this level, they have a break that's ending,
Yeah.
and then they have one more level, and it's closed pretty much at the top of the hour.
Yeah, but at least 60 plus players in the 555 seniors is nice, right?
132 in a free buy.
Jason, are you eligible to play the seniors?
I am eligible. I did play one seniors in Vegas, not this past December, but before. And I crossed it off my bucket list, soft bubbling.
Ah, of course. Look at this guy coming back here towards the booth. Is he playing or not yet, Mr. Lundström? Rasmus, have you entered the tournament yet? Going to right now.
So good luck to Rasmus.
Yeah. And all diamonds on the board here if we get back to the table when Risto and Mindaugas are playing a blind versus blind pot. And not much for Mindaugas. But Risto with the Jack of Diamonds. Fold to the small bet of Aristo, so he's over the million still, 1.1. And Daugas 3.2, and our overall chip leader should be, at least, if nothing spectacular has happened on the outer table. I think the biggest stack there is about 2.5 as well. But Mindaugas 3.2, and Emil Göransson now the shortest stack on this table, and his fellow Swede Max with 14 big blinds are the shortest two currently on this table, with 12 players remaining, and we're playing it all the way to the end today. Sometime later tonight we will have a champion of this event, but we will reach the final table once we're down to 9 players. And Emil now, look at this, for a short stack hand. Just a question of whether you want to raise or shove. He has less than 10 bigs, so I'm expecting a shove here, the hijack position, but choice is his. We saw him fold sixes in an earlier spot with blind versus blind being shoved on, but he ain't folding this time. First in, just, yeah, that's the shove. So it should be 515k. Let's see what the other guys to his left might wake up with. Risto definitely not getting involved with the ace deuce. Mindaugas with a weak, rather weak ace.
Should be a fold, actually. Yep. You're tempted to call just because of short stack shove, but at this stage he shouldn't be shoving so light.
And no takers for Emil, so he has to settle for stealing the blinds and ante.
Which is perfect for him. He chips up 150,000. You know, you're getting called. If you get called, it's usually bad news, unless you're called by an ace, jack, king, queen type of situation.
And now, if you were wondering earlier who we were talking about, the paparazzi, she just steps off stage now to our left. Lenka, that's the main photographer for the event. And you can find all of her pictures where, Jason?
You can find them in a lot of places. So first there's a OlyBet Flickr album, but you know that might not be your thing. And what I'd recommend you do is go to OlyBet Poker on Facebook and Instagram. Click that like and follow button, and it's not just the pictures that you'll see there, but you'll see all the videos and the stories and whatnot too. So it's quite good on the audiovisual side, this event. I do recommend you check that out. And of course, Christopher Carlin and his reporting is also including the photos where you can read about a bit of what's happening and get the flavor of the event that you can't see in the pictures and videos.
Perfectly.
But Mindaugas with another ace, but this time it's an unopened pot, so it's an easy button open.
125, I think he made it. Yeah.
So pretty much a min, and Yevhen should be defending pretty wide. This is within the range.
And those are the two biggest stacks on the table as well, going up against the flop together. And swing and a miss, so ace high is good enough, and probably continuing and taking it down. No, checks behind. Gives a gut shot for the 6 on the turn for Yevhen.
Yevhen may take a stab after it went check check. He's looking down his chips, which is usually a sign that the hand is going to go on the chip soon.
And what's that? Is it a pig or was it a little card protector thing?
We'll have to now it's being blocked. We'll have to take a closer look.
Get back to that. Gets away with it. Nice one.
So I think Mindaugas missed a bet there on the flop. I agree with you that you just start continuing, you know, close to 100% of the time until the final table.
Yeah, I mean, with the big stack and a paired board, an open button, I'm surprised
I
to
think
see.
the board could have been anything, and you're just, you know, there are some boards where you're checking, but I think I would be betting about 90% of the boards.
Yeah, new dealer coming in. Next hand will follow shortly.
Of course, I'm not a GTO wizard such as Rasmus. My ROI is definitely lower than his in terms of hold'em, but at least it is a positive one. And I have more focus on, the pot in Omaha lately. online. I'm playing a lot of pot limit Omaha and high-low especially.
Yeah.
And of course, in the live format, any mixed game around, I want to see if I have time to play.
Yeah, we had a point some month ago when you were sending me screenshots of one online tournaments, like not
I got
daily,
bored of doing
hourly.
it. Yeah, I got bored of doing it. I mean, it's it's the ROI in PLO 8 is
Was
over
too
100% right now, over 1,500 tournaments. It's really
Wow.
I don't know if it's a statistical anomaly or if I know something somebody else doesn't, which I find hard to believe.
Might be. You might crack the system. In Daugas now with another ace. Looking towards the blinds, and the guy to his left decides to lay this one down. And Andre is already out, so it's blind versus blind. Yevon with the 4-3 off, eyeing the smaller stack of Emil. I don't think Emil has looked at his cards yet, but yeah, King 8 would have been
an
good
interesting
enough.
spot, yeah.
Yeah.
If he was shoved on, it's really close.
I think Emil, with the history I've seen, he would have folded because he folded sixes. when
That's
he
right,
got
but
yeah,
but he had more chips then.
he had more. Yeah, but still, he has more now than he had then. So
Stack is bigger, but effective stack, I think,
Maybe about the
would have been
same,
different. Yeah, same.
and seems like we've lost another player, Jason, on the outer table.
Yeah,
Number
it's-
12. Do we have an update?
It's somebody wearing a local flag, Alexander Latikas from Estonia.
Oh, that was actually Rasmus' teammate.
So unfortunate for Rasmus, but out in 12th for 3,500. But that is good news for the remaining 11 players because they're now 550 euros richer.
Wow.
So they're locked in 4,050 euros. Of course, there's a very massive 53,520 euro top prize awaiting the winner and 35K for second. So, we may see that evened out as well, depending on who winds up heads up. Deal making is allowed at the Kings of Tallinn, but you do need to leave 10% of the remaining prize pool to be played for in the trophy, so it's not that we're going to see shenanigans.
No, exactly. That's how the rules are.
Avoid shenanigans.
Are you a fan of those kind of the rules for the deals, or?
I believe that is the fairest way to balance both the integrity of the tournament and winding up with a legitimate winner.
Yeah, I think so.
Because if you don't allow deal making on their own, I've seen so many countless problems where people go back on their word because then they might make a deal, in the bathroom, or they might make a deal on the break.
Yeah.
It's so much cleaner when it's done by the casino, and then I understand the need to be able to crown a legitimate trophy champion. Everybody's getting everybody's being crowned the champion that wins one of the side events, main events. So you don't want that to just come up for a deal. You don't want them to just wind up flipping for the trophy. So I do like it for this particular event. But if you're talking about whether I'm coming up for a daily, of course I want there to be deals allowed. For the first reason, if they're not allowed, it doesn't make sense. And second, it's typically friendly games. Sometimes they run late, and you want to be able to have the ability to make a deal at any stage.
Sure, yeah.
Online, sometimes I make a deal just because we're too deep, and it would take away from EV of not opening up another table type of stuff as well if it's an evenly matched affair. But there's an art to deal making too, but I don't use that art to exploit.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Max making a move here. We thought he was being a little bit tight, but it's King 3 from the small blind, and Risto putting most of his stack at risk with sixes. That should make you proud, Andreas. You were not so happy to see sixes fold before.
Exactly, but we haven't seen him call yet. No, but I mean in a blind versus blind spot.
We're talking about Risto Parnat. I don't think he's folding
bigs.
here.
No, I don't think so either. Just checking, but we can see that he's slightly covering. And there's the call, so
He is not happy about it, but he has to make it.
And Max is not happy either, but
he does have some hope and dreams alive, though.
Yeah, but Risto is in good shape with sixes. Maybe he thought it was going to be flipping, but it's better than that. And We'll see whether one of the two remaining Swedes will now leave the tournament. He needs help, the King 3 of Max. And there's no help for him. Yeah, backdoor clubs possible as well. We've seen one of those.
Straight, but then the set has to...
Oh, no! More outs as the 3 of club for Max would give him a flush with any club, or an ace or a king.
Sit back down,
the
Max. Sit back
king.
down.
It's that king for Max. He's been on his way, on his bike 3 times.
He had his
having
ollie
to sit
boost,
down.
sorry. He was chugging it down, so he wouldn't have to even carry the can out.
But, no, there's no...
But that's unfortunate for Risto. We both like the call there. Now Risto is really on fumes. He's going to have to make a comeback of his own, and if his hand is able to hold there, the outer table is probably happy about this. And you're dealing with a very formidable player with a very decent stack who is willing to cause some trouble.
Yeah, and you see in the background that the average stack is 1.6. So I mean, Risto had 1 million. So I mean, being shoved on blind versus blind. He wasn't short, but he was still only on 15 bigs. So I think that call makes sense, totally sense, and unfortunate for him. He was beaten by Max's king on the river and down to 3 bigs now for Risto. He has to put half of that, 1/2 blind in for the small blind now. So expect him to be all in with almost any 2 in the next hand, hoping to start his way back. But 11 players left, including Risto. So we might be on the final table bubble soon, but Risto is not out yet.
No, but I think he's going to have to get a stack in this hand from the small blind.
Yeah. But it will not be Andres who will be competing with him. It will not be Yevon. What about Emil? Seems like he folded as well.
You're making some bold predictions.
Yeah. I'm also going to say it's not going to be Max then, because he knows Risto is almost committed, so he's not going to do anything with the Jack 6 as Risto now.
You could just call here, actually, if you want to, but I think he's going to shove it. Yeah, we might as well, because it's going to probably get in anyway.
And of course, our chip leader has to call any 2, and this is an ace for him, so it's in good shape.
It's a bit of a coin flip, though, 9-10 against ace-deuce. So Risto, if he doubles up here, we're looking at already getting back in with 8.5 bigs. So
yeah, sure.
We're rooting, I like him in Dogas, but I'm rooting for Risto, actually. We're not supposed to root for people, but go Risto.
No, you're fine. You can root for whoever you want. I just stay neutral, but I'll see a gut shot for the ace-deuce. So Risto down to 20% equity now, and that's the killer.
No more equity at all.
At all, unfortunately. The
needle.
Rub it in, right? Risto Parno of Estonia is eliminated, and to the right in picture now we have Christopher Carlin, who is live reporting. We talked about him earlier, so now you have a face for him as well as he walks away from down to the outer table. And he can just confirm that Mindaugas is now about 4 million rich. We're not talking euros, but we're talking chips. And looking good for him as we're now down on the final table bubble.
Wait a minute, Andres. We're not playing in 1973 when every chip has a monetary value?
Those were the days. Actually, me and Christopher, because he was asking me yesterday, what's the oldest data you think we can find, the caches on the Hendon mob? And we tracked down, Puggy Pearson and Doyle Brunson and stuff like that. And we had some caches.
There's a few from the early 70s you can find.
Yeah,
from those
and those
times.
exactly those that you mentioned, where the buy-in was exactly the total price pool was the same as the total amount to buy in. So
even my first WSOP experience, it was probably about 20 years ago.
Yeah,
I think
then
2005.
10K, right?
If you're paying $1,500 for the buy-in, you're getting $1,500 in starting chips.
That
actually.
was my first year as well.
But I was playing mostly cash games. I was living partly in Vegas at that stage as well. I wasn't playing that many tournaments back when I had a different life.
And what happens in Vegas and so on. But Yevon now, 125 race. And Mindaugas, expect him to, although out of position, might be not
against this particular
best
player.
No,
I
exactly.
mean, he can 3-bet here, but it's not going to go well beyond that. But we also need to say that Risto collected that 4,050 euros. The next prize is the same. And then it's not just a final table bubble, but they get a 700 euro pay jump to 4,750 for ninth place.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, the 9s are far ahead on the 10-10-3 flop. Mendugas opting to play it safer with a call. A 3-bet could have been interesting. Then, you know, we could have had the leveling war start on this kind of flop, but there's not going to be any of that here. It's going to go check, bet, fold, and Yevgen now evening up pretty close to Mendogas.
Yeah, absolutely. Big stacks, both of them, with almost double average, as their average now raised to 1.8 million when we had the elimination of Risto, and this is our 5
That's what Max has.
feature table. Yeah, Max is spot on the average now, actually, and he's been short stacked all day, so he'll be happy with those 30 big blinds now. Emil also short stacked all day, but still surviving, and now has 11 bigs, so in no way out of this one.
And as a reminder, when the final table is reached, they're going to do a full redraw. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see where these big stacks and small stacks line up. It's all random.
Ooh, look at this for the short stack we were talking about.
Hello. You have 2 choices still. It's 11 bigs.
Last time
I
he
prefer
chose
shove.
to, yeah, he did that last time, but now looking at the race, I think, because last time he had about 9 bigs, now he has 11, might be, but he's just racing here now. That's 200, that's 220, I think.
Maybe trying to make his ace king look into something like aces or kings, but
220 was the bet, yes, and Mindaugas is out. So is Andres, and the big blind then, Yevgen will not be.
okay. So wouldn't have
coming
mattered
along.
actually, but you put yourself in a weird spot sometimes if you're not shoving.
Yeah.
And especially if you're not min raising. This 1/3 your stack I don't understand as much as even 2/3 your stack, or
yeah.
min raise or shove.
Yeah, but he at least gets the blinds and the ante, and now he has to put in just that.
Maybe a pot limit Omaha player thinking I'm going to bet the pot pre-flop,
Yeah, maybe.
and then I have to fold to a flop that I don't hit.
Yeah, I think I have to, once we will have a break for the final table, if Emil is still in, I think I'll have to have a little chat with the 2 Swedes to get some information, because I'm not too familiar with them. I myself have been living outside of Sweden for the last 7 years, so I haven't played in the local scenes. So I'm assuming they are players from Stockholm or some other area that plays a lot on the club scene, but let's have a chat with maybe all the final table players just to get some more information.
It's going to be hard because of the delay, so they're actually going to be playing.
You are right.
We might be able to catch it if they give them a nice 40-minute break to set up the final table, but I don't think that's going to happen.
No, but actually we do have a little teaser after the break. Scott Kenyon might be joining us in the booth.
Oh, yeah?
So maybe I'll step out and have a little chat with some players.
We could do some tag teaming. Rasmus came back to asking if he's like, I can come back at 5 and stay till the end. I'm like, wait a minute, we have jobs to do.
But wasn't he playing?
No, he's playing something, but I forget what exactly he was saying. But I told him, today it would be, if you can come back, you can come back, but don't expect that you're going to be here till the end.
Yeah, exactly. No, but
we'll have him back throughout the whole week. It's great to have Rasmus, and the problem with coordinating is if you're coordinating with players as guest commentators, they're very often going to prioritize their playing, as they should,
of
over
course
being in the booth. So.
But it's always
and
fun,
for
as you
the
said.
future days, we do need to nail down some times with some guests, because there's a lot of interesting people here that you guys are going to want to hear and see.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people with a lot of insights, and those guys who are more into the statistics and the GTOs and all that kind of stuff. Even though you have apparently solved PLO now, but
PLO high-low.
High-low, okay, yeah. So
PLO, my ROI is not as good, but
all
it's still
right.
positive. Better than Hold'em.
Is there any high-low event here now then for you?
There is tomorrow, actually. There was already. There was a mixed PLO, high-low.
Yeah, I saw that one.
But then there's a better one in my head, a mixed Sviten and PLO, high-low, but it's at 2 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll have to see. It's going to be a game time decision. I may be able to late enter it. I may be able to play from the start. But I am running a company at the same time, and we have also the media over here, which is going to be top priority because we want to make sure that we're delivering as good material as possible for you guys that couldn't attend, and even for you guys here. You know, when you're playing, you can't see everything that's happening outside. There's a lot going on at the Kings of Tallinn. As we alluded to before last break, the GG Poker Spin and Go Arena, it opened today at 4 o'clock. Opens today at 4 o'clock, so in about 7 minutes.
5 minutes. Yeah, 7 minutes. Okay, Mr. Precise.
And then you called me that I'm not the statistical guy.
My bad.
No, but I'm not actually, to be fair, studying based off solvers, but I study certain spots with friends that are breaking sometimes stuff down with solvers using, let's say, the intuition that I'm providing them. So to say that I never consult a solver would be a fallacy, but to say that I let it dictate the general flow of how I'm approaching the game,
yeah,
I'm not on that level the same way as, let's say, Dominic Nietzsche, obviously, you know, is using that quite a lot and incorporating everything into his game. I play for fun. I'm glad that I can make money with my hobby, and I take more pride over the fact that I'm better at some of the other games than, let's say, 99% of poker players. Hold'em, you know, there's a lot of people that can make money doing it.
Yeah. Now then, interesting spot here now because Max just limped in the small blind with the Queen Jack and Ace for Mindaugas, but he checks back. So those guys goes to the flop with a bit of undervalued hands. And it's the Queen in the window, which is good for Max, of course.
Let's see what Mindaugas does here, because Max is very often going to check here.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to go bet fold.
Yeah.
But I think if it checked over, he would try to rep this flop, actually. It's pretty disgusting for most ranges, so, you know, you could feel pretty good about betting that flop, even in a limp pot situation. But Mindaugas is thinking, is Max thinking the same thing, and maybe my ace high is good.
Ah, he comes
and
along.
He did actually call, at least for now. I don't think he's going to be spewing his stack away with just ace high. The king on the turn doesn't make things any prettier for either player and may slow down the action. It is a blind on blind versus situation, so Max probably feels he's still ahead, but that doesn't mean you bet here, because what is calling you is another story, and if it goes check check here with the dry river, you could try to get some value out of a river. But Max has other ideas. He's reaching for chips. And it's going to be a cheeky bet, it looks like,
yeah,
of 175.
Yeah. And now maybe Mindaugas gives it up.
Yeah, it's like he's not quite priced in.
No.
But if Mindaugas does call and an ace comes, it's kind of on Max at that situation. I think if you're betting, you bet a little bigger. But he's worried about the king too much and not targeting the 8 or a weaker queen.
Yeah.
But well done by Max. He was able to get value out of the flop. I didn't see that one coming.
No, not really. That's true.
And Andreas, should we? Are we going to have a time during whenever we have this final table reach? Maybe we do a quick draft, me and you, or we can even involve Scott if he's coming in. We each take 3 players.
A fantasy for the final table.
Yeah, we have to stay away from the other room before we do it.
Yeah.
Because maybe the final table will start in that 30-minute delay. But right now we still have 10 players left. I'm talking about when the final table is reached.
Yeah.
Because then we can take a look also at the chip stacks and who is doing what on the outer tables.
Now we have sitting out here on 10 players final table bubble.
Quite an unorthodox move, but he is the chip leader, so he can afford to miss a hand or two. If I wasn't on TV table, I could run to the bathroom in this spot, knowing it's not going to cost me anything.
True that. Now Max with an ace in position on the button and
But what's going on here? Why is there another camera on us? I don't want to be filmed, actually, Scott, to be fair.
There is Mr. Kenyon here with his live stream.
But why are we being live streamed? I am not prepared to be on camera. I have a voice for radio, not for TV.
You have to tell him. Go put a little tape on his recorder.
But I'm going to need to step out, actually, if that's approved.
No, we're going to talk to him, but... So now then, Andres and Max went to the flop, and 8 high doesn't favor anyone, but he has a 6. Sorry, I missed that first. Max has actually hit the 6, but
I'm surprised he checked back there.
Yeah.
Now I don't think it's going to be a check back, but maybe Andres is going to try to rep that 6 from the big blinds.
Might be, yeah.
Andres trying to hide his mouth and neck, as is Max, to be fair. I think players make too much of that at these stakes, you know, getting tells from these kind of things, to be fair. Same with the sunglasses. Sunglasses, I can understand at a TV table, to be fair, just because it's actually very bright on the TV table.
It is, yeah.
And I have worn sunglasses with a very light lens before. You could still see my eyes, so it's not like they're perfect, but it's more done so that I'm comfortable not to hide myself.
Now we have some floor man here discussing with the players. I'm not sure whether... No, it seems like we've not reached the final table.
Maybe they're going hand for hand now, though. Maybe the other table is being much slower. They typically do not do hand for hand at final table bubbles here in Tallinn unless that actually happens.
Yeah.
If one
exactly.
table is
They're
getting
just
3
soft,
hands in, when you get 2,
soft hand by hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it may have been wait for them to finish and, you know, we'll stay. So they do a very good job of that here.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, blinds are up to 40K, 80K, so this should be a shove, but it is not. Opting to raise 2.5x of his 8 big blind stack is Emil. Especially from under the gun, where you could be kind of playing that out of position. In this spot, it doesn't really matter what he did. A shove or a raise to 200K would be the same, but even a min raise, you know, you could have maybe got more value from. You know, if you're looking to try to get like pumped up value from your 9s, and that's why you're raising bigger, I would even then suggest to just min raise if you want to play your 9s post flop.
Yeah.
Because the blinds are so big that you're not going to get too many, you know, at this stage, you're not going to get those random, I'm calling, you know, from the cutoff with Jack 10 suited. That's probably going quickly into the muck off a small stack min raise. And the big blind defends, so be it. But I still prefer a shove in that spot, Andreas.
Yeah, I can agree with that, absolutely. So still 10 players in. It's 40,000, 80,000 blind level now, if you haven't mentioned that. 9 minutes back, and we are on 40 minutes level. So we will be soon on a final table. Probably, it might take some time, but it's most likely happening soon, since the blind's just gone up and we have a lot of short stacks on the table. So right now, still playing on 10, and I think seems like the action has stalled a bit on the outer table. It might be that they're doing hand by hand and they're just waiting for this hand to finish, as Andres now with 1 million in chips will be surely racing or shoving this one. He has 12 bigs in front of him. So all in is the choice. Let's see if we have anyone coming along. You know, Emil in the big blind with Jack 6 off will definitely not be joining him. And Max sits down in his chair as well. And we're ready for the next hand. You can see the guys looking at the outer table. So it might be that we have a really short stack that they're waiting for on the outer table. I'm not sure about that information, but
you start to get antsy at certain points in time, you know, when you're 10, you know, and you just want that final table to begin. And it's actually one of the bigger stacks looking back, you know, so it's maybe there was an all-in and no call as well. We could see a little bit of that outer table over there.
Yeah.
It looks like there's at least a big blind posted.
Seems like a really big stack as well for someone there.
The Finnish player has a big stack, Omni Huntonen.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but when I was looking before, he was overwhelmingly the overall chip leader.
All right.
It was, I think, close to 3 million at that stage. It was a
Okay,
little bit
okay.
more than I did a quick count during the last break.
Yeah. I see. Now then,
Swedish crime. And two Swedes you don't know very well.
No, exactly. I'm
Max,
not too familiar.
Max, you probably run into. I think
I have.
he's very familiar.
Yeah, he's been here playing quite a lot, but I'm not. I haven't played with him, or I haven't talked to him before. So we'll see
They
if
bring
we
a
get the
different
chance.
style of play than what we're used to seeing on this deep, I have to say. I'm not saying it's good or bad because it's different. Everybody has their own styles.
But now we have mystery hands as well.
This makes it interesting. So small blind versus big blind. It was just a limp pot. So Emil maybe targeting the fact that his opponent didn't raise, but maybe he has an ace. I have a feeling he was slow playing something there.
Hands stay mystery and looking to the outer table again. Is there any action? No, we still seem to be playing another hand on this table. So no matter what's happening on the outer table, we do not have the final table reached yet. We need one more elimination. And then we will have a break for the redraw and for the players to get ready. Maybe dress up. Oh, actually, now, look
Maybe
at this.
I go dress up. I didn't realize how much cameras were going to be on me today. I'm wearing my sloppy clothes at the moment, my comfy clothes that I like to do commentating in. Not that my Poker Pro hoodie is sloppy, but I feel I didn't put on my makeup today.
I forgot that too. But now, as you can see, we have reached
the
so final table.
It is Sammy Pulianen that went out in 10th place for 4,050 euros. So Sammy's a good friend of mine. I would have been rooting for him, even over my Lithuanian friends at the final table. Nice run, Sammy. But it sounds like we're going on break while they set up the final table, Andreas.
Yeah, I'm not sure about exactly how long. All right, we're coming back to the studio. So you will see our exactly.
Quick.
Really, where's the makeup artist when you need it? Here we are. I think you're looking sharp as ever, Jason. And yeah, so we have a redraw. Oh, no, I can't even talk. We will have a redraw for the final 9. We'll be coming back after that break, and Jason. Exciting final table.
Yeah, we have already the chip counts in. So it is actually Omni Hutanen in the lead with close to 4 million. Mindaugas and Vjevan are 2 and 3 as suspected, and it's Martin Sobel who is going to begin in 4th place with 2 million. And Emil, who we just saw on stream, is the short stack with 11 big blinds. So there'll be some nice action, diverse stack sizes. 3 Lithuanians, 2 Swedes, 1 player from Ukraine, and 1 player from Germany. So get ready for some excitement, Andreas.
Definitely. We'll be back in about 30 minutes, I think. We'll have a countdown clock for you in picture so you see don't miss anything. And then we'll have this final table. We have Scott Kenyon in the booth and whatnot. See you soon. Bye for now.
Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself? I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music. I'm a maniac on the floor. I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas. I go out and buy a cowboy hat. I step into character. Then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call. My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head. And Duncan Blake came here with two hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever, and if you love me, hold me tight, and you push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it.
Yeah.
Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then two dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
Double W, Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at the Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, this is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in. Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say any more.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby.
tere õhtust, daamid ja härrad! täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community. So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come, and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're the main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community. So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're the main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself?
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is gonna be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
I'm a maniac, maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas, I go out and buy a cowboy hat, I step into character, then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call.
My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever, and if you love me, hold me tight, and you push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Yeah. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is gonna be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears the people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will debut Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, which is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in. Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby.
Täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat sisekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer, and I'm joined by none other than Scott Pokerbros Kenyon, a mixed game specialist, short deck specialist, trying to... you did have a cash on the short deck last night.
I did.
Also an experienced streamer and a frequent guest here for OlyBet events. So welcome, Scott.
Good to be back as always. Kings of Tallinn, something quite special. I came in the summer for the World Series, and it's great having the World Series here in the summer. But I feel like the Kings of Tallinn, particularly with the team competition, there's just an extra ambiance, an extra rail presence where I feel like it's just such an extra thing. I love the Kings of Tallinn.
We're going to get more about your experiences, especially in the mixed games, throughout the next couple of hours. In the meantime, what we're tuning into right now is the final table of the 555 NLH Championship. Just 9 players remaining. They just set up the final table. Omni Hutchinson is in the lead with close to 4 million. 2 players not so far behind and a few short stacks, but we have 3 Lithuanians on the table, and they've all locked up 4,750 euros already, with a 53,520 euro top prize awaiting them.
And that's going to be a lot of team points as well.
It's going to be a lot of team points, and we shall see. I mean, I don't know if anybody's even on the same team. That would be a nice thing maybe to research when I'm out of the booth, but that could be double team points.
I have done some research, actually. I do know that the current chip leader already has a sort of top 10 team. So should he go on to win it with his chip lead, they would be in a very, very good position. My team's currently second, so we've started off well. I need to pull in a few more points myself. But yeah, current chip leader, big team potential. So I'm kind of anti-sweating him, albeit I'm a guest commentator. I'm allowed to do that.
We're all allowed to do that. Andreas is the main commentator, wise guy, and we're just here along for the ride. But this is Jason and Scott, and the action is about to kick off, so let's get right to it.
Beautiful. Final table situation.
And here we go. Here's the lovely Therese Ruzian, the tournament director of the entire event. She's the one that gets everything taken care of ahead of time, along with the great staff here
have the final
at
table
OlyBet
of
Poker.
the 555 Championship. 608 entries in the 555 Championship, Kings of Tallinn 2026. The final table, taking seat number 1 from Lithuania with 1,445,000 in chips. Please welcome Algirdas Saveikis. Seat number 2 with 865,000 in chips. From Sweden, please welcome Emil Göransson. With 2,010,000 in chips, taking seed number 3. From Sweden, Max Jafaripour. From Lithuania, with 1,615,000 in chips, please welcome Tomas Bulksas. 2,555,000 in chips. He is from Ukraine. Let's welcome Yevhen Sukov. From Lithuania with 2,895,000 in chips. Welcome Mindaugas Grigaitis. And the current chip leader of the table with 3,825,000 in chips from Finland, Onni Huttunen. 1,990,000 in chips from Germany. Let's welcome Martin Zobel. And finally, from Latvia with 1,150,000 in chips, let's welcome Andres Kovalovs. 608 entries. We are down to our final 9. We have almost 300,000 euro in the prize pool, and we're going to draw for the button.
That was the lovely Teresa Nuzianen. She is the tournament director and the creator of the Kings of Tallinn. The Kings of Tallinn is the 11th main edition of it, going back quite a while from when Rano Sutla won more than a decade ago, the inaugural event. Rano will be joining us, actually. We haven't seen him yet this week because he's busy still in Asia. He won his 4th trophy in a single festival there.
Wow.
It's impressive, but I have to say one of them was in 3 players in the event. So it was mostly small field stuff, but it's still impressive to come home with 4 trophies.
4 trophies is amazing. And is that
said that
the very big lion
he would stay out, but
ones?
he can't not come to play the main event.
Yeah. Is that those big lion style trophies that I've seen?
Yeah.
So those are going to be hard to bring 4 of those back.
And
Maybe he has to pay for an extra luggage.
It's Rano, he'll figure it out.
Yeah, of course. Good problem to have. Oh, I have too many trophies. Oh
no.
Yeah.
That was kind of at one point with me last year where I was complaining that I haven't received the trophy yet. I still haven't received it, actually. But
well, a certain company, biggest tournament I ever won, I won't mention the company, it was a 2K buy-in. I won it for 50K. It was down as a championship event, so I assumed I would get a trophy. Didn't get a trophy. Complained several times. Didn't get a trophy. 11 years later, I said, well, if you give me the name of your trophy company, I'm going to buy one myself. Then they actually gave me it 11 years after I won it.
Wow.
So I hope you don't have to wait that long.
No, I never got like my when the French company was doing this mini WSOP back in the day. I won a couple of the mixed games of those, not even realizing what they were doing. But I was told by my French friends that I should have gotten something in the mail.
You definitely should.
And I never received that either. So there's a few missing from the collection that maybe I should go back to hunt down. That would just be nice.
Try my trick. Contact them. Say, give me the name of your trophy provider. I'll buy it myself.
You would think with who I am and the publicity that they potentially get when I, let's say, even just share a picture of it, like it would be strange to not go out of your way to make sure I have the trophy.
Yeah.
Not the other way around.
Maybe. No, Emil is not going to jam with the 2s.
No.
But I thought for 10 bigs, he maybe goes with it.
No. I could have told you that straight off the way that was going to be mucked. We watched Emil and Max for quite some time in the short-handed play leading up to the final table.
And Max probably should defend with 10-9.
Max has not been defending. He's very conservative on his defense from what we saw short-handed, but there was a different pressure there because you had to kind of wait for the other table, but here there's still ICM pressure. Maybe he just doesn't want to feel like, what do I do if it's a king 10 3 flop and I'm probably ahead, but now I have to check call, and that type. He's maybe actually making the right decision for him.
It definitely gets tricky in these ICM situations. We can see that the shortest stacks, there's 3 of them around the sort of 10 to 15 big blind mark. Chip leader on 45.
But to answer your question, I don't think there's a stack size that I have that I'm not defending with 10-9 offsuit.
Yeah.
It's a
I
clear
think it's one
defend.
way you should defend, but
I
fully understand
pressure. It might be your first big feature table. It's sometimes better to take the it's not that much different, so to take the slightly worse EV option if you played the rest of the hand perfectly. But if you don't think you're going to play the rest of the hand perfectly and too worried about the pressures of being in a spot you may not be in for a long time again, the fold is also a clear fold.
Yeah.
But Algirdas here, I would have been surprised to see him open. I've played quite a lot over the years with Algirdas in Lithuania, mostly cash games. His tournament game has reached a new level in the last 6 years.
Emil is not going to be jamming his 10 big blinds.
No, he doesn't like to do that either. We've seen this move from Emil before where he's opening for about a third of his stack. So let's see if it's about the same. This time it's about a quarter of his stack. So it's not the min raise, and it's not like committing your stack either. It's something in the middle.
I'm just kind of not a fan of this because if we end, like the only plus side is if it goes sort of shove, reshove, but
Max was on the same table as him, and this is strange actually. He's just going to call. I would say a shove would be a little bit ambitious against a tight player like Emil.
Also, in case you run into something in the big blind, I guess.
You do have full equity if you want to try it. You try it, but a call surprises me, actually.
Yeah.
And the good flop here with the ace-10 of diamonds.
Very clean flop.
Likely, we'll see Emil bet here.
He's all in.
Okay, so it's a pot-sized jam here for Max. For Emil, and a Max should have an easy fold with no diamonds in his hand, the 2 overcards. If his opponent has a jack, he's screwed all together.
I just feel like Emil might have missed some value here. Had he jammed his 10 bigs pre, I assume that the king-queen is calling.
No, I think Max is folding based on what we saw. If it's another player, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I agree with you that a jam or a min bet, depending on, once again, how well you think you can play post flop against the players with also the understanding you have ICM pressure, both are fine.
Yeah.
From the button, I lean more towards the min raises with these kind of hands, actually, without having any information in a vacuum.
Even off 10 bigs?
Off of 10 bigs, yeah. Because your continuation bets are getting through so much on that you're picking up the extra blind, and you may get, if you get shoved on and reshoved, you got away from one. If you get shoved on by the small blind, you could probably fold, being how tight he was earlier. And if you get shoved on the big blind, you have to evaluate whether you call or not.
Yeah.
I'm still min-raising even with 10 big blinds in other spots as well. But there's other spots where you might say you have 15 big blinds and I might be shoving from under the gun because the table is so passively calling that if I'm opening just my ace-queen suited, I don't want to play it with 3 callers.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't mind a call per se, I do because I jam from early position, but, very often you're ahead or flipping.
I'm going to make a prediction. Mindorgas off 40 bigs. Oh, I thought he might open that, actually.
It's 9-handed now.
Oni will definitely be opening.
And he has the worst seat on the table. He's going to slow down a little bit. And he wasn't playing hyper aggressively even when he had chips before he came in.
It's an interesting kind of seating bank here because we have 3 of the bigger stacks basically all next to each other. In fact, even 4 of the bigger ones. So the seat draw's quite interesting.
Yeah. Algirdas has a pretty good seat, though.
Yeah, Algirdas has got all the shorties behind him.
And don't let him fool you. He is a super tricky player at times. He can be tight for hours at a time and then just make a move that you don't see coming.
Yeah.
He picks his spots very carefully, though. You could see that he's actually thinking now. This isn't like a stall by any means. He doesn't know what to do, and I don't know what he saw because the 2 of them were playing for hours at the other table, on the side table. So maybe Ani was actually opening every hand for a while, and now he's thinking this is a good spot to 3-bet.
Yeah.
So Algirdas does find a 3-bet to looks like 345, but we'll get that confirmed in a second. 355. And it looks like it folds back around to Ani. And this isn't easy. It's
tricky. Because already the SPR is going to be very, SPR is going to be very low post flop. Should we go to the flop?
And we don't know how Algirdis was playing. As I mentioned, he has different gears at different times.
Yeah.
So, like, if Algirdis was playing super tight, which is one of the gears he has, this doesn't look like king-queen offsuit.
No, not at all. We are going to go to the flop.
So Ani opting to play out of position with his ace-jack, not even knowing if he's good if his ace hits the board. We know he's good.
The nice thing with the suited combo, at least it has good post-flop playability compared to the offsuit combo.
But now this should go check, bet, fold. But let's see if Algirdis can find the bet here. He clearly was representing a high pocket pair with this 3-bet.
I guess it depends how big he goes. Because if he goes, like, say, quarter pot sizing, ace-jack with the 2 overs with a runner-runner flush draw, runner-runner straight draw, probably should peel once for a quarter. But I think anything bigger than a quarter should get it done.
We're going to find out how much Algirdis cares about ICM on this final table pretty quickly this hand, depending on his bet sizing even.
Like, if he can even find 350, I think he gets the job done.
No,
but
he's
that's going to
going
get
even
peeled.
smaller than I
That is
thought.
going to get peeled.
But we once again don't know which Algirdis was playing at that other table. We're seeing a slightly tricky Algirdis in this hand, but I have a feeling he was playing super tight leading up to this point and thought he might have a spot here.
He still might.
Yeah. I mean, Ani's not making any quick decisions at the moment and also has all 3 options still available. He could raise here as well. I don't think he was going to fold just like you do just because of the sizing.
Yeah. The size is too small for him to fold.
And what a card here for Algirdis.
Great card for Algirdis.
And it may even go check at this stage.
Yeah, does he decide to get tricky now? Really
it's not
tricky.
just tricky, it's also the point that you're trying... You may be afraid that you're being trapped with the set, so you may be just trying to keep the pot low so maybe all your stack doesn't go in. I don't know what he's thinking, but let's see.
Yeah.
He doesn't know if his opponent has spades. His opponent may even have an ace-queen suited. They're probably playing the same way, so...
Ace-queen off as well. Yeah. But yeah, I think he says to himself, there's enough in that pot.
Yeah,
I want to take it now. Yeah. And still bet small enough to leave himself some behind if necessary. Obviously, I don't think he's folding for the rest, but yeah, that is going to get the job done.
Well done by
Very
Algirdis
nicely
there.
played. Very nicely played from Algirdis. A little bit fortunate on the turn. Would have been fun to see what
It's
happened.
almost a spot pre-flop where you say, without additional information, don't do this at home. But as I said, I think there's more to it. You know, they were playing together, and if the read was exactly as I said it was, which it could be something else and still come to the same conclusion, then the 3-bet is a work of art, actually. This early in the final table, risking yourself with so much ICM pressure on you.
Very tricky, but with risk comes reward sometimes. And
I can never pull that 3-bet this early on a final table on a middling stack.
Either.
It just shows
I'm
that
too much of a nit.
he wasn't even looking nervous or anything.
Yeah.
It was just standard play for him.
Yeah, no, it was very nicely executed from Algirdis. One to watch out for the future of this final table. These Lithuanians are very good, generally.
He's also a friend of mine as well, so I'm
horror.
quietly actually rooting
Quietly
for him
biased,
as well. But,
yes.
But I like some of the other guys as well.
Yeah.
Martin over here is a nice guy, the gentleman with the beard. He's German that lives in Estonia, so that's why we see him so much at these festivals.
Nice.
And Max is a new face. So we'll leave the 2 Swedish fellows that I don't know that well for Andreas to be quietly rooting for.
I've had quite some interactions already with our chip leader. Several final tables where he's like railing teammates and stuff. It's been a very
he's
good.
a nice guy too.
They're very supportive of each other. Their whole team. When one of their teams got a deep run, the rest of them are on the rail. So that's
But he has a good
fantastic.
demeanor on the table
Yes,
in general.
Yes, very nice guy, very chatty.
Honestly, like when I say I'm rooting for them, I have no, it's like rooting for, somebody in the Olympics. But when somebody else is winning the gold, you're still appreciating every moment of that race for them. So
Of
this
course,
is
it's
more
not
like of a marathon than the sprint, if
Yeah.
we're going to equate to what's happening outside of poker right now on the big stage.
Yeah, no disrespect to the other players, but just you
No,
have
no.
your
In
favorites
fact, I'm friendly
sometimes.
with a few of the players, but I moved to Lithuania 17 years ago, and Algirdas is one of the first people that was welcoming me, despite not knowing a word of English at the time.
Oh, that's really nice.
And despite me knowing about 10 words of Lithuanian.
Algirdas, I would imagine, will be opening the ace-10 suited.
He most certainly will. He already knows he's going to be min-raising this. Maybe a little bit more, but something like that. Looks like exactly a min-raise.
Yeah, 160. Are any of those short stacks going to find a 3-bet jamming hand?
Thomas is also a very strong player for what it's worth.
Yevhen with the ace-jack suited in position on the button.
These
Starting
two
hand 30,
were on
big
the
Steve.
same table for a little while. Yevhen was back and forth on the feature table. And opts just a call. Okay, that's he's on the button actually, so it's okay.
Also with a suited ace. In
Yeah,
the
but
small
by not
blinds.
3-betting, he's pricing opponent in, but that's maybe a little bit of respect for Algirdas once again. So
Yeah.
I have a feeling Algirdas was very tight leading up to the final table. Speculation, I didn't watch what was happening over there. I did go over for chip counts once or twice, but that was it.
Oh my, the ace-7 of diamonds from the small blind.
Wow,
Could
and
have seen a
priced in.
very cheap flop.
And
I thought he
priced
would have
in.
called, to be honest.
Yeah,
I really
yeah.
thought he would have called pre. Not to be results oriented. I especially when Yevhen flats. Gives him a great price.
Yeah, that would have definitely been some action on this flop.
Yeah.
And if no diamond came on the turn, it could have continued all the way to the end, potentially. I don't think it would have been stacks in, but it would have been an expensive pot for Yevhen.
Yeah.
Unless it goes jack, jack, ace or something.
On these single-suited boards, I expect Algirdas with pretty much no showdown value to actually bet this for a quarter, say 130, 140, and then obviously give up when he realizes that his opponent is interested. And that looks like 130. It's like I'm a Hold'em player here.
Exactly, 25%.
Imagine this.
And Yevhen is not going anywhere, but is he going to raise, trying to protect against someone making the flush? We saw there was a made flush already folded.
Yeah,
but
he shouldn't really raise without the diamond.
Does just call.
It gets interesting if a fourth one peels off.
Yes.
But I expect, Algirdas is just going to slow down now. Should not really be that he fires again once he's called.
The king of spades does change things a little bit, though.
Gives him a gut shot.
But it's
Gives
more
him
that
over
he
to
could
the
be
jack.
repping that king. You know, that's if he's not worried about the diamonds, or he can be repping the diamonds, going for a double bet. But he's going with the probably the most approved move over there with the check.
His opponent can easily have king queen with a diamond.
But I
king
bet
jack.
there's some bets in the solver there.
Certainly. And yeah, this is just going to go check on the end. Algirdas made his attempt to try and buy the pot on the flop. Meets resistance.
Yeah, I mean, I bet here it just looks too fishy.
Yeah,
I mean, you could be repping the king still on a bet that you're checking the flop with the 3 diamonds, seeing if your opponent is betting with a flush or something, but you also put Yevhen on a jack right now, and that's the only thing, that...
Which means logically, if he bets the end, he would have to bet around pots.
Because he would have bet that flush, 8 times out of 10.
But no, it is just going to go check. I don't think Yevhen's going for value on this either.
No, it'd be like, what are you getting value from? Actually, there's nothing on the board left that you can get value from. A weaker jack, perhaps. But even
is a weaker jack
king
really
might actually
calling?
check here.
Queen jack, jack 10. I think it just goes check. Oh, wow. He's reaching.
Maybe he's going for something tiny. Because maybe a tiny bet works.
It
was
works,
small.
but again, I'm just not sure you ever get called by worse, really.
You're getting called by a weaker jack with a tiny bet. That's maybe even a 6, just to see. There's missed flop.
There's missed diamonds for sure, yeah.
It's not that his opponent couldn't have been on a draw. We just see that the made flush actually folded their hand. And here's a look at the chip count. So you can see the average stack size is going down and down. And, you know, we're going to be at the 500 and 100K level. So we'll probably see some players start to hit the rail this level and next level. And things are pretty tightly bunched outside the top 3 there with the remaining 6 players within 10 big blinds of each other.
And even if the last place stack doubles up, he would shoot up straight to 4th position and be within a few big blinds of the top position. So yeah, everything to play for.
But right now it's a 2-class final table. There's the 3 players that are in the rich class and the other 6 in the want-to-be rich class.
Economy class.
Economy class, yeah. First class and economy class.
Yeah.
But Emil here, 15 big blinds. Let's see what he does. It's pretty much a raise for most players rather than a shove at 15.
I mean, I guess again, like you say, off his style, he's probably just min raising off 10 anyway.
Yeah, but he's not a min raiser, so that's a 2.5x once again. And Max has a decision to make. Emil with early position. It's not that 8s is an automatic play here.
No. Mid position for 20, I think you just jam this or fold. I don't think there's too many calls in there.
No, you can't call from mid position.
And he does
and I don't think you can shove.
Fold.
Yeah, it's an awkward spot just because of the bet sizing.
Yeah.
So maybe that's maybe Emil's onto something here. I mean, I think he's still folding to a min raise if he's folding to 200K, but maybe, you know, that extra 40K made a difference.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. I think off 20 with 8s mid position there, you're either jamming or folding.
Yeah.
There's nothing in between, really. And
if not for ICM, then he's probably shoving, you know, if it's still like 60 left or something.
Yeah, chippy VY is fine jam, but when you put ICM, and especially FT ICM in there, very tricky. Very, very tricky.
I thought Martin was going to check for a 3rd time. Is it really 5 deuce? I was so ready to defend. Checks again. Yep, still 5 deuce.
So a good start for Emil. He came in as a short stack. He's had a couple of little pots that propel him up. A few big blinds and a few positions.
Yeah, it's been Emil and Algirdis chipping up so far.
Algirdis has been very good so far. Good start for him. The king-queen spot was very brave on such a stage.
Yes.
I don't think I could find that.
He's been on the big stage quite a lot over the past few years. I forget what it was in Rosvedov that he won for nearly 200K. You know, he's been here on the final tables a lot. And he's not a one-trick pony. Even though he's focusing on Hold'em, he's very strong in Palo Omaha cash games. That's where I played the most with him, actually. We played together in tournaments, but I'm not coming out as often. Like during the pandemic time, it was one of the things to do, you know, that you could still do. So I was coming out a few times a week. And then I was playing tournaments, and, you know, I gained his respect because on that cash game table, you know, it's a 2-2. And I'm not a bad cash game player, but on that table, you know, I'm below average, I would say, in a 2-2 game. That's how good it is.
Wow.
But it's now changed since the pandemic, where it's very beatable again.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but I'm not playing that. You know, just during festivals, I'm coming out to play some cash.
Yeah. So we got an open from Mindaugas with the queen jack off. Min raise from the cutoff.
€200 celebrity special.
I don't think Martin's going to be doing anything with 7-3 of diamonds.
We should play some cash games tonight, Scott, actually. What are you doing tonight?
So I assume we're allowed to talk about events and such that are running here, right?
We should
specific events. Can we
can talk about the celebrity event.
Yeah,
we can talk about
that's exactly.
The Pot Limit Raz event that you may be.
Let's not talk about the Pot Limit Raz event that I did 3 bullets in.
We'll undo that needle and pretend that it was never brought up.
That never happened.
But what were you playing?
But yeah, celebrity. I don't really like Hold'em in general, as I'm sure you know. I am the leader of.
How much fun is a celebrity?
It's amazing. It's very soft. Firstly, you have a celebrity on most of the tables who
That's just fun.
They're very willing to punt their chips off. I don't particularly know who a lot of the celebrities are because they're Finnish and Estonian celebrities.
It
But I know a
turns
few
out
of them.
this time, I don't know so many of the Estonian celebrities, but all 4 Finnish celebrities either I know fairly okay or I know are really good friends of mine.
Oh, nice.
Like Juhani, the administrator that normally is doing Finnish reporting.
Yeah.
He is going to be a celebrity. There is no
Excellent.
Finnish reporting this time, and he's coming as a celebrity. Kim Harold, really good Finnish musician. Now, my son is thinking of going to music hall high school next year.
Yeah.
He was inspired by meeting Kim in the elevator here about 10 years ago.
Really?
You know,
Wow.
I keep in touch with Kim.
Oh, that's cool.
He's a good guy. And then Alari Ziggy, of course, everybody knows.
Oh, yeah, he's one of the celebrities.
He's one of the celebrities, but as
I saw
he
him
should
playing
be,
a very-
he's actually, I think, the only poker celebrity, unless you count Juhani, that's on the list.
Yeah, he was playing a very early cash game this morning. I think it was a PLO5 cash game downstairs. There were trays of shots, piles of shots everywhere.
So he's back to being himself again.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we have Asi Kanan, the boxer. You must have played with him if you played in a couple of Hold'em events.
Probably.
He played mostly Hold'em, but I've seen him in Omaha before too. He's a very methodical player and impossible to read. Like
the question
probably
is,
one of the toughest players that I've had to play against, not because of skill level, just because of his demeanor at the table. You know, it's
Big guy.
He's not like you wouldn't necessarily know he's a boxer unless the shirt is like cut short, but it's just he's hyper focused.
Yeah, I feel like Algirdas could be a boxer.
Algirdas,
definitely he lifts. You can tell that he lifts.
I'm happier that Algirdas is my friend versus the other way around.
Yeah.
No, but Algirdas is a sweetheart at this stage of his life and a very good guy.
Yeah. Will we be celebrities, seeing as we're commentators?
I'm probably going to still be in the booth.
Yeah.
And it's for Finnish and Estonian celebrities, not
I
poker
fail.
celebrities.
I fail.
Nobody knows either of us outside of the poker world. We're not real
This is true.
celebrities.
This is very
I don't
true.
mean to take you down a notch,
No,
Scott.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And it's how I like it, to be honest. Can you imagine going to the supermarket and having people recognize you? I mean, that would just
That
be
happens to me
inconvenient.
quite often, unfortunately. But
then-
it's usually
but then
friends
you
of mine,
are a
actually,
celebrity.
No, but it's funny when it happens in other countries. So it's one thing if it happens at home, then it's like normal. Everybody has that happen. I assume that you bump into people that know you that
Of course,
maybe
yes.
you're not sure where you know them from.
Yeah. On it with a bit of a loose open with the Jack 2 suited, Martin with a call on the button, and Algirdas is thinking about doing some things with the Jack 8 off. Now, you did say he has different gears.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a 3-bet here. It's I'm not sure what he's doing. He was thinking about whether he's going to be priced in for a call, I guess.
Yeah. Shall
He
I
has
defend?
moves, but he doesn't blow up his stack needlessly with hands like Jack 8 offsuit. That would be unusual for Algirdas. He plays
glad to
usually
hear it.
decent cards.
So Oni, one assumes, should continue, seeing as he doesn't really have any showdown value. Got some runners. Martin should not be folding for a quarter pot.
Yeah, I would. I'm surprised that it's not a little bit bigger than that. He does fold though.
Wow.
That is interesting. I guess no real backdoor. Maybe they were playing together, and he knows if he's calling the flop, he's facing another bet on the turn, regardless of what his opponent has. So
Yeah.
he's not really gaining information.
Nicely
But nice
played
read
from
by
Omni.
Omni, yeah. Jack deuce suited for the win. So we have another hand or two at this blind level, and then it will go up to that 500, 100K level. So far, the
50,
short
50,
stack.
50, 100.
Yeah, 50, 100. That would have been a little bit strange.
Yeah,
You could have
that
$500,000
would be
in the small blind,
that
but
would be
it's still
excessive.
100K big blind ante and 100K big blind. That could be a fun format.
Yeah, the big small blind.
5x small blind. I don't know what we call that.
Oh, it looks like aces for a second.
But it's
not
what I
aces.
like about the Kings of Tallinn is that there's new games always coming over here as well. You know,
We
it's,
had some funky
you
stuff
must like
this
that as a
time.
mixed game player yourself.
For sure. Teresa very kindly listens to a lot of my feedback, and we added a short deck tournament this time. We had
But you
Pot Limit
cashed in.
Raz. I did cash in the short deck.
Which you could have cashed in, but you gave up on.
Yeah. We had Badesi Badusi.
Which you cashed in?
Did not. But
I did not either, but
one of my teammates
I fired
got
one bullet
third.
in that one.
One of my teammates got third in that, Mr. Barry Deer. We've got Torse instead of Horse, as has become the way, because people don't play mixed games to play Hold'em. So you get rid of the H and you replace it with Deuce 7 triple draw. Excellent replacement. So that has happened. We've still got quite a few events to come as well. But yeah, a lot of fun mixed games, a lot of fun stuff.
Let's not forget about that open-faced Chinese poker tournament, because I entered that too.
Well, there's another one of those to come on the final day. We do
what
have
about
a second
field in that one? I mean, it was a 350 buy-in.
Yeah, it looked
and I'm not a
incredibly
horrible
soft.
OFC player. I mean, I played my share of hands with you as well, but I'm not like, I'm not expert, but I could pretty much hold my own against an expert. But
Yeah.
you look into this field, and I entered anyway for the challenge. And
It was a good field.
there's no way I could be like looked at as any chance. But I took 13th out of the money out of 78. Not terrible. Obviously, it would
great
be
run.
nice to have. But I'm just impressed with how many of those players actually came out, wanting to be the best at the Kings of Tallinn. It's a lot of the tournaments are recreational filled. Some of the mixed game tournaments certainly are.
Well, the nice thing with adding all of these mixed games, and particularly with having the team challenge, is that you actually get a lot of Hold'em players that will jump into these events purely to score points for the team, and they've never played the game before, so it adds a lot of extra recreational value that you wouldn't normally see in these kind of events. Normally, people would just play them because they knew how to play the games.
Yeah.
You get so many people that will happily just jump in because of the team competition, because every event you play, you get a participation point.
Yeah.
Those participation points come very valuable at the end.
But we didn't have so many at that 350 level in the OFC. There was I think 3 players at best that weren't like regular, that haven't at least played one OFC tournament, and probably a good 80% of that field were people that were planning, let's say, their festival around that event, that really understand the game on an advanced level and can stay focused. I mean, shout out to Fabian. I mean, he's always first or second. He won that event.
He's incredible.
Fabian Bartusz, he used to be a flag hunter, now a trophy hunter.
And
he's upgraded his
on my
competition
team, by
skills.
the way.
And on your team.
Yes.
Nice guy as well.
Very nice guy. And loves the karaoke, which we will be
Oh,
doing
that I
on the
didn't
final.
know.
Yeah, karaoke king. Absolutely loves it.
On Glenn's birthday, by the way.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, the first thing Fabian always sends
But
me...
back to the action, sorry.
Oh,
we
yes,
we have
yes.
a 3-bet coming. We have Ani opening with 9-8 suited, more than fine middle position chip leader, and Martin Zobel, who we haven't seen much of yet on the final table, 3-betting, easy 3-bet with the jacks against the chip leader.
And one assumes Oni may well just peel a flop with the
might,
9-8
because
suited.
it's a 5 big blind 3-bet versus a 6 big blind 3-bet, and he's actually priced in fairly decently to even out of position to call, especially when you can put pressure on your opponent. On the other hand, I think you still can fold here.
Oh, sure you can.
And if I'm in the same spot against Martin and I haven't played that much with him, I'm going to give him credit for a hand just like he has, 10s plus on this 3-bet along with the ace-kings and ace-queens.
I think Oni will certainly give him credit for a hand, but equally 9-8 suited has such good post-flop playability.
Yeah, but then it's a question what do you do when it's a 9-high flop? You have to be careful.
Yeah, if it's a 9-high flop, then I think your money's going in. But yeah, Oni, as I've seen him, is not going to be folding his pre.
I'm not sure what I do on a 5x there against a player I don't have that much information about, but a call seems fine. And then you have the kind of flop where maybe he's sticking around, flopping middle pair on the 8-10-5. It could have been worse for Ani in hindsight, of course, with an 8-5 deuce kind of flop. But let's see. He's probably going to have to call a bet by Martin.
And we do see that one of the 8s has been folded, so he only has 4 outs instead of 5. Graphic at the top right of the screen feed there.
Some backdoors in there as well.
Yeah. Certainly a 7 would be interesting. Jack would be very interesting.
A Jack would certainly be interesting. It would give Zobel that top set as well, along with the gut shot. Along with the open ender.
Yeah.
But Ani checking and Martin just taking his time here.
It's an interesting board as well.
He may be a champ
yeah,
here.
I don't blame him.
One
I don't blame him.
SPR.
It's a very wet texture. It's not the kind of texture where...
But then I would expect you to 3-bet bigger pre-flop, you know, because of the sizing. And Martin was thinking about numbers in his head just there. You know, maybe that's an easier thing to do online than under the pressure of ICM, under the lights and cameras at the TV table.
But I think in position 2.5x is fine. Normally you would go 3x, like out of position. I think 2.5x is perfectly fine for a 3-bet.
I would go to 5.5 bigs or 6, you know.
Yeah, it's a stylistic choice. Like 5 is also fine, for sure. If someone opens 2.2, that's when they tend to go like 5.5 or 6. But to an actual min raise, I think 5 is pretty acceptable. But stylistic.
And I might actually, what was he sitting on to start the hand?
20 bigs.
It's a little bit too big to shove.
Maybe even slightly. Oh yeah, he can't shove. I think Jacks is too good of a hand
If he had 1.6 million, he can't shove there.
Yeah, or
but
if
it was 1.2 million, you can certainly justify a shove.
For sure, for sure.
And now the blinds have gone up to 50,000, 100,000. Although when there's a dealer change, maybe they'll use my idea and go with the 500,000 small blinds. We'll have to speak to the next dealer. Surprise, guys. But no, it'll be 50,000, 100,000 for the next 40 minutes before going up to 60,000, 120,000.
So Max with 14 big blinds to start the hand. King, Queen, blind v blinds. Is he going to limp, or is he going to 3x, or is he going to jam? He's certainly not folding. That much I can tell you. But all options...
There's a big part of me that just likes to jam. But I think, as you said, all options are open.
Yeah. Does go for the 3x.
I think that's the last of the 3 that I choose. But
and this,
now what does he do?
This
Thomas
will be going
call.
in. This will be going in. I don't think that he is raising with the intention to fold blind v blind for 14 bigs. 14 bigs is the shortest stack at the moment,
it's
I believe.
Going to be a 3-bet shove a lot of the time, and Thomas agrees.
Yeah.
Thomas Bulskas, he had I think a good result recently at the Vilnius Acebreaker, but I'll have to double check that. But meanwhile, what's Max going to do?
He's not folding.
No,
this
but
is
Max, you can't predict Max. You can guess what he'll do.
Yeah, I guess he's not folding. This is just way too strong blind v blind.
And I'm going to go that he's actually going to fold.
Should we put a beer on it?
We could put a beer on it.
Yeah, shake hand. Yeah. A beer has been
an adult beverage.
Wagered. An adult beverage.
That it might look like
I can even take a better
juice.
beverage. Maybe Jackie Cola that looks like cola.
No, it's still beer. We just maybe shouldn't say that on the stream. We should say adult beverage, of course.
Oh, it's fine, it's fine. 18 plus stream here. Well, am I going to win an adult beverage or not is the question.
I think the longer this takes,
Don't
the
let
more
me down,
likely
Max.
the fold is happening.
No, because the thing is, against the range of hands that he's jamming, we're flipping against the pocket pairs. We're doing
You're thinking like Scott Kenyon.
Yeah,
now
but
you
I'm
need to think like Max.
I'm just thinking like a poker player, all right? You're doing well against the 10-9 suited, the Jack-10 suited, the Queen-Jack suited, the King... No!
Yes!
No! You've just cost me an adult beverage. How dare you fold? No! No! Oh, Max, I'm going to have some serious words
But now
with him
because he
later.
folded, I actually don't mind his raise, oddly enough, because if he's limping and he's shoved, he actually has to call, and he's behind there. So from a results-oriented point of view, he actually made out quite well with just raising. I mean, we don't know what the board would have been. It probably would have been Queen, Queen, King, and, you know, Thomas would have been in for a world of hurt, but...
I'm not sure I'm a fan of raise folding there, because it's just too strong.
I mean, I just shove and then cry when I see the ace-jack and there's 2 aces on the flop and no jack or 10 for backdoors.
Yeah, you limp as a trap, he jams. I am not getting behind 3x folding there. I don't like it. I think if really you want to fold it, then limp and he jams and then fold. And then you save yourself 2 big blinds. Don't 3x fold off 11
as I
big.
said before the hand, that would have been my third option.
I think
and then I would have felt it was a mistake as soon as the chips left my hand as well.
Particularly when your plan is to 3x and then fold, I just don't like the 3x then. I just really don't like it. If you want to fold, then just fold or limp fold. Like I'm not.
But the way he's playing has allowed him to navigate this far.
He's navigating far further
and
than
look
I
at this,
would.
he gets rewarded actually with pocket tens. I don't think he's going to shove here, and I don't think I would shove here either. So I think we're going to play this similarly, where he's going to go a little bit bigger than I would go. I would just min raise this.
Yeah.
But putting an extra chip or two is not going to hurt this one. It's an extra chip.
Yeah, and he's just going to raise and take this, I assume.
I think Evan would have called a min raise. It's kind of always funny when that extra chip comes on, but
yeah.
I think he's actually going to call here. Because Max, you know, it's a hand that you. I mean, it's not in 9-5 suited. I'm still calling in the big blind. That it's bottom end.
Oh, he is going to fold.
That's also okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the range is correctly.
I'm
actually,
still
from the
reeling
chip
that
leader.
I've just lost an adult beverage because Max 3x folded King Queen.
I can give you a double or nothing later if you find the spot.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find a double or
We
nothing
forgot
spot.
to do our fantasy draft, though, of the final table because we couldn't find Andreas before the stream, and it wouldn't have been right to do it before that, but he's pulled away for other responsibilities at the moment.
Yeah. So seeing as we haven't lost any players and the blinds have gone up, it's getting a little bit shorter out there. Emil with 12 big blinds, Max with 14.
Yeah, it's just a 20 big blind average at the moment, actually, which is quite unusual for a final table with 40 minutes.
It's because we haven't had any bust outs. Every player that busts average goes up. The longer.
You're good at math.
I know. It was always my favorite subject at school. No joke. I was a math nerd.
Did Andres fold the ace-jack?
He did.
Facing a, you know, Andi now is opening like on a 40% clip. I know it's under the gun. I know you have players after you. But yeah, we could be looking at a 15 big blind average if ace-jack is being folded. It looks like the short stacks really want to play super tight.
Oni is abusing the table, and at the moment he's getting away with it. And the more he gets away with it, the more his chip lead will extend. And we could be seeing the Oni show in about an hour.
Okay, I can forgive Mindaugas for folding 7-5 offsuit, but he can call here as well, believe it or not, but the fold is preferable.
Yeah.
It would have been not good news for him if he called and it was a 7-high flop. Well, a 7-high flop, chances are he would have 2 pair mixed in there, but you understand what I mean.
Is Oni our only adult beverage drinking player at this table?
It's hard to see what's going on the other side, but he is the only player from Finland, so chances are the Lithuanians aren't typically, you know, going player by player. Algirdas can have a drink or two, but he's not typically drinking in big moments. Not typically drinking at all while he's playing tournaments, actually.
Yeah. I like to have a cheeky beer or two sometimes.
Thomas is enjoying a little bit of a water. It looks like Andres has some carbonated beverage and waking up with the jack. So back to the action away from the beverages and min raising to 200,000. Emil has water folding the ace-3, and let's see what Max and his water do. He folds, and Thomas with nothing, and Evan, we haven't seen him with hands yet, but I don't think this is the time to start playing.
No, especially against such an early position raise with onto the gun +1.
15 big blind stack against a player that's just basically playing pretty solid poker at the moment. Not playing that many hands, but not getting them.
Yeah, this would be very loose. No. We know there is one loose player on the table in the big blind. His name is Oni.
And I wouldn't even classify him as, let's say, when you think of loose, it means that he's opening a lot. He's not necessarily a maniac loose.
No,
There's a
I think
big
he's
difference
controlling
between the two.
I think he's controlling the table very nicely at the moment. He is going to defend with the queen 10 off.
Active is, I guess, a better way than...
Yeah, V-pipping frequently. Oh, and it's a queen high flop for Oni.
Hashtag reward. Trouble for Andres, so let's see if he can get out of the way, or maybe a jack comes his way. He doesn't have any of those spades.
Should be that he puts in a sort of third pot c-bet. It's a little bit of a wet texture, so...
He's going less than that. It looks like 150 into 550.
Yeah.
And Andres here with the jacks.
Definitely not going to be folding for one bet, but
No, but I don't think he's going to be folding for too much here.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if by some miracle Andres can keep barreling, maybe. But how do you bet again here?
The nice thing is, if Andres does decide to give up, I think it does just frequently go check, 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 check. But he is going to fire again.
This is starting to get dangerous if he's not going big. And if he goes big, it's still dangerous, of course. But maybe he can find a fold that way. He's not going to get a fold here.
I guess what he's thinking is probably that his opponent can have some spades, so he's trying to get value from flush draws. He's trying to get value from 7x. Obviously,
he's blocking the Jack 10, but that wouldn't have called the flop bet necessarily.
But I do expect it to go check, check on the end once Oni calls this.
But if he is facing that unexpected jam here from the jacks, I'm curious if Ani calls or not.
I just don't think...
Now it's going check, check.
No, but I think it was anyway. Like, he's trying to... Ultimately on the turn, he's trying to get value from 7x. He's trying to get value from the spades.
He could turn his hand into a bluff if he's now put Ani on that queen.
Yeah. But he's not going. Yeah, he's not going to.
It wouldn't have
like
worked,
you say,
I don't
he's been
think,
very
anyway.
aligned. Yeah.
So unfortunate for Andres, down to 9 big blinds.
Yeah, just an unfortunate
Yeah,
flop.
too many chips to open jam the jacks as well.
Yeah.
If you're wondering why he didn't do that, it was a little more than 15 big blinds, almost 16 big blinds he had.
It's a bit of a cagey situation on this final table. We still have not lost a player. The average slowly creeping down. We're at 20 big blinds average at the moment. Oni has been chipping up really, really nicely to start the FT. And Andres, unfortunately, is finding himself now with just 9 big blinds after that hand. Algirdas probably would have opened this later position, but under the gun +1, bit too loose, is going to fold the Jack 8 suited.
Let's see what Thomas with the quick fold. So definitely conscious of ICM in that spot.
It's a bit tricky
if
for
there was
Tomasz,
no
'cause
ICM, you can open. You would expect him actually to open there.
he also has all of the big stacks behind him. His seat is very, very awkward, where he's kind of handcuffed with having 3 big stacks all to his left. Including
and speaking of the big stack,
the chip leader, Oni.
Over 4 million now.
Yeah, this FT started very, very well for Oni. And he's not really faced too much resistance.
Any 2 suited will do for an open from the small blind from Ani. This is don't do this at home unless you're chip leader and can fold. Now if he gets Martin to fold here, then that would be very strange.
Martin's not folding this.
No.
He shouldn't be folding this.
He also shouldn't be 3-betting here, so that leaves only one thing, Scott.
Let's see a flop. Yeah, off to the races we go. Classic 3-2 suited against Queen Jack off. Oni has been smashing those boards so far. But it's a very blank 10-7-7. Oni, however, does not look like the kind of guy to give up.
His eyes almost lit up at this flop as if it was something exciting to him as well. I don't know if you noticed the sparkle there.
I saw the little glint. It's that cheeky glint of, oh yes, that's my board. And, oh, look, he's given a huge tell there.
Yeah.
The hand just flicks up as if to say, oh, I've missed that flop entirely. What is this board? Huge tell from Martin.
So we're going to have Wise Guy back after this hand, but while Martin is thinking, I want to let everybody know that you should go to the Poker Pro World YouTube channel now, also the No Filter YouTube channel now. That documentary that Monier has been talking about that was done by Poker News is now released. You can check it out over on YouTube. Monier's here playing as well, a little quieter than normal out of the the lights and cameras and just being an everyday poker player at this event. But, at the No Filter, he was the center of attention. And you can see it all in the documentary on Poker Pro World. Scott, you would have actually enjoyed that one, even though it's no hold'em. We could talk about that a little bit off stream.
Sure.
But I'm going to be giving the microphone back over to Wise Guy, and maybe I'll join Scott again. Maybe, I'm sure I will sometime this week, but maybe later today.
I mean, I'm kind of hoping to be stuck in tournaments. I didn't want to do 3 bullets in the Raz and then have to come here.
I thought we weren't talking about that anymore.
No, we're not.
Okay, so have fun. Thank you for joining, Scott, and you'll be with Poker Bras and Wise Guy, 2 nicknamed guys.
So we're going to welcome Wise Guy to the Oni show.
Hello. I thought you were going to say Scott Kenyon show.
No, the Oni show.
Is
because
it?
Oni is ruling this final table at the moment.
And I left when we were just coming down to the final table, so he came in as a chip leader and
Came
then
as
he's
a
just
chip leader.
running them over.
Yeah.
All right. And this is Oni, right?
And beautiful jumper, as you can see.
Ah, yeah,
Sponsored
the
by
Lidl.
Lidl, which I'm sure as a
Wow.
Swedish person you can appreciate.
Sure. But so they
It's
have their own-
Scandinavian for value, so I hear.
They have no, but Lidl is German, isn't it?
Oh, is it German?
Yeah, I think so, right? But they have a lot of shops in Sweden. But
I thought the saying for Lidl is it's Scandinavian for value. What am I? Is that IKEA maybe?
yeah, exactly.
I think I'm confusing
And they're
things
having
here.
the same colors as well, right?
They do have the
IKEA,
same
yeah.
colours. I think that's
they
why.
are Swedish.
Yes.
But so he's the sponsored pro by Lidl.
And I wouldn't be shocked potentially to see a little 3-bet here.
All right.
Because
Fun to
he
have
has been
that kind of
applying
guy
pressure
on
as and
the
where he can.
Yeah, and he will.
Yes, he doesn't disappoint.
No, exactly.
Love
he
this,
didn't
love this.
promise too much.
But I do have to say one thing. I'm kind of anti-sweating him because his team's doing rather well in the team competition.
Okay.
And should he win this event, that's going to be about 100 points, and that
Yeah.
would be very, very bad for my team.
Because you're in the top 3, right?
We're second at the moment.
yeah.
His team are 4th at the moment.
Okay, yeah.
So I think this is worth around about 100 points for the win.
Okay.
It would be a lot of points anyway.
Yeah, 'cause we're at
so
90 total
Yeah,
now,
so we're
right?
on 83.
83.
They're on 75.
Okay.
There's Oni on 22 at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
this
he
will be a
already has-
lot of points.
All
The
right.
sick thing is no one's really hit a huge hold'em
Not
competition
yet.
at the moment. So like everybody, there was no one in the team event for the 200 mini-main.
Yeah.
Everyone missed the 350 Tallinn Cup.
Okay.
So there's been no big points, but this could be
Alright.
some huge
Yeah,
points for
yeah,
Oni
yeah.
and his team. His team are called RPT, by the way, for anyone that wants to follow that on the OlyBet events site. You can
Yeah.
check out all the team competition, the current price pool, the current standings. It's all there available.
Oh, you have the price pool updated as
Yeah,
well?
so they update
Nice,
it after
nice.
every tournament. It's dynamically updated
Really
as
nice,
well.
Yeah, I touched with it with Rasmus when he was here earlier because he had a teammate that busted 11th.
Yeah.
So he was sweating for him, rooting for him during the first hour or so. But
Well, Rasmus tried to get into my team, but it was
I
already
heard
full.
he told
it was
the
already
story.
full. Yeah,
Yeah, but he said that he told you first that he couldn't commit to the full series, and then
I need people that have to
Of
commit.
course,
to, yeah,
of course, yeah.
Because it's the only way you can win it.
Yeah,
you can't
yeah,
have people that are
grinding,
there for
grinding.
a weekend, then they go, then they come
No,
back for
no,
the weekend. You
no.
have to be grinding the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure.
I would have loved to have him.
Oh.
Hello.
Ace.
Hello.
So see, Mindaugas has lost a bit. I think he was on a 3-point something.
was,
when
yeah.
When I was here last.
And it'll
So-
be interesting to see if Oni has anything to
Exactly.
do his little
Yeah.
3-bet clickings
Yeah.
with again.
So we are now on the 100K level, yeah, for a bit more this time.
Phew. Oni is safe again.
Yeah.
It's the Oni show. That's why it's the Oni show.
Yeah, he just...
Someone picks up aces, has nothing.
Yeah.
Every other hand. There was an interesting one where he raised under the gun with ace-7 off,
Yeah.
and ace-jack folded behind as well. Like he's just been destroying the table at the moment.
Seems like we might be going to a heads-up flop between the Lithuanians.
Yep. Algirdas has been quite impressive so far. He's put in a couple of cheeky 3-bets.
Yeah, he played well all day, actually. He was really impressive. Oh, look at this. Open-ended, right? Yes, and the aces. Backdoor flush for both as well, so this might be action.
Yeah, should be betting around about a third to half pot on the flop.
Yeah.
Algirdas obviously is not going to be folding. Could choose the aggressive route with his up and down and
Could
check
here,
jam
yeah.
it.
Sure.
Very possible.
Because, I mean, not many...
These Lithuanians are so good at hold'em though. I'm always
Yeah.
impressed when I see the Lithuanians.
Yeah, I think we had around 25 coming into today. Was 6 or 7 Lithuanians.
They're just so good.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, I think both options fine here for Algirdas. Could flat, could jam.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a lot of raw equity. Sometimes you feel like you just want to take that pot down, other times. And obviously he's played with his opponent. Yeah, he does jam.
Here we go.
I don't blame him.
No, you can't.
I honestly prefer taking this route because
36%.
I think the sucky thing is if you just flat on the flop and then you break the turn, you're just going to have to fold so much on the turn anyway.
Yeah.
So I kind of prefer this more aggressive option to make sure that, okay, at least I'm getting a run at, and maybe I have some fold equity with my jam.
Apparently, since he's at least thinking about it.
But against aces,
no,
is not
can't.
folding.
No,
Aces is not folding.
But
it's such a draw-heavy texture where any combo draw, let's say you got 10-7 of hearts, you're jamming.
Yeah. No, he's more or less just waiting for the count.
Yeah, he just wants a count, he wants to verify, but he's not folding.
No.
And yeah, I can't blame either player.
He's in fairly good shape, 64% for Mindaugas. But
Will we lose our first player on the final table?
That's the question. Mindaugas with the aces.
I would feel a bit sad if we lose Algirdas because up to now he's been entertaining, he's been impressive.
Yeah, I would say for the first 3 hours we had him, he was on the table all the time.
But he is a 3-1 underdog with his Queen 10. Needs to hit to survive an 8 or a King only, or some runner on a 2 pair.
One of each folded as well.
Oh, that does give him some additional outs now. Any King, any Queen, any 10. No, but not a jack. It's GG's for Algirdas. Shame. I do like the shove. For what it's worth, though, I think it's a very, very nice option to take to make sure that you do get the full run out. And, you know, Ace-King's folding. Ace-Queen's folding. You're getting a lot of hands. You're getting a lot of hands to fold. Also, you're doing badly against. Sad to see you go, Algirdas.
Yeah.
You impressed me for the short time that I saw you.
So
I'm sure we will see Algirdas again.
4,750 euros is what he will bring from this tournament.
Yeah, Jason said he's been seen quite a few times on the TV tables here at the OlyBets event. So I'm sure we will see Algirdas again.
In Vilnius as well, I think.
Yeah.
So 2 Lithuanians still in then, and 2 Swedes. Not too often you see 2 Swedes in this late stages here in Tallinn, actually.
No?
I mean, no, but we talked about that earlier, that the Swedes has really been coming in masses now, the last year or so. But
isn't the Swedish thing that you normally make new games up? You crush everyone for a few years at your new games.
And
then we overtake you, and then you make another new game. Yeah,
exactly.
Right? That's how it works, right?
Yeah. So that's what I mean. In the Hold'em event and the PLO, there hasn't been much Swedes. In the mixer games, we had some, at least, absolutely. But I think it was Munir who said that last year's Kings of Tallinn, Sweden didn't win anything. And
really?
Finland won 14 tournaments.
Wow. I mean, we do get a lot.
Yeah.
That's just a numbers game.
Absolutely. But
I think
still,
half of the field
but
you
had like 2 Norwegian wins and 0 Swedes.
Yeah.
And a lot more Swedes here. So
I do have to say, though, the Finns are an incredibly friendly bunch. I don't think I've met a single Finnish person that is not friendly, is not chatty. They're drinking, but they're good drunks. They're not like angry drunks. So they're a lovely bunch. And actually, Oni, I've already had some chats with.
Okay.
He's a very good teammate. So anytime his teammates are on the final table, he's there railing. I've been generally railing my teammates because they've been doing all right as well.
Who are the others in his team then? Do we know anyone else in his team?
Jason said they're all very good players.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with them personally, but he said that the lineup of their team was a strong team.
Okay.
It's Aleksi Heikkinen, Jussi Julkinen, and Miikka Toiras.
No, the 2 first, I at least recognize the names. But okay.
So apparently that's like a really good team.
Yeah.
And if he wins this, I mean, it's huge points.
Yeah.
Huge points for this event. It could be close to 100 points. The leader
what
of the
What do you get for winning the main event-ish?
It's also sort of 100-ish.
It's that big, yeah.
It's basically... The calculation is like individual players, and then it's how much you X your buy-in.
Yeah. Okay.
So this one is 555 buy-in. It's almost 100x for the win. It's going to be close to 100-ish points.
All right.
Onni show is continuing. Raises with the ace-8 suited. And Martin can't really get involved here. He's got that sort of awkward middling stack where...
Yeah. And those guys are just measuring beards also.
Yeah, stroking and measuring
each other's.
Yes.
Max folding. Holding on.
Oni is just running this table over at the moment. It's been an excellent start to the final table. I think he came in with about 3 million chips, so he's chipped up about 2 milski.
Yeah.
If it continues like this, I think there will be only one winner. It's very tough when you get someone with the chips that really knows how to use them as well, particularly with final table ICM. Yeah, he's pulling away very impressively. And then it's always the case, is he going to take a dent to it along the way, or is he just going to keep on accumulating? At the moment, it's very smooth graph for Oni.
5s for Mindaugas.
Awkwardly early position.
Yeah, exactly.
And awkwardly with Oni to our left.
His left. Not the perfect spot.
But nice that we now have a bit of a bigger stack following winning with the aces, holding with the aces.
Sure.
Because like you say, he'd gone from 3 million to 2 million, was sort of dwindling a bit. Does Oni have the slow down button? No, he does not. And again, this is what I say, like opening with the 5s, 40 bigs. I get that obviously you're meant to, but it's just so awkward with Oni to your left. He's just at it, he's constant, he's really pushing the pressure. And yeah, I assume Mindaugas Pro. Oh, hello. Now the sick thing is, Oni does not get to fold for the rest.
No, so it's actually
he's
I was
already
about to say this before that he's with all these 3-bets that he does, he's committed to a lot of the short stacks.
Yeah,
so
he's not going to be able to fold for the jam as much as he knows this is a very strong hand.
Yeah.
It's 600 to win 2.1. Oopsie.
Yeah, I mean, he just has to hope that it's just ace-king or ace-queen.
Yep.
But it will be worse than that. And Mindaugas, of course, is out of the way quickly with the 5s, and Oni will see that he can't fold this one.
This is most unfortunate timing, I have to say, because I love the 3-bet. Everyone's having to fold like 95% plus of the deck. It's just very unfortunate timing that someone's woken up with it. But I'm sure he knows, whilst he is giving a bit of information to what he's 3-betting to the table. If he calls,
exactly. That's the worst thing, right?
That's the worst thing is that you can't. But equally, when you 3-bet like this and fold, they're going to know that. Yeah, it sucks, but like we can't fold for 600 to win 2.1.
No way we can.
You hope he has ace king or ace queen.
If he has something like that, you're not right. I mean, you're running pretty well.
Oh, he is going to fold it.
Wow, surprised to see that.
I mean, they're all going to know how at it he was with the 3-bet when he folds.
But the another problem now is that the table thinks that it was even worse than 9-8 suited that he was 3-betting with.
Yeah.
Like he did it like with an 8 deuce or something, because, I mean, we don't fold many hands there.
Yeah. I kind of don't blame him, though. You know what? Sometimes we put a 3-bet in and we were at it, and let's just not compound the mistake and put more in.
Can we do this online thing in Rabbit Hunt now? See, flop was 9-8-3 or...
Oh, that would be fun if they had a little sort of glass thing in the middle of it.
So
and
just we can
the,
see it, but not the player.
Yeah, just rabbit the board for us. Yeah, you know what? He's been running the table over. I actually don't hate that he wants to preserve his stack, keep it healthy, and keep running over the table. And as it happens, odds-wise, it was a good fold, because we see he was only 18%, committing 600 to win 2.1. He was actually not getting the right price as well.
So how come, Scott? Normally you're playing everything. Is there no mixed games today?
The only thing was Raz. I did 3 bullets in the Raz. It's a PKO. Didn't feel compelled to fire a 4th.
Right.
The only other thing today that I'll be playing is the celebrity event, which starts at 6. But yeah, there's no other mixed game stuff aside from the 2K PLO. And I felt that was a bit too rich, given that I am bricking everything at the moment.
Yeah, I get it.
So, yeah.
Oh, look at this now. Oni's back on the horse.
Oni's back again. Oni's back. Tell a friend.
And unfortunately, so far, no takers. But
I don't think he wants a max taker.
No,
with his
he
aces,
doesn't.
With his aces
not again. Not the decision again. But He would have liked the big blind to come along, but
this is
he
good.
did not.
Raise and take it, back to normality,
Yeah,
chipping up,
yeah.
chipping up.
Momentum back. Absolutely. Yeah, so there was a lot of celebrities in there. Do you recognize the Estonian celebrities? How are your skills?
I mean, is Tila playing? Is Tila Vera playing?
No, I think she's hosting.
Because I heard she's back in the band.
She is, and she's the hostess from today.
Excellent.
So she's here all week hosting.
I have to say that's fantastic to have Tila Vera back. She really is a bit of a treasure, a bit of Estonian treasure. Very good personality.
I actually have the list of celebrities. There are 17 of them.
Oh.
And 13 is from Estonia.
Okay.
From you people local, you might recognize Erkki Saarapuu, Maria-Liis Ilus, sorry for my pronunciation here now, but Robert Ruhl, Silver Laas, Kaspar Wellberg, Liis Lusmägi, and some others playing as well. So, and from the Finnish side, we have Kim Herold, the boxer. You don't want to go heads up with that guy. He's not the boxer. Amin's the boxer. Kim Herold is, of course, the model and singer, songwriter. And then Ilari Sami is playing as a celebrity.
Yeah. That's nice.
And also Juhani, our poker legend journalist.
I have to say, Ilari is really one of the nicest guys you'll ever come across in the poker world.
And also, actually, we do have one Latvian celebrity.
Oh.
And even more, sorry for my pronunciations, but Karis Rokans is in the game. He's the fastest Latvian superbike rider and the first Latvian to finish the legendary 24-hour Le Mans motorcycle race.
Wow. That's very impressive. 24 hours race.
I think they take turns, right?
Wow.
At least in the car version they do.
That's very impressive.
Like a team of 3, and then you go for 24 hours, but you have a break every now and then. It's like us in the commentator booth.
I assume they just have a sleep or something if it's 24 hours.
They nap, yeah. I think you would think they do. Because they're still safe driving, right?
Yeah. So I'm not much of a Hold'em player generally, but I have to say this celebrity event is something very special. It always turns out a huge number of players for a midweek event.
Yeah.
I think in the past we've had 400 or 500 players.
Oh,
so for a one-day event, you get a huge prize pool.
Yeah.
And
there's
again,
some extra bounties in there,
huge
right?
team points. Yes, extra bounties.
Yeah, it's included in the team.
Yeah, so they tend to have like a little goodie bag on all of the celebrities.
Yeah.
Last year, I think it was that you would get like a signed cap. I have a signed cap from former Miss Finland.
Oh.
I'm trying to remember the name of former Miss Finland. Sara Shafak.
Yes.
Sara Shafak, yes. So I have a signed cap from Sara Shafak. Got some mints. Got some casino credits. And there was something else. I can't remember. But there was a few little goodies in there.
Nice.
I think even last year they did like a sort of deck of cards. It was like a golden deck of cards.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So, yeah, sometimes these goodie bags are really, really nice. Equally, it's just like added value. But yeah, some of the celebrities love to give their chips away quickly and then go to the bar.
Yeah.
So I think a few of them will be dusting their stack off quickly. So some free chips at the table, perhaps.
Always nice.
Yeah. But yeah, it tends to draw a very big field of players. So even as a mixed games lover, I would recommend you come down tonight, play the celebrity event. Starts at 6 p.m.
Yeah,
so
starts in 15 minutes, but I think a few hours of late reg at least.
Yeah,
so.
plenty of late reg.
Or just come here to Celebrity Spot.
Yeah. Try and get a boxer autograph.
Get a right, what do you say?
A right hook.
Yeah, an uppercut straight to the chest. Max now, ace-10 suited. Of course, opening.
He has been opening on the larger size. Most people have been going for just the standard 2x.
Exactly.
He's been going a bit 2.25 or even 2.5x. Oh, and he's walked into Mindaugas's ace-king suited. I do think, however, he will just be raise folding. He's not going to get too out of line here.
Most likely not.
Probably get a size like 550-ish for the 3-bet here.
Yeah, or maybe 625.
Maybe 625. I've been pretty good at predicting the sizes up until now, actually. I'm not so much of a Hold'em noob after all, but he is just going to raise.
You've played your fair share of Hold'em hands.
I've played a decent amount of the game of Boo Hold'em to know it well enough. Oh, but the mini-main...
When was the last time you played a Hold'em?
The mini-main tilted me to bejesus because I played the first day, I satellited in for 20 euros, played the day one, did really well, had a big stack. Day two, big stack got even bigger. I was doing so well, and then ended up soft bubbling at 5 from the money, and it meant that I missed 5 hours of the open face Chinese, my beloved.
Yes.
So honestly, it actually tilted.
That was the worst.
It
That hurt the most.
tilted the bejesus out of me to be stuck playing hold'em, not even cash, and then miss most of the Chinese. I was furious. So yeah.
Someone up there wanted to pull your leg a bit.
I did it for the team. The thing is, like, it was the only thing to play on the first day.
And it's a huge amount of points, of course, in mini main. Which had something like 900 runners, did it?
Just over 900, yeah. It was 25,000 for the winner. Would have been a lot of team points.
Yeah. It's nice for a €200 tournament.
Amazing. And like I said, I was in for €20. So even better.
Even better. All right. So is there any more open face Chinese coming?
There is one on the final day. There is a 200 OFC on the last day. Yeah. So at least I haven't full-on missed Chinese, but I'm just sad the 350 looked so juicy.
If you compare it, I mean, let's say that one gets 100 runners. How much team points would you get for that open face Chinese if you win it?
It'll still be good points.
Yeah.
It'll be decent points. But it's just, I love to play Chinese. It's not often that I get to play it. Albeit the site that I represent actually will be adding it soon, so I'm happy that I'll get to play more Chinese. But at the moment, I don't get to play it so much. And it was such a good stroke. Excuse me.
Ace King for Mindaugas. I'll take over as Scott swallowed the fly here, and let's see if he gets on the fly. Surely he will be racing with the Ace King suited and in the cutoff position.
It was a great structure.
Yeah.
Started 500 points deep, super deep stack.
Okay.
So I was just sad to miss it, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
So 225 from Mindaugas. He'll happy take a 3-bet this time.
I think Oni will as well. I think Oni will.
Mr. Lidl. And he knows Mindaugas is opening a lot, so this is some trouble for Oni again.
It shouldn't be too much trouble.
But he will lose 500.
He'll lose a bit.
Yeah.
He'll lose a bit.
He'll have to give up 600 well-earned K.
The thing I like with his aggression is it's been very controlled aggression. It's also quite awkward for Mindaugas because this is first and second on chips, out of position.
Yeah,
but
of course.
I assume
you don't want to be 4-betting and get shoved on here. That would be terrible for Mindaugas because they are the two biggest stacks. And I mean, even though he's
actually only going to flat.
Interesting.
I mean, again, I think this is sort of first and second chips in play. He just doesn't want some disaster to happen here. But
one spade. Oh,
clean flop. Clean flop for Mindaugas.
Are we going for the check raise now, maybe? And now still he's sitting there thinking, don't let this guy have jacks now. Don't let this be this day of my life that I get busted in 8th in a 10 million pot.
Oni will continue, for sure.
For sure.
But then I think he's going to start waving the white flag. I don't expect him to just keep barreling.
Would have been interesting if he had at least the ace of diamonds for some backdoor outs, but no. Just
more fun if he has Queen 10.
Even more fun.
Queen 10 of diamonds.
Diamonds.
Queen 10 of diamonds. Then we're having some real fun.
So we'll have one person having 80% of the chips with 7 left. But he just comes for the call.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting way of going at this.
He just doesn't want to bloat the pot. He's out of position against the chip leader. There's just no need to create a massive situation.
At least a gut shot for Oni.
Oni does pick up equity. Doesn't have a diamond, unfortunately. Again, ace of diamonds here with, say, ace 4 would be very interesting. Yeah. But I expect him to slow down here. And if this is a 3, it's just sick. Oh, this could be quite sick, however.
Wow, 4 diamonds, though.
Of all the bluff rivers, that is a very, very interesting river.
Yeah, I mean, Mindaugas just hates that one.
Oni does have a bit of showdown value with the ace, but I don't think he really expects the ace to be winning here.
No.
So if he wants to win this pot, he's going to have to put a quite hefty bet in on the river, at least half pots. Oni is certainly the type of player that may do it. Oh, but he's just going to take the showdown value. I don't blame him, to be honest. Like, He's already put a lot of chips in. He's already really tried to run this bluff as
Look
best
at
as
this.
possible. Yeah.
And now they're actually off on a break. So that was the last hand before the break. They got to sweat, at least Mindaugas did. So just coming back to us here in the studio for a bit, and then we'll send you guys off to a break. So this is Wise Guy and Scott Kenyon, and yeah, it's been a fun ride in the final table so far, right?
It looked like Oni was really running over the table so far, but the last couple of hands he's taken a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
I'm sure that he'll find a way back, though. His perseverance is really good. It's been a lot of controlled aggression. Really sad that we lost Aramas in 9th place. I liked him. I thought that he was quite impressive at times as well.
Yeah, a good man to have on the final table. But yeah, still plenty of action to come, and we'll have about a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back with all the action till we have the winner of this 555 championship. So see you soon.
See you then.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself?
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is gonna be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
I'm a maniac, maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas, I go out and buy a cowboy hat, I step into character, then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call.
My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever, and if you love me, hold me tight, and you will push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Yeah. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is gonna be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will dub you Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, this is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul, and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake, I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're the main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer, and I'm here with none other than Rasmus Lundström. Unfortunately, that means that Rasmus's last tournament didn't go as planned, but fortunate for you guys, that means that you get Rasmus for at least a couple of hours. The plan is that I will be here for about 30 minutes or so, and then Andreas will come back and lead you the rest of the way. But we are covering the 555 championship event. Rasmus, how are you doing? What's going on today?
Well, I'm doing quite well. I just played a tournament that didn't really go that well, but no hard feelings. And later I'll probably be jumping into the celebrity event that we can hear them announcing our dear celebrities here about just now.
Yeah, I think there's 18 celebrities, maybe more. I think there's also bounties on the host. So each of those celebrities will be placed at different tables. And on top of the prize pool that's going to be generated from, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, it'll probably be a 6-figure prize pool is my guess, from a 200 buy-in. The celebrities all have bounties, it could be like a gold deck of cards, it could be something else as well. I don't know what the biggest prize is, but it's probably all like merch related and fun stuff.
Yeah, I spoke about earlier when I did my first stint here that I'm big on tokens myself, so I can't speak for everyone, but I think it's great, the bounties. It's always a fun addition, and the celebrity event is usually a fan favorite, so I do expect we'll see a 6-figure prize pool.
Good. And you probably recognize some of the celebrities. They're mostly from Estonia, but there's 4 from Finland. Actually, the 4 Finnish celebrities I all know, so I probably know more of the celebrities than you do on the Finnish side.
I do think that's the case, yes.
And we can hear Glenn Brown in the background. He is making some announcements also about who the celebrities are, Tilly Vera before. But we have an action-packed table ready for you, and I think the action is going to happen right away, being that the stack sizes are pretty thin, as you can see here. There's 4 players with 12 or less big blinds out of the 8 remaining. Andreas is on pure life support. And Emil can't wait around for Andreas to blind out per se. It needs to do something as well. But meanwhile, on the top, we have Mindaugas, who took over the chip leader from break to break over Ani, who had a pretty decent lead, but the two collided in one smaller spot when I was off the stream, and that led to a chip lead change as well.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I know Ani a little bit. I haven't played with him so much, but I've chatted with him a lot in the passing days, and we were even out to dinner here one day with a bunch of friends together. So he's a good lad, and I'll be.
And we were looking at his team. His team already has a lot of points. So if he winds up winning this, they're going to probably be a clear lead going into the main event, is my guess. But we'll keep an eye on that as well.
You'd think that, but normally the celebrity event winners are
that's right, because
get an obscene amount of points because of the unique entries.
Yeah.
As we see Javan open here with the ace-king suited.
Even me, that doesn't mind to re-enter. I said I'm just going to give it one go when I'm off the stream, and if not, then I'll be free to come back in.
Sounds like a good plan, that. I noticed Algiras was out in 9th, which...
that made me sad when I saw I wasn't actually here. He's a friend of mine as well, as I said previously. But as I also said, each of these 9 players, now 8, are worthy champions if they can do it. I'm not going to be upset with any winner, obviously. But when you have a friend on the final table, it's only natural to want them to do well.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm friends with him, but I've played a lot with him, and I do respect him and his game. So I really enjoy watching him play, and I do root for his success from the sidelines. So unfortunate to see him go, but that means we have had our first elimination of the final table if you are just joining us, and we are down to 8, as Jason earlier mentioned.
I'm sad, though, for a different reason, because Algiras plays a very good game of poker, reading the table quite well, and he lures people into thinking he's tight until he's not. He has a very... I love watching him play when he's on stream, but sometimes I actually enjoy playing poker with him as well. It's one of the few players that if I'm in a spot that I'm thinking a little bit longer, about, because he knows how I play as well.
There is something enjoyable about having to make difficult decisions in poker.
I like it. I like having to think. That's why I so much enjoyed the open-faced Chinese.
I guess the subtle agony of it is part of the poker. It is a mind game after all.
Yeah. And when you're playing online and everything's automatic, it's nice when you can get some live reads and some live tells and psychological tells as well, that you can apply that more effectively when you're not, I maybe 6 table, others 10 table, when you're focusing on one table singularity that's moving at a very slow pace comparatively to online. Like, to me, even a 30-second time clock seems like forever. I wouldn't mind if they had time banks on every table at every moment, because it would be an advantage to me in general terms. But back to the action, a min raise by Ani, who would be raising quite wide in general, even after losing some chips.
I don't feel like Max is the kind of guy who defends this king 5 offsuit. He does feel like the guy who very much avoids putting himself in this uncomfortable post-flop spot where he's virtually guaranteed to face some pressure.
You've read that quite well, actually. I did miss the last 45 minutes while I was doing stuff with the celebrity event a little bit, but. In general terms, Max was folding pretty much every big blind. Some very defendable spots. But as I said, sometimes it's better to fold, even if it's not optimal in a vacuum, because if your post-flop ability is hampered too much by what's on the line at the table, the amount of money at the table, sometimes the safer play is actually just to fold it, just about everything. If you're afraid about playing post-flop, if you're going to be pushed off every hand, even if you flop, middle pair, and if you don't know how to play middle pair and against a certain player, just fold it.
Yeah, I can now reveal that Alexander Latikas, who was 12th today, who I earlier mentioned, that is a good friend of mine, I spoke to him briefly and gave him some advice on this tournament, and we spoke about difficult spots. And I said that if something gets far too uncomfortable, it is often better to avoid putting yourself in that position rather than putting yourself in that position and risking making a big error. Because avoiding a position is usually a small error, but it's manageable, while the big errors are the ones that really cost you. He, however, does not struggle with being comfortable, being uncomfortable. I know him, and he's certainly willing to battle.
So I think he is online. He's an online beast as well, if it is who I think it is.
He has a lot of successes.
I can't reveal the screen name, but I think it is.
I think you may be right, but I cannot confirm nor deny because I haven't. While I know kind of what he plays, I don't know what he's called or who he really is. I just have a general idea of the games he plays and how he does, but without going into too much detail. As Emil now.
It's a clear shove spot.
Yeah, and he takes it immediately. From what I remember earlier, his shoves were most often these kind of decisions, and rather his call-offs were these agonizing positions where he actually made a very tight laydown with, I think it was pocket sixes.
Yeah.
In the big blind when he
facing
got
a small
open.
blind shove.
Yeah, he got open jammed on in the small blind, and in that case the small blind had the absolute nuts, and it was still a flip.
Yeah.
But even so, like in a vacuum, folding sixes there is a horror. But he has opted for this more conservative style, which now has landed him 8th place here. So I think he's going to be very happy with this record.
But hold on a second. Why is Mindaugas thinking so hard unless it's on another player? Okay. No, it is on Mindaugas.
I think it's just that he never expects to be in decent shape.
You have to call any two at that stage.
You absolutely do. But sometimes people take that extra couple seconds to let it sink in. I can't speak for Mindaugas much because I haven't seen him play yet, but this might be the case.
He's a solid player. But let's see, it's actually a race with the ace-10 against the king-jack. As you can see, it's 50-50, probably because of some eliminated cards, but technically in a vacuum, Emil is slightly ahead of the king-jack, a 60-40 more or less.
Especially with the one club in Mindaugas' hand, it's good because he doesn't have that option. While it does kill some of Emil's outs to the flush, it also avoids one of the two flushes that Mindaugas can make.
A 10 out of the window, but not necessarily the card he wanted to connect with an 8 and a 7, because it opens up a 9 as an out, but the 8 of clubs on the turn is safe. And it's the 9 of hearts on the river. Oh no, it's the straight for Mindaugas, and it's Emil out in 8th place on a bit of a cooler for 5,850 euros. It was more or less a flip getting it in, but it was a cooler. If he had more chips there, he would have had the fold equity. We saw Mindaugas think. Meanwhile, the final 7 players all got a ladder, 7,200 locked up. And Emil seems a little shell-shocked, but now is smiling and should be very happy about, not happy at the moment, but when he looks back at this later, 8th place out of more than 600 entries, very tough field, especially the final 24. A lot of very difficult players to navigate against, something to be proud about.
Yeah, I know for a fact that it can take up to like 3 weeks to truly get in touch how you feel about a score, because in the immediacy, even if you're happy with how you played, unless you won, you're usually feeling at least some level of disappointment. But Emil, he fought well, and that 10 in the end being that double-edged sword, because it allowed that gut shot to come in there, and it's ultimately his death.
And Mindaugas opting to fold his queen-jack off from, I believe, under the gun, and probably good that he did. Ani with the king-queen suited, definitely a 3-bet candidate. But instead he will open for a min-raise.
While I understand that you don't want to get shoved down when you open, you're also going to get a ton of credit with the under-the-gun open and blocking a lot of reshoves like queens-jacks, ace-queen, and even ace-jack from certain short stacks. I feel like you can open the queen-jack on this stack size.
Yeah, especially as chip leader or second in chips. You're not really, you're 3-bet, you get away from it. And if you're not, you can rep your whole range of hands.
Yeah, and Ani isn't going to get us creative in these early versus early position battles because there's so many hands that can wake up behind. Meanwhile, later, if you're cut off against the button, it allows Ani to do all kinds of maneuvers, as we saw earlier with the ace-4.
I don't think I've ever seen Ani play on stream before. I mean, I've definitely seen him around at events. It's not somebody I've had a conversation with before, but he's been quite impressive from what I've seen. I did miss the hand where he lost some chips, presumably to Mindaugas. but you know, I have watched him play a lot of hands, and it's a very solid tag game with you know, a mix of you know, some random hands once in a while.
Yeah, I think he's exactly the kind of player I expect from a decently strong Finnish guy who really has the capabilities to play in these games. He certainly seems strong enough to hold his own, and in this case even perhaps shine stronger than anyone else. It helps that he has the stack to aid it, but like he seems very unafraid and understands the intricacies of the game.
This hand would have been an all-in situation if either player was shorter on chips. So it's.
I'm not so sure actually. I think if there's a big blind with 14 bigs or 13 bigs, even 12 bigs, they don't shove sevens over the under the gun open. In late position against
That's
late
also
position,
true, yeah,
this
yeah.
would happen. But because only opened under the gun, I think the sevens.
If it was the
would
other way
elect to
around,
go
though,
into
the
a
ace
call.
queen was in the big blind, it would be. But you're right. It's,
Indeed. As Ani does get a good flop here.
and he's happy actually probably to get the fold. You know,
Yeah.
you don't necessarily want to see a turn. Not just because the turn might be a spade, just because you might actually be drawing to 4 outs as well. So you feel you can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Of course, if he knew his opponent had pocket sevens with no spade, he would have loved to have a call.
Yeah, and I mean...
but look at Andreas stick around. He laddered up once. Not much really Emil could do there. We both agreed, you know, you get a hand as strong as ace-10 suited, you need to do something with the sub-10 big blind stack. You can't be completely blinding off, but maybe that's Andreas's plan, to see if another player will go out before he finds a spot to get his crumbs in the middle.
Interestingly, these other players with the shorter stacks like Max should be extremely tight until Andreas busts, because they are so incentivized to see him drop out with his virtually dead stack.
So in your head, does that make an ace-10 suited a candidate to fold when you have no fold equity, you know, facing an open?
I understand the question, but I don't think so, because of the fact that Emil was the second shortest stack. However, if he's 10 bigs, I think folding it is fine.
But there was a gap, a decent gap between the players.
That's true. But also, like, the thing is, if Andreas doubles, he would have far more than Emil had. Meanwhile, if Andreas doubles, he's going to have much less than someone like Max. As we do see a limp come in here from the Queen 7 off, and Oni electing to just take the flop. Good
11 million chips between the two of them now.
Yeah, good to not be overly aggressive. I think it's 18 million in play, so with 11 million just between the two, it's that's what I mean, that it's these boys like unrealistically will not be fighting for the win as much as they are fighting for the ladders, the rest of them, until they really get that chance to chip up big. So that makes Emil's decision actually quite interesting with that ace-10, assuming he has virtually no fold equity. I think I would still elect to go, generally speaking, but if he folds, like, that's one of the times when being tight actually isn't a problem. On the flip side, if he did double there, that would have been excellent for him, and he would right now have to be very tight, but he would be virtually securing 1 or even 2 pay jumps, assuming no massive cooler.
Yeah.
So there is value, of course, in the shove, because the times you do win, your expected value goes up massively.
So a lot probably depends on plugging all the numbers into like an ICM calculator based on how steep the pay jumps are, might actually dictate some of this.
I would say so, but another thing is what is the perceived range that he is opening? Even if we assume he has no folds, what is the perceived range? Because that's going to tell you what is your equity. And if your equity is too even against the range, then the small advantage in equity is not worth the risk of busting. But if your equity is good enough, then it's worth the risk of busting, because on average you will make enough chips for it to be worth it. As Onni, wow.
Hello.
And these players aren't that deep, but this is a hand where you could actually induce. There's all three plays are on the table here. If he power jams, then he's certainly saying he would power jam a bad hand as well. Just put that maximum payout pressure, which is extremely valid because of the 3 big blind stack that will be in the big blind next. But he chooses to go for this inducing open
it wouldn't have mattered anyway in this particular case with the 9-3, but in general terms, if he has something like pocket fives, maybe it is inducing something, but it might be just inducing a fold rather than a shove, actually. You know, where if it's a limp, you can actually get that shove and call, which is your point exactly.
Yeah, and it's good to see him put some of these strong hands into the inducing range, because I assume there is a ton of hands that he would just want to open bluff here. Virtually, like, I don't think he should fold a single hand with Andreas going into the big blind next, because the big blind, this German fella, he's going to be so handcuffed by the ICM. And though I don't recall his name, maybe you can help me a little bit.
Martin Zobel.
Martin.
He's sometimes showing up under an Estonian flag too, so he's a local player, even though he's originally from Germany.
Yeah, I've played with him actually in the Czech Republic in the summer. A couple of times I met him.
And he might have had an Estonian flag there, depending on which ID he gave.
I frankly don't recall, but I'm not sure I saw him at a TV table either. I believe we just played some cash.
And Mindaugas now, his turn for a nice pair. There's one less than the 10s that we saw by Ani, but 9s will do the trick from the cutoff.
And now is this cutoff versus button dynamic I was talking about before. I'd love to see what Ani has here. And there it is.
I'd love to see these two players just collide, just because I always root for mayhem. But ace-5 suited would be potentially a 3-bet. Ace-5 off
I think he
could
will.
be also a 3-bet, but less likely.
I think he will 3-bet because he saw Mindaugas just flat before with ace-king, which means that even when Mindaugas has it, he's not going to come over the top. So he actually gets good realization on these hands, and that makes a 3-bet extremely tempting.
So let's see what he does with the 9s, assuming nobody else wakes up with anything. Martin Zobel finds a quick fold. What did he have? We will never know. And Andres, but he only has 275, so he needs to get in. But this caps everything off and makes Ani's 3-bet look very suspicious, especially if he thinks he knows what Andres had, because there's a dead pot.
Mindaugas is in quite the pickle here. Without Andres, this is easy, because you just call every time. You don't do anything else, especially when you cover, but only very slightly. Now he has a real decision to make, and this is ultimately just dependent on what kind of player you want to be.
I'll be surprised he folds. So I mean, it's he does fold. You're right.
And this is exactly why Andres called this, because even though he doesn't assume he's in amazing shape, there's so much dead money in there, and he assumes a lot of the time there will be a fold from the original open.
I mean, he did only have one blind left, so it was going in, I think.
Yeah, but now he has the chance to go from 3 bigs all the way up to, I think, 8.5 or something like this.
Yeah, because it was basically already covering him with the initial raise.
As we move the start to the right side, and the ace in the window. It's looking ugly, but
great fall by Mindaugas.
Yeah, Mindaugas going to be tapping himself on the back for that one.
Maybe we can see a king or a jack. No, now it is showers and it is cheers, actually. That's not nice. We like Andres.
I believe there is my dinner friends from the other day railing on Ani. Yeah, there we can see them in the back, the Finnish guys.
Yeah.
With the nice rail for Ani, and he smiles over to them.
But meanwhile, Andres is out in 7th place. He did manage up to ladder up one spot for 7,200 euros, and the final 6 players have now locked up 9,500 euros each. Even though the average stack has gone up a little bit, still we have 3 players with 13 big blinds and less, and Yevon can easily get down to that range, and it's all Ani and Mindaugas. Ani regaining the chip lead actually after that hand. He entered the final table with the lead. Mindaugas was the first player to take it over before last break, and now Ani has it back. So that's the story at the top end of things, and at the bottom end of things. We'll see what happens with these short stacks.
Indeed. Going further into the dynamics of the previous hand, last time, of course, Ani got the chance to muck because Mindaugas showed down his ace-king, and it was good against Ani's hand, but this time Mindaugas actually got to see what Ani had 3-bet him with, and seeing the ace-5 off. I'm not sure if there was, I believe it was just before the break, the previous one, so there was not enough time to see it on the stream for the players while they were on the break, because the delay had not caught up to real time. But this time he got to see that Oni is willing to bluff him with those kinds of hands, which makes you wonder if there will be 4-betting from Mindaugas if he finds himself in that spot again.
I've been on TV tables myself many times, but I think only once or twice for tournaments. It's all been for cash games. And the one thing I felt I failed to do in a tournament was have a friend watch the stream. That was before the money, and it's not a big deal. But it would have been really nice to know what some of those hands are. And there's nothing stopping from any of the players, let's say, from doing that. They can't watch the stream themselves, but if they step away and somebody tells them something, you know, that's part of having a support team. As long as they're not giving you real-time assistance, it's all fair game.
Yeah, and I mean, you are allowed to watch the stream with the delay as anyone else.
Not while you're playing, though.
No, not while you're playing, but on the breaks, I'm pretty sure you are allowed to.
Yeah, you can fast forward it.
Yeah, you can fast forward all the way up to half an hour, which is what I was speaking of, that if any hands occurs in the last half hour before the break, you will not be able to see it.
Yeah,
you will not know.
Yeah. But a friend can see it, and it's if they think that it's, you know, if you tell them, hey, on the break, watch out for that hand and let me know what he had, you know, you can, it's easy to pass that information along one way or the other. And there's nothing against the rules in doing that, to be fair, either. It's different than someone sitting on the rail with charts and solvers, and that's not allowed.
Yeah, good fall from Jeven here, recognizing the ICM implications. Or, well, I don't know. Now that Andres has busted, you could be opening that ace-3 suited. It depends on how much pressure you expect to be facing from the two big stacks right next to you. But Jeven currently conserving his chip stack, making sure that he doesn't bust early and gets a couple of the ladders before he starts really getting involved.
I think Ane just open jammed his chip leading stack, so it may go like this. It's all short stacks after him, so why not?
This is extremely reasonable. In fact, this is something you will see a lot, particularly in online play, because the larger stacks actually need to be extremely strong to be incentivized to call off. It's not enough to get over that 50% line.
But it was all 3 short stacks.
Yes, but Max had 1.6 million, which is still a lot of chips comparatively.
True. Yeah, comparatively to the other two.
He, on that bit, like, virtually you're really just jamming against the smaller stacks, because the bigger stacks are not going to call you off unless they have really, really strong hands.
Yeah, like jacks are better, pretty much, or ace-king, ace-queen suited. Potentially.
Yeah, and it really turns all of the other players against one another, because they all want to fold in hopes that someone else collides with them. So, ironically, they make even more folds just because he jams.
Yes.
It opens the possibility for that immediate bust.
But he also seems to be a pretty strong post-flop player against, especially against scared money. Not, you know, that's just a term that doesn't mean you're a bad player. It means that actually, in this case, you're being a smart player, recognizing the pay jumps that are in play. In which case, he can actually get more than that 2.5 blinds that he's getting, the big blind ante, and the small blind, sometimes on just a min-raise, and he will shove. So now he's back to min-raising, but I think it's because there's different stack sizes from the hijack.
Yeah, and I mean,
and it's a hand that plays better post-flop than the deuces.
Post 2 million stack in the big blind. So knowing there's that big stack in the big blind, he doesn't need to open jam. He can just open.
And let's see what Yevgen does here. He does have a dominating ace-9.
I think we will see a call. And then Jeven trying to keep the pot as small as possible post-flop, which in this case, I think he will be mostly successful, because on boards where he misses, Oni's just going to take it down, and on boards where he hits, Oni's also going to keep the pot moderate. But here already, when Oni puts in the small c-bet, even though your hand is in immediate strength strong enough, it's difficult to call. For the one big blind, you definitely come along, but if that c-bet is 2.5 big blinds, then it's very, very difficult already.
No diamonds about, but it is a scare card for both players, in fact. But I think Ani is going to continue. It doesn't need to be
I don't necessarily
big.
think he will continue, because this board is much favoring the big blinds range. So yeah, I like that check by Ani. The range is really, as we do see, the chop run out, which makes it extremely likely to go check. There's very small incentive to bluff for either player.
Yeah, you're not getting value anymore. Nothing can call you. A king isn't going to call. But as we say that, look what happens. Jeven trying to bet his opponent off with a min bet. That's certainly not doing anything, but maybe he is targeting that king. Ooh.
Yeah, it's this bet is supposed to serve as a block. He wants to avoid getting bluffed off the pot, and Ani indeed just accepts the block, as you are supposed to do, and it's a chop. Like I said, I don't dislike the block at all. Well, I didn't get that far, but like I like the check for the same reason that the block works, which is that on this board, Yevon is going to have, I think, more of the flushes and more of the full houses, though Ani is allowed to open quite wide, so if he goes all the way down, it is also possible for Ani to rep the full houses.
Yes.
It is definitely not out of the question. While under normal circumstances, you would expect him to virtually never have a 6 or a 4 there. Quite a nice sweater on he's rocking, don't you think?
Yeah, I like it. The nice little sweater. I don't know if it's like a special edition that you actually buy at Little or he just found it. But I always like this retro-looking stuff for sure.
It's very colorful. Adds a little spirit into the game. As Thomas peels a hand, I assume we will see hit the middle.
Yeah, it's one move and one move only.
To his credit, he still has fold equity.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is okay. Yevgen has to fold, and let's see. Oh, no. Okay, so it could be a good spot it, but right now it's going to likely be Lithuanian on Lithuanian crime.
It is indeed.
And Mindaugas is, I mean, Thomas's opening range isn't just suited aces. It should be a bit wider. Oh, hi there, Ani.
As Ani making sure that even while he's isn't in the hand, he's still in the spotlight.
He's getting some TV time there.
Yeah.
But I think he was talking to a friend on the rail, as we saw there had a lot of people on the rails, and you never know which cameras are live. There's about, I don't know how many, but at least 4 of them going.
There are a lot of them, yes. Kind of learn to ignore them, but that means that sometimes you ignore them so much you don't realize you're standing right in the face of them, as is the case. Mindaugas thinking much longer than I would expect him to here. This jam is going to be very wide and it's going to connect a lot of hands.
The two of these guys have played hands together, though, too, that maybe his range is actually suited aces, but I really don't, yeah, I'm with you. I don't see why this is taking so long.
I mean, if he peels Queen 10 or Queen Jack suited on the button, King Jack, even King Jack off, King Jack suited, King 10 suited, I think that's 100% going in, and when those hands are there, you just have to call every time, especially getting such a good price. He was getting almost 3-1.
So let's see if Thomas can double up here. Ace-6 against King-Queen. Last time it was an ace against King-Queen. It was no bueno, resulting in, I believe, Andres going out. He had King-Jack, though. Ooh, nice flop for ace-6 suited.
Yeah,
a diamond for the check mark.
About as good as you can ask for here. 81% favorite now to hold.
And really just 5 outs he has to fade here.
Oh, wow.
No! Wow. The king of spades crushing the hopes and dreams of Thomas, but he should be quite proud of his 6th place run. Top 1%er, we can call him, for 9,500 euros. And now the top 5 players have all locked up a 5-figure score of at least 12,700 euros. And the pay jumps are getting serious, Rasmus. We have 4th place, 16,800. 3rd place, 23,950. 2nd place, 35,250. And tonight's winner, 53,520 euros. A look at the chip counts. I see Mr. Wise Guy's back, and I want to thank you, Rasmus. I'll be listening to you as well from the sidelines, but always a pleasure to join the booth with you.
Lovely. We'll miss you while you're gone.
Aww.
Thank you, Jason. So now, being joined back in the booth by Andreas Wise Guy, and going to get right back into the action, perhaps seeing a bit more fireworks now that that immediate ICM pressure is gone from the short stacks, and even the shorter stack is around 10 bigs, which is Martin here, as he folds the King 8, completely reasonable. But Max now, being one of the shortest stacks, peeled this King Queen off. I like a jam here. I also like an open fold play. It blocks a lot of the re-jams. But ultimately, my point is that this is the kind of hand I don't want to see him fold, and he does indeed fight in the open. I also like this play.
Yeah, Max hanging on there. It's been rather short stacked from start of the day, but finds his double up when he needs them, and now aiming to get more chips.
Now the real test is getting through Oni, who's actually not going to put up much of a fight with this hand, I don't reckon. That would be extremely wild.
Even Oni can fold once in a while in the big blind. And yeah, down to final 5 now then.
I believe also, even though he mucked the hand face down, Oni did say that he had 9-4. So whether or not the players believe him, that's up to them. But he did reveal what his hand was.
Yeah.
Perhaps wanted to do it this time to kind of give that image of this was an exception. Don't just come at me. Like I will still play back at you.
One time only, I'm folding the big blind 5-handed.
Yeah, only for you, my friend.
Only for you. Yeah, and I think we have a dealer change and off to the next hand shortly. So, Rasmus, are you planning to play the celebrity event later on?
I do think so, yeah. It's a great event, and it's the amount of players it draws on such a small buy-in just makes it very tempting.
Yeah. I can assume. And yeah, I haven't seen the numbers quite yet for it. We can check how many is in there now, but it's a long late track, of course, so be plenty of re-entries. I also in that one, I think. As Max now is under the gun with the suited 5 deuce. Let's see.
Definitely not going to see Evan get involved with that hand. He has a clear strategy of being conservative now that there are 2 runaway stacks, and challenging them is going to be very difficult. So unless he has a hand that is going to do very well, he's just going to conserve his chips as much as possible. And perhaps after one more ladder, it frees himself up a little bit. In that 400 bout, you do have to start playing hands, or otherwise you will just bleed out too quickly. But as Martin now, while it is a weak ace, he does have an ace against a capable and potentially aggressive chip leader. And indeed, he does take this rejam with the fold equity he has in positions that are going to have very wide ranges. He also plays very poorly post-flop, but it feels too strong to fold. So he does jam, and I do expect Mindaugas to get out of the way here. Especially with the amount of time he took thinking about the king-queen offsuit, a hand you just missed, where he did call and eliminate Thomas.
Okay, yeah. And it seems like Oni was... Oh, okay, I thought he was in the big blind, but he was not.
He was in the small.
Yeah.
Mindaugas opened the button.
Yeah.
So now Oni is going to get that button, and my favorite table setup for this, where Mindaugas is in the cutoff and has had a bunch of opens, and then Oni gets to come with his 3 bets. He had yet another one.
Yeah.
The hand that ultimately busted Andres, because Andres was in the big blind with just over 1 big blind behind after he paid the blind and ante.
Okay.
And it went open cutoff with 9s and then 3-bet with the ace-5 off. So Oni once again putting the pressure onto Mindaugas. But this time, unfortunately, because it went to showdown against Andres, Mindaugas folding against Oni's 3-bet. Andres cold-called with king-jack off, and that meant that the ace-5 off had to be shown. So Mindaugas does now know that Oni is 3-betting him with some more speculative holding as Yeven. A hand you would like to open, but seeing his strategy, I fully expect him to fold, and he does. Seems like good timing. I think we would have had a flat here from behind from Mindaugas. I don't think he would have 3-bet this holding.
No.
But
okay, Oni is now sporting the bar menu QR code as well. You can order through him. Does he pay as well then?
I don't know.
Take the bill, pick up the bill.
You can order from home, I guess, if you are fast enough and scan it while you see it on the screen. Then You can send him a little hello and order whatever you like.
Question is whether we'll get it delivered or not. We can't promise you anything.
Yeah, we can't promise that, but give it a shot, see how it goes.
Yeah, for sure.
Certainly, maybe Joni is picking up the bar tab with this nice cash that he's getting here, and
yeah, exactly.
Max Hits actually decided to defend here, and he hasn't been defending a lot, so apparently he feels that 500, sorry, now has to kind of defend these holdings, and this is exactly the kind of situation Max has been avoiding. Now comes the difficult part, to play these speculative holdings post-flop. I feel like he folded much stronger holdings than this in the big blind before.
Yeah.
And he was also deeper, so it's very interesting to see him flicking the call with the 10 deuce.
Maybe it's his favorite hand or a tribute to Doyle.
Could be any of the above, really. Now, they are not quite deep enough to do this, but bottom pair is a pair that you will see check raised some amount of the time as a bluff. And he does indeed do just that against the one big blind. While I did say they were not deep enough, the one big blind is one of the few sizes that allows this small click back. And Mindaugas now with the real decision. The problem is that if he doesn't jam,
look at this.
Goes the easy way out, and this is going to be a quick fold.
Yeah.
For Max. Perhaps just making sure he doesn't get bullied, so he's going to take a little while, but this hand is going to be over. Now Mindaugas does choose to 3-bet here all in, because if you flat with about pot behind and then the turn breaks out and your opponent jams, you don't really have the odds to call, but you're folding a ton of equity. So Mindaugas realizes this and just decides smartly to run with his equity. Even though your opponent is going to think that it's very flush draw heavy when you do this, it puts on pressure anyway. So at this stage of the tournament, it works a treat. And it's certainly much easier to do than call and play and flow.
Absolutely. Yeah, and for the celebrity special that we have, there are currently 252 runners already in that one. So yet another big tournament, and ongoing on the other rooms up here is the 2K PLO, 37 runners. We have a RAS, €200 progressive bounty, fun format, 6 players still in, and Erik Grönberg seems to be the chip leader of that one. These 2 Finns still in, and also there is a 350 deep stack, big tournament of course, with 250-ish runners.
I didn't win that one, so it's now suddenly very uninteresting.
And we have the seniors event, €555 buy-in.
Yeah, funnily enough, they wouldn't let me join that one.
They didn't?
No,
you
I
were
did
just
ask.
like some 20 years too young.
Something like that.
And actually,
is it 50 years, which is the
breaking
point? Yeah, for the seniors.
And actually, Saimi Puliainen, who final table bubbled this 555 that we're watching, he's still in the seniors, so he must have max late regged that one and held on.
And now Oni really showing this aggression with the 9-3 suited, having that cutoff position where Mindaugas, the only chip stack that really threatens him, folds before it becomes to his turn, gets to put on maximum pressure. And while I don't know if I would pick the hand exactly 9-3 suited, certainly opening extremely wide is warranted, as we see by all the folds and the respect he gets. These are exactly the kind of things that when 5-handed help you set up for that very likely 3-handed or heads-up bout, keeping your stack healthy and taking these aggressive roads. Here, though, I don't think he's going to be opening 9-3. King deuce is reasonable, but I don't think he opens 9-3 into the chip leader when they are even on chips. It's also possible that Oni is starting to realize the caliber of hands that have been folded here a couple of times. Yevhen, I've been in the booth about an hour, and I don't think he's VPIP'd yet, so of course he hasn't had any premiums, but he has had a couple of potential opened small suited ace, queen 9 suited, these kind of hands, and he's choosing to conserve his stack to make sure he does well against the shorties. And when the shorties are hoping for busts and the middling stack is conservative, that really only leaves Mindaugas to fight Onni.
And we can see from the background clock that this will be the final hand of this level. Blinds are going up to 75-150 the next hand. So
That is very bad news for Martin.
Yeah.
Who not only is... I believe he's no longer shortest after Max's call and then check raise, but he is very short and he's going to find himself surrendering 20% of his stack to the big blind and ante next hand.
Yeah.
But for right now, he still has 12.5 bigs, and you could have opened that as a bluff candidate. You should never shove, but you could have opened that as Yevon. Now he peels that premium we talked about, and he has both big chip leaders in the blinds. So he just takes the shove to avoid letting them shove on him, because he really doesn't want to have any issues, and gets it through.
And on his, actually, they're doing the introductions for the celebrity event. That's what we're hearing in the background. So probably there was some celebrity he liked.
Yeah, I mean, there is a fair few Finnish ones. So more than likely there's at least one he knows. And
maybe it was Ilari Samies.
Could very well be. Is he one of the celebrities?
He is, yeah.
Well, then surely it was him.
And then I know we had some actor and some singer on the Finnish side of the celebrities. And then there were a lot of Estonian celebrities in the house being introduced.
Yeah, I actually ran into one of them downstairs just very quickly. I ran into Tele, who's always a recurring face and one of the celebrities in the celebrity events, looking very glittery and glowing. It was,
as always, right?
As always, yeah. She does pull off the glamour very well.
Yeah, must be a huge wardrobe back home.
Oh yeah, that's true. I haven't really thought about that. as I do expect Oni to jam with this kind of hand here. Even with Martin being shortest, there's another short stack, and I think Oni has realized the amount of folds he's getting. So indeed, he does jam. Just one half decent card is enough. Oh wow!
Dream spot. Yes, thank you, says Martin. Took him some time.
Yeah, and I very much like this jam by Oni. Of course, this time it doesn't work out at all. But
so many times it will.
With what we've seen from the players, I think it's a great jam from Oni.
Yeah, and 6% equity. We're not hoping for any bad beats now. We don't want to see 2 threes on this flop. Be happy to let Martin double up, and it looks very good on the flop, and he's already has the check mark on the turn.
Indeed, running aces would have chopped it actually in a hilarious fashion, but
yeah, we've seen a few of those almost, but
this did not happen. Of course, we had that earlier runner full house against the flop set in the big flip.
Yeah,
with I believe it was Latikas and the Finnish guy.
Yeah, you weren't here when Alexander busted. He came 11th, right? Your teammate.
He came 12th, but he busted on one of the outer tables, I believe.
Yeah, he did.
Mistaking.
He did.
So yeah. He did text my team chat while I was at lunch, and I was informed that he did bust, which was unfortunate.
Yeah, of course.
Just.
What about, will he get any extra points for finishing 11th, or is it just the final table that gets?
I mean, you do get more points just for being in the money.
Okay, you do.
For being in the money, any in the money position, you get some extra points.
Yeah.
But the relevant points really come from the final tables.
Oh, okay.
So, but I do believe he got more than me, because I did cash this, but I was 30 something. So I do believe he got little. It's just it grows quite exponentially here.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's nice to have him on the board now. We just have one teammate who hasn't yet cashed. No pressure, James. Hope you're watching.
Yeah, absolutely. Go out there and cash. Is he playing anything right now then?
I actually believe he will be in the celebrity event if he's used already. So go get him.
Yeah, go get him. Yeah, so 5 players remaining in this one. And if you're tuning in on the OlyBet Poker, you have the payouts pinned in the chat. But if you're watching this through any other channel platform, the 5th place finisher will get 12,700 euros. 4th place is 16,800. 23,950 for 3rd. 35,250 2nd place, and up top 53,520 and premium for Max.
Annoying spot for Oni. I think. Actually, I don't know about this one.
We saw him fold one of these earlier.
Yeah, I think folding is fine. I understand the call, but I think folding is just narrowly better. It's close though. I am happy to see Oni maintain his aggression Even after he took a hit, he decided to open this. And if there weren't these really strong hands to battle back, I think he would get this through a lot of the time. So I think this is a very profitable play. Even Oni doesn't expect to get folds, especially from Max against pocket with his pocket tens. So this isn't the scenario he was looking for. What do you think? What do you call, Andreas?
6.15 to 2.1. Yeah, I would call this one. And hope I'm up against pocket fives.
Yeah, that's the thing. There is probably enough of the hands that you're doing half decent against. The real question is if Oni also loses this one, then suddenly he is in a spot while he will still be second in chips.
Yeah, exactly.
He's in danger of becoming one of the short stacks.
Ooh, interesting. Bottom set versus open-ended here now.
And the percentages stayed exactly the same as they were pre-flop.
Yeah. Oh, there's the queen, but it does just destroys things for Oni because now it's either a chop or a loss, and that's the 3 of diamonds. Does not help. And full double up for Max. Up to just above 2 millions now. Nice stack again.
Max.
Although the blinds are up, but still at least some 15 big blinds or a bit less in front of him.
Yeah, Max really liking getting the tens again. He got them a bit earlier, and that time I think he only got the blinds, but this time he gets a bit more. And I know Martin is going to be extremely disappointed having just got that huge double, and then immediately the other short stack also gets in there. But now I think we will see a slowdown in pace on this final table, unless Mindaugas decides to just put the pedal to the metal. The shorter stacks are not as short anymore. The level just went up.
Yeah.
And Oni, notably, most notably, is considerably shorter than he was before. This is the kind of hand Mindaugas could easily be opening here, being the clear largest stack. But as soon as you put your hand in that motion, you are signaling to players that you're going to fold. As Oni, does he maintain the aggression? Now under 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
But also his opponents have stacks that are more difficult to play back at him because they aren't capable of rejamming back to him as light with that 7 or 8 big blinds that there was before. And Oni does continue his aggression.
Yeah, he does.
It is the kind of hand that does it very well, blocking all those rejams, you know.
Paparazzi's here as well.
Always nice to have some fans.
Yeah. Makes us feel as celebrities as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, works out this time for Oni.
I guess most people are a celebrity in their own heart.
Exactly.
But how many of you have cameras chasing you half the day?
Yeah.
As I feel our table has become a bit shorter.
Yeah,
Max taking a little break. He's going to have to hurry back if he wants to make the next shuffle.
I don't think I'll double up. Let's sit out. I have 15 bigs.
Sitting out on the big block.
I thought it was incoming running, but it wasn't.
On the button, sitting out is certainly a choice. Wow.
He must really...
he must have really needed the break.
Yeah, bathroom break.
Maybe it's emotions running high, especially if he's one of the satelliters. It's also possible that he takes a minute to cool off a little bit. And if you do find yourself taking excess pressure, it is better to do that than to stay and steam or oppositely do something rash.
And I think it's about an hour or a bit more until the next break. So if you have to, you have to. Yeah, an hour 11 minutes, as you can see from the clock. And now you see Oni's out of his chair. Is there free drinks in the bar, maybe?
Maybe somebody ordered those drinks we talked about with Oni's code.
Yeah, true.
We just saw it on screen again.
True. Yeah, they're asking for his card now. Oni, you have some orders here.
With the delay, it's possible that somebody tried a little trick, or maybe it's just the rail ordering them more drinks.
Yeah.
A good rail will order Oni more drinks, and a great rail will order everyone else more drinks.
Exactly.
Max still sitting out in the cutoff, and Yevon continues to conserve his chips. Looks like he's acting like he hasn't really had any hands, which is partially true, but he's also chosen to be very conservative with the few opportunities he has had.
Yeah.
And
a bit of change of pace though, because I think he was fairly active during earlier stages of today and played a lot of hands, but
yeah, and
maybe that final table thing is and the pay jumps are getting to him.
I spoke about it with Jason that I think it is a very conscious play that he has chosen to be this conservative, because his key element has been maintaining above these short stacks. However, now that both the short stacks have doubled, they're all even.
Yeah.
Mindaugas continuing, and Oni having completely missed the flop, even having the only suit that doesn't have a backdoor there, just gets out of the way.
Yeah.
As Max is back.
He is.
But Yevon has left.
Yeah, they're taking turns.
Looks
now
like that.
Seems like to be missing a hand here. What's going on?
Yeah, it
it's
doesn't
not
seem
often
like
you see one person miss a hand on the final table, and now will be the third time, because it was once when you were not here, Rasmus, as well earlier, that another player missed a hand. So yeah, a bit rare, but indeed he will miss the hand.
There is, of course, the positive in that you can avoid a collision in that particular hand, as Max has an interesting decision here under the gun.
Yeah, actually, nice hand, of course, and now only four-handed since Yevon was not at the table. Absolutely no fault in opening, and seems like he made it a min 300.
Yes.
Yevon already
I like
out.
open.
Oh, sevens on the button.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
Because
and he
if
had
he
sevens
3-bets
so many times.
If he 3-bets small, he cannot fold to the jam.
No.
Because of Max's stack size. And that's why this open is so good, because with the 14 big blind stack, you're going to avoid a lot of these, like these marginal hands will not like to 3-bet you. I think he will flat. But he is counting out 3-betting chips. He's going for a min 3-bet or something very close to it.
Looks like 350 or 650.
And in this case, Max will not be jamming, but if he was, I wonder if Mindaugas would just fold. Now, seeing Mindaugas 3-bet this kind of hand, even though Max has been quite passive, if we knew that, if Max knew that, I don't think there's any way he would be opening that 10-9 suited.
No.
But actually, I think Mindaugas could have just flat here. With position, with the stack, Max has to be very conservative post-flop, and sevens plays decently post-flop this short.
Yeah.
So I like the flat, but Mindaugas chooses the aggressive route, and it's gonna work this time.
And Yevon is back, so just a little short break for him. He missed one hand, but Max taking some time probably will find the fold, but you never know. Is he planning something else?
Earlier in the tournament with Andres, I don't know if you recall, but we talked about him opening the queen jack off.
Yeah.
And how if you open those kinds of hands, you have to also open the very strong ones. Perhaps Mindaugas believes that the very strong ones would still be jammed because he's afraid of inducing.
Yeah.
So the open is going to be, on average, overfolded. This is possible, which would allow him to 3-bet then a ton of hands.
Yeah.
But regardless of what the thought process is, the 3-bet works, and Mindaugas is going to be very happy racking in those chips, extending his lead up front.
Absolutely.
Patience does seem to be the virtue in this table for the remaining players, because the aggressive one, Oni, has been set back quite a bit because of his aggression, running into it a couple times, and the patient ones, in turn, have been rewarded with big pairs and big holds.
Yeah.
As Mindaugas as well, being the more patient of the two big stacks, just being patient has allowed him to retain that lead and now solidify it through solo, as we do have a misdeal.
One of the rare ones.
One of the rare ones, but they happen even to the best in the business. Let's see if we can go for the very rare back-to-back. Mindaugas finds a very nice hand. I think the only player he really doesn't want to be facing action from here is Oni, because Oni, with this clearly shorter stack, will no longer be playing it. Oh, wow!
Ooh.
as I was about to say, that now that Oni is clearly shorter than Mindaugas, but he's second in chips, he's actually incentivized not to play back at Mindaugas. So if he does choose to raise instead of just flatting, I think Mindaugas is going to be in a world of pain.
Yeah.
Because it's the only player he does not want to play back at him. And it is, again, these cut-off against button situations. But surely, Mindaugas is going to be thinking, surely, he's going to understand that he's shorter now.
Yeah.
But even so, he can easily talk himself into a big mistake here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's five-handed also. I mean, ace-queen is a strong hand, but...
Yeah, and you even block most of the really strong hands, including the queens that you're up against. And though Oni will be calling if there is a jam here, I don't think Oni is going to be thrilled if he does see a jam.
No, it's not, but...
But if there is a jam, we're going to have a massive, massive pot on our hands. You can feel the tension.
You know, normally it would be not easy, but it would be, you could absolutely find the fold. But, I mean, the way Oni has been going at it, of course, he had a bigger stack then, but, I mean, Mindaugas might be thinking that this guy is not slowing down. He's doing this with many hands as he has been.
And here we go.
Ooh.
He's going to 4-bet non-all-in, I think. And Oni is going to jam, and Mindaugas is going to be in a horrible spot.
Then he's really in trouble. Wow.
Here he comes, and Oni knows. He knows what time it is. He's just getting himself prepared. He's not going anywhere.
Wow, and what a hand for the tournament. I mean, this is half of the chips in play, right?
It is indeed. These two players have, between them two, have over half of the chips in play, and this pot would be for about exactly half the chips in play. If Mindaugas wins, he's going to be running over the entire table with 2/3 of the chips. That still requires him to call, of course. If he thinks only jams aces and kings, not ace-king and not queens or these kinds of hands, then he could even fold after this 4-bet, but I don't see it happening. Do you?
I don't, but I have some feeling of that about that's what is going to happen, but
I certainly don't think Mindaugas snaps. I think he's going to be...
He knows he's in a world of pain. So.
Yeah. I think Mindaugas is going to hate seeing this jam here.
Because you know with ace queen off that you're never ever leading. You know that you're in a world of trouble if you...
Exactly.
If Oni shoves and
Oni doesn't shove.
Wow! Wow! Uh-oh. I was not expecting that. Ooch.
Especially having showed down the ace-5 off and whatnot, that's a crazy fold to make. If you are going to make that fold, I think you should always just flat pre-flop. There are two short stacks in the big blinds who can just jam, and when they do, Mindaugas is going to get away from it a lot of the time, and you can then call it off.
And of course, watching this chip count, you might understand it more since he's still in second place. But yeah, that's just...
I understand it from the point of view that he thinks it's just not worth the risk. But at the same time, I think when you decide to 3-bet this strong of a holding, this shallow, I think you just have to accept your fate.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But all credit to Mindaugas. Now, getting rewarded for that image he has. He hasn't really been trying to push the envelope with these kinds of hands. And another thing that might be affecting on his decision, he doesn't realize how different it is from the stack sizes. He saw Mindaugas flat the ace-king suited before.
True.
To a 3-bet. So he's thinking, what will he 4-bet here?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I actually think the other way around, that when you see him flat the ace-king 3-bet, you're going to think that he doesn't have enough value, and there's an overabundance of bluffs here.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Yeah, I think when we're 5-handed...
Wow.
Oops.
This is a wild jam from Max, but I guess he's using that raise first in to its maximum advantage and gets a fold from king 5 off.
Yeah. No, but I mean, if we're 5-handed and happen to run into kings or aces when we have the queens, then we're just super unlucky and just have to swallow it, to chug it. But he got away from it, or got away. He was ahead, of course, but he laid it down, and we'll never know what would have happened. But surely was not expecting that outcome.
No, and I truly again, this is why it's important to have a plan beyond your current action and current street, because if Oni decides to go for this 3-bet with queens, which I do like when he has so many bluffs, you kind of have to be able to stack off. It's a miserable position to be in, but you just have to take it, because you have to think on the flip side. If Oni does win, like he was now clearly shorter than Mindaugas, so he's no longer a shoe-in for the heads up, and if Oni does win that hand, he's top 2 for sure.
For sure, yeah, absolutely. And now instead he's given Mindaugas the absolute advantage. He has like the half of the chips almost.
Yeah, Mindaugas in an amazing position here.
Yeah. Yeah, and now Martin has raised on Mindaugas big blind, and he uses a small chunk of all his chips to call in the big blind, and with queen 9 off, needing some help, not getting there. Martin also bricks though, so we'll see if he can keep the momentum, keep the pressure with the rather small stack he has. Of course, a bit afraid here now that the opponent has connected more with the board than he has, but
regardless, I think he should continue here as he does.
Yeah, 250 was it?
I think it might have just been 150, the one big blind bet.
Yeah. True. Backdoor flush possible for Mindaugas, straights as well, but lays it down. Giving Martin the credit, and he's now up to 2.9, so almost second in chips now, I think. And here they are, the final 5 in the 5-5-5 No Limit Hold'em Championship Final. Kings of Tallinn, if you just woke up and tuning in, this is Rasmus and the wise guy in the booth, and we're taking this till the end today. They started with 25 players this morning, or noon, morning poker time, and this is day 3 of the 608 field large tournament. So big one, 53,000 euros up top. As Max now surely flicks it in even. He goes all in again. Done it a couple of times in the last orbits, and will he find anyone ready to jump the train with him? Oh, no, half the stack. I don't see Oni calling it from the big blind here, but what do you say, Rasmus? Ace 10, 5-handed?
12 big blinds. For chips, you would call this. On a final table, it's very different. It's a cut-off jam from one of the shorter stacks. It's a difficult choice, really. I would say this is ultimately player dependent. I would call ace jack here. But this one for 12 bigs, I say it's player dependent, because if a lot of players are going to jam most suited aces here, and if they do, and then jam a bunch of king X as well, then I think it's fine to call. But if they don't, then I think calling is actually quite bad. If they don't jam a lot of suited aces and such, then I would not call. And again, this is really my cutoff point. Like ace jack, I would call.
Yeah.
Ace 9, I would fold for sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's just there. Maybe ace 10 suited is like the cutoff line, but for me.
ace 10 suited, I would also surely call,
exactly.
because you get enough bonus equity from just that suited portion. But Oni looking like he's really willing to gamble here, like he's
really wants to call here.
Yeah, he wants to look him up. And
said if he would have had 5 million behind, he would have already called.
I think so as well, because he realizes the implication it puts him in if he does call and he's wrong. And he's going to be thinking back at that queens. He just folded queens, and now he's going to call off this light. But
on the other hand, if he knew that Max 3 hands ago shoved with Jack 3 or something.
Yeah, Jack deuce off
in Jack deuce even,
in the small blind, then
might make the decision easier. But
yeah,
also a player shoving 2 hands in one orbit is like.
And he does call.
He comes for
Here
the
we
call.
go.
He
Big
could
race.
not resist. So we're off to the race, almost 50-50 between Oni's ace-10 and the Swede Max with the 8s.
And
the
I
one
believe
who's all
that
in.
the rail is going to be cheering for Oni on this one, because I know Oni has quite a big rail.
Yeah.
So there is the big possibility that we do hear some cheer in the background here if an ace or 10 comes.
And queen 8.
Additional outs to the 9.
Even the 9 would help Oni now. Oh, that's the full house on the turn. Wow.
So Oni now, a real fall from grace here, going to go to last in chips along with Yevon.
Hero to almost 0. He's 10 big blinds.
But in this shallow stack table, 10 big blinds is a lot. So all you need is one double and you're right back in it. Oni just needs to remain cool here and accept the New World Order, as we spoke about before, with someone else.
That's how it is. And Max now, I think he's in the best spot he's been all tournament, at least on day 3. He started as a short stack and been nursing that all throughout the day. Had some double ups, of course, to survive, but now 3.7 million, second in chips. Surely the best position, at least, he's been in all day. And good spot now for him on 25 big blinds, as Yevon is the shortest with 10 bigs and only left with 11 bigs approximately after that losing hand of ace-10. And now only in the small blind, still having to put some chips in, and Max with his newfound chips will most likely not do a third all-in from this orbit. Yevon's folding as well. And our chip leader, Mindaugas.
This is an open. I open this, but Mindaugas keeping at that conservative line, and it does pay off because Oni had a rejam hand.
Yeah.
Now, as Oni, do you limp to induce, do you min-raise, or do you jam?
For my feeling, Martin is not the guy to induce. I'm not seeing him too
Indeed,
aggressive.
and as such, Oni does jam. This is going to get through. Great pickup for Oni here to get this big hand, just get that momentum swing a little bit back in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
And furthermore, he's going to get it without a showdown, which is always a nice bonus. I don't think Martin is ever going to call this. He's just taking a bit of extra TV time. Even if he would assume that Oni is way out of line, he still would not put this into a call.
Yeah, and Oni gets some pink chips as well, having only greens for the moment. But 5 players still remaining, and nothing much have changed here, but we see it again. Mindaugas Grigaitis up top, 8.5 million. And some 12 minutes left of this level, and then we'll be going to the 100, 200K. Getting more and more expensive, of course, as the blinds go up. So still quite deep stacked at this final table, expecting this to take at least 2 to 3 hours more before we have our winner of the 555 championship.
Oni with a bit of a devious smile as he pulls this moderate suited queen. Does put it in the fold bin.
Yeah, so will most likely Martin as well from the small blind, but we'll see whether he wants to try to see a flop.
This hand is so bad that you could almost raise it small.
Yeah.
But no, Martin continues his style and puts it in the bin.
King deuce was the hand for Max.
Another moment where the vibe around the table is quieted down, calmed down a lot. But it's only going to be temporary until we see another collision. With these blinds rising, it is inevitable, as you said, 100, 200 coming upon us as Mindaugas opens up the Jack-10 suited.
Max, let's go of the threes in the small blind. Doesn't want to go up with those against the chip leader from out of position. And Mindaugas can pick down some blinds and antes. I mean, now with Mindaugas big stack and the other one's fairly even, it's almost like watching a bubble play here when Mindaugas can bully them around a bit, and you have to eventually take a step back at the chip leader, trying to get that double up before the blinds eat you, and they are good for this blind level, but once we're on the next one and every big blind costs you 400 with the ante, it's going to be massive. And not helping Martin, and Max lays down. Oh, Yevon will definitely go at the chip leader. Okay, I need to shove. Trying to look weak.
Does it immediately.
Oh, and he will get called here, right?
Blind against blind, yes, he will. I thought that was a button jam for a second, in which case I wouldn't expect Mindaugas to ever call the small.
Yeah, he just want to make sure that he doesn't have too much here, but 1.2
here
is not
going
much.
To call.
It's less. It's 8 big blinds, so definitely a call for Mindaugas.
So we're going to see Yevon at risk here, and he's going to be very disappointed when he sees the kind of hand that Mindaugas calls here.
Yeah.
Because most pairs are a snap. Yeah,
instead.
Most pairs are a snap call, which means that this is the worst case scenario when there is a call that is this slow.
All right, so the race is on, and it's Yevon who's risking his seat in the tournament with the ace-king. Needs to find help in some way. Even though being the favorite, he's trailing the pair of Mindaugas. That's a club and a king, so looking good for Yevon. Needs to fade a 3.
And even without the backdoor diamonds, there now it's just 2 outs.
Just a 3, of course. It's not to be, and it's a full double up for Yevon. Nice one.
Good sportsmanship from Max, congratulating him, even though he probably wasn't rooting for him very hard, as that was a 4,100 pay jump the players just avoided getting through Mindaugas losing. I think Mindaugas had 3 big fans sitting at the table there.
Yeah, I think so too.
Backing him morally, even though none of them really want to see him run away with it. They did want to see him win that particular pot.
Yeah,
but he could not.
Yevon Sukhov, who doubles up and now up to 17 big blinds. Quite good shape, as you can see. As we said, between 13 and 25 bigs for the smaller 4 stacks, and then Mindaugas, despite that double up of Yevon, has 50 big blinds in front of him, so good shape still, of course.
Yevon getting that big double also means that Oni is now officially shortest.
Yes.
And has gone from largest stack to shortest stack in quite a short span, as Martin picks up an absolute premium here.
Under the gun, and now
he's too deep to jam it all, so especially since we saw him open the ace-10 suited, this is 100% an open.
Do you want to see 300 or more?
300. I don't think there's really merit to opening more. I understand that Oni is quite short, but you don't mind it if Oni jams.
No.
And of course, if Oni wants to come along, fine. This hand flops well.
Let's see our man in the big blind, king 6 off.
I think he will fold, but it is possible he peels once.
I mean, Martin has been the tightest at the table from my point of view, so...
Indeed, and as such, Oni does lay it down. Against the later position, call isn't completely unwarranted, but the fold is generally better.
So new hand coming up. Still 5-handed. And only now down to about 10 bigs, right? And needs to find something because shortly the blinds are going up. And Max, King 10 under the gun. Now then, 300 raise. Oh, King Queen now for Oni from the small blind. And it would mean trouble for Max if Oni decides to push this one now, but let's see what he comes up with.
This is a real decision for Oni, but I like the jam, especially if he has a similar understanding as Mindaugas had earlier that Max is opening a lot of hands that he's going to fold. Then I really like this. And Max, though he is asking for a count, this should not be a call offsuit.
No.
Because he's never going to be in good shape. Best he's going to do is flipping against a medium-sized pair like pocket eights. However, I have seen a lot of things, so I know not to rule anything out. What is certain is, one way or another, Oni is going to find himself in a more favorable position than he did before this hand, either when the cards turn around before there's a run out, or when Max's cards hit the muck. Because if Max does call here, he's going to be behind by a lot.
There's the fold.
Big pickup for Oni.
Yeah.
No longer last.
Do we have some chance on the rail? I think we do, right?
We do indeed. It is that finish rail that I talked about earlier that we would have seen if the ace or the 10 would have hit.
Yeah. Exactly. So 3 minutes to the next level. Have a quick dealer change. Get at least one hand more in, maybe two, before it's time to raise the blinds to 100 and 200. And Oni now on the button with Martin and Max in the blinds.
Some of you have team waiting for you. All of you who have registered a team, a Tallinn team, before January 15th, if you know that you registered your
Evhen, first to act. Oh, Ace King.
Hello. As one of the shortest stacks.
Trying to be casual with that 300k race and hoping someone will find another worse ace to shove at him, but it will not be Oni. Or will it? Not with an ace, but of course he's free to do whatever he wants with this king deuce. But I mean, Evhen opening under the gun, looking strong. Also not playing too many hands, and there's the weaker ace, but Martin is the wrong guy, I would think.
Absolutely he is. There's I'd be willing to put money on the line that Martin is just going to fold this after a little while.
Yeah, and after all, these guys are not the shortest ones at the table either, so not wise to go up against Evhen with just weak ace, and Max is out with the 10-5, so some more chips for the Ukrainian, who will now be in the big blind. Sounds like people are enjoying themselves in the celebrity event as well. There's we can overlook the part of the room where they are playing, and it sounds like there's party going on in the break here.
Yeah, I think it's part of their small side event, almost flips or whatever they are having.
Yeah.
That people are gathered around. Those are often quite popular. It's a nice time spent as
Mindaugas under the gun with a decent hand.
And whenever one of the big stacks gets a big hand, it is always interesting because those are the most likely ones to face pushback.
Yep.
Last time we saw him use 325 in almost similar position when he went with the 4-bet, and this is going to go in.
Is this the comeback train starting up for Oni? Maybe.
It just might be. But one thing I'm certain in, and that is indeed that he is not folding this time with the queens he did. But
yeah, he did actually, but
this time he is not folding. And I think Mindaugas will call as well. I think with the kinds of hands he opens, this is too strong to fold, especially against a shorter stack. I think we are going to see a call in under a minute here.
Yeah, I mean, this is when the blinds now go up next hand, this is less than 10 big blinds.
Exactly.
So, or actually, yeah, okay, he did not, according to the graphics, he just 3-bet non-all-in, so he has 2.2 total, but it's at least just 11 big blinds, so...
Even as such, it's 15 big blinds in this particular hand, and it's going to be 11 in the next. So Mindaugas, having already committed a couple with the open, I don't see why he wouldn't call this. But you can see he seems a bit nervous about the prospect of running a big pot here. He of course, just wants to play the small pots. He has no interest in playing the really big pots as the big stack, but he goes for the call, and that means that we are going to see a flop without Oni all in.
Okay, they're not all in.
They're not all in, so we're not going to get the lights just yet.
All right.
I believe
we saw one king and one queen folded as well from the other players. So.
And ironically, unless Oni hits really hard, he's actually incentivized to check it all the way down, no matter what the runout is. But I think he just, he does check. And the turn is the 6. And again, if Mindaugas doesn't bet, Oni is just incentivized to check because he's going to have a lovely opportunity to steal blinds and antes later. So this is very likely going check again, and we are going to see showdown. Ace Queen against Ace King.
Celebrating with the rail. Almost double up then. 4.6 million now. Back in contention.
Indeed. And the rail just having the slightly delayed reaction, didn't dare celebrate until they were absolutely sure.
And they didn't know exactly what happened because they just went check.
Exactly.
So maybe they didn't quite catch the size of the pot either, but it's a big one and a lot of chips to stack for him now.
Oni rakes in so many chips he can't even fit them in his boot. And with that, especially with this more conservative approach to the game as a big stack, this is exactly the kind of thing you don't want to happen and that you have more opportunity to avoid when you don't play like Oni. But one of the benefits of playing like Oni is that no matter what your stack size is, when you are running well, you'll get the big hands and you'll get paid.
Yeah. 9-8 suited. Not the worst of hands in a 5-handed game, of course.
And we are back.
Yeah.
We are so back.
And also doing that, I'm stacking chips, but I need to play this because it's so good kind of thing.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are affected by that. I myself, I don't let it affect me. I just play pretty much exactly the same that I would. I don't notice that it has any impact whether I'm raking in a big pot.
Yeah, but you're a professional, right? So you have to take in consideration that not everyone is.
I guess so.
All right, now we're off to the flop between these two guys again. And
interesting flop here.
Yeah.
Completely crushing on his range here.
Yeah. Gut shot for both of them.
For a very small bet, I don't think Mindaugas is folding quite yet. However, with only the gut shot, no other draws, no pair, no nothing, unless we see a very small bet, which I believe we did see, then to something like a third, you can actually just fold. And he folds to just over one big blind, even with the gut shot.
Yeah.
So gives up immediately, knowing that this board completely favors Oni, and he just, even when he hits, he's never going to get paid by a worse hand. So the equity itself, you don't get to realize it very well, and when you do, you're not going to get paid. So I don't hate the fold.
And here we can see it. Oni is actually up front now. Again, 5.3 millions, and it's evening out, 2.5 to 5.3.
It is quite crazy how the world works sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
but we also see, if you look at the chip stacks, they are very shallow.
They're starting to be now, as we just raised the blinds. It's 100, 200, and with the big blind ante, of course. So, yeah, it might look quite okay if you have 15 bigs, but you consider that you need to put 2 of them in each orbit. You're getting fairly short all of these guys now, so expect some fireworks shortly. I'm surprised if we will be more than 3 players if after this level, but we'll see.
Martin with a hand that you could have opened, but a player like him I don't expect to ever, with the Queen 8 suited. And with a player that's going to flat you a ton of the time in the big blind as well. Just decides to avoid that situation altogether and fold. It's Mindaugas now in the small blind against Oni, who now has taken the chip lead. Decides to just limp this Queen 5 off, and I think he's going to limp most hands. Oni, however, decides to check his suited ace, doesn't want to compromise his equity by getting check raised there. And it also gives him coverage on ace-high boards. It is good to have some of those checkbacks. Gives him coverage on flush boards to have the nuts. Because, of course, a lot of those hands would be raising. Mindaugas checks it over to Oni, and Oni decides to check back. Of course, ace-high having decent showdown, and I think also he believes that Mindaugas will not start bluffing very light. So checking has additional equity when your opponents will not blow you off the pot.
Yeah.
So Oni again, exactly with the same mindset, is going to check again. And seeing this run out after it goes check, check twice, I think Oni is going to assume he's always good here, unless he faces at least a 500k bet, which he does not, because Mindaugas indeed just checks and goes into check give up mode. Oni now could rep something and go for value, and I think this is a value bet. Big bet as well. I think this is a value bet. I think he's targeting king high. However, the bet is so big that it kind of defeats his own purpose. But having seen Mindaugas check 3 times, Mindaugas is repping so weak that Oni could just go for a steal with something like, mind you, he checks back something like 7-3 offsuit, or 4 deuce suited. All these garbage hands that don't want to check 3 times, and Mindaugas just might look him up. And the benefit of the big bet is that it looks more like a bluff.
Yeah.
But I think 400 was actually a very interesting value bet there on the river if you wanted to go for it, but he goes for the pot size. And I do believe that was a value bet.
Yeah, I almost thought you were right there. You said like he was going to look him up, but he decided eventually not to. But close call for Mindaugas, I think.
Mindaugas has seemed like the kind of guy who thinks about every decision, so he understands the possibility, but he almost always goes against them and takes the conservative routes anyways. I don't know how he's played earlier in the tournament. Usually there is at least some level of aggression to a player that makes it this far, but towards the latter stages he has seemed to become more passive. It's Max now. Off of 15 bigs, could open. I would open, but he has faced pressure when opening before. And if you think you're going to face too much pressure, then it is definitely a fold, because you don't even block the hands that will come over the top, whether as a bluff or as value.
Yeah.
And Yevon now puts this in the open bin, which means that he's planning on open folding.
Yeah, Mindaugas folds. And Oni, small blind, Jack 10. And considering to do something from the small blind, but decides not to. Martin, as I pointed out, as the tightest player on the table, 8-7 suited now, costing him another big blind of 200 to call, and he seems to be coming along with the suited hand. Or is he 3-betting this one? Seems like he just took it back and called with the pink ones. So yeah. Oh, 8-7 on the flop and a 10. Look at this for an action board. Evhen is in a world of trouble now because he's flopping the top pair and Martin finding the bottom 2. Will he be just betting straight out here now, or is he going for the check raise? Seems like he wants to bet this one.
Yeah, he's giving all the telltale signs that he wants to bet, so if he checks and then comes over the top, it's
yeah, that's really
actually going to look much stronger
telling.
than it normally would.
He absolutely will.
Yeah, he's... well, of course, it's easy to see when we see all the cards in the booth. This is just a jam and a call because of the line that he took. He has the perfect opposing hand to be up against.
These stacks might look big because you're used to smaller blinds, but it's actually 10 bigs each now, so it's not that much. It is definitely a call for Evhen, but we'll see. Yeah, there it is. And we have Martin in good shape. Evhen needs to find some help with the King 10. Or we will lose our 5th place finisher. But still, of course, not out.
No, he has about the same odds you would have with Ace-Queen against Ace-King. There's always that chance.
Will the turn give any additional outs or even get him ahead?
There's also chop outs with the running straight. Less likely perhaps, but still out there.
All right.
Every point of equity.
See the turn. We have some hold up. Not sure why, but
they do want to get everything in order before doing the runouts on these tables. But now we see the burn, and it's going to be
a blank deuce. No extra outs for Evhen, and he needs help now.
Of course, the pairing of the deuce would work.
Would help, yeah. So, King 10 or deuce. Oh, it's not. And Evhen Sukhov is our 5th place finisher from Ukraine. And it will be... Oh, he's actually not out. Sorry. I was too quick there. He covers by 150k. So
yeah, so he's in horrible shape, but he's still in. And as you are not the one paying the ante in the first hand, I think we're going to see Evhen virtually jamming his range. Unless he decides that there's some magic reason why these players would get out of line. But the way this final table's been going, I think he should jam because the players are playing so tight that they are more than willing to wait the extra hand or two before he busts.
Definitely so, yeah.
So I think Evhen will jam almost any two his next hand.
For sure. So yeah, it should be 150k in front of him.
And as someone who looked like he was facing a bit of frustration when not running that well earlier, he's certainly not going to be happy with that outcome. Of course, one that you had to take. The open was good, and on that board, when your opponent jams, it's you just have to call off.
Here we have it.
A piggy and a dream.
A ship and a pig.
Yes.
And a dream.
A beautiful card holder. Small card holder, big dreams. As Evhen actually finds a decent holding.
Yeah.
So you have decent cards, they're a little connected, and as you have to pay the ante first, this is a hand I would jam.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So
but Evhen goes against it because next hand he's just going to win his own money back, you know.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, there's no...
Do you pay the big blind first here? I'm not sure, but regardless.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's
Mindaugas opens, and Oni actually could 3-bet super wide here because Mindaugas should be super tight here against aggression from Oni.
Yeah.
So if Oni realizes this dynamic, then Oni could 3-bet about half his range here, like an obscene amount.
Yeah, true.
And for very small as well, because there's no need to go big. So I think this is a hand where you might see him click it to 950, a million. And he is counting out about 1.1 million. So he goes a bit on the bigger side.
I think it was 900, wasn't it?
No, I don't think so. Okay, I think it was 1.1.
Okay.
No.
I won.
You win. Congratulations, Andreas.
Thank you. That's 20 euros down my pocket.
Yeah, this is why we have two of us.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, the bet was for what? 500?
All right.
Of course. As now, we're going to see exactly why this works.
What's he going to do with the 8s here?
And I absolutely think he should fold.
Yeah, I mean,
I just think he should lay it down.
He has to when Evhen is going to be automatically all in next hand.
Yeah, of course, if he has balls of steel, then he can come over the top.
He can use that to his advantage. But
Yes, but even if you know your opponent is doing this with 40% of hands or 30% of hands, I still think you should fold, which is why this works so well.
Yeah.
The beauty is that it doesn't help that your opponents know what you're doing. In fact, it makes it worse, because if you know what they are doing, you know why, and you know that you still have to fold.
Yeah.
So sure enough, Mindaugas lets go of the 8s, and Oni gets a beautiful play through. Great awareness of table dynamics.
Yeah. I saw Mr. Glatzer passed by. Was he still in the celebrity event?
For now.
For now.
No,
Yeah.
that's not me wishing on his downfall. That's just me saying that he's still in, but if he is not, then we might see him revisit the booth here later. So unless Oni or now Martin actually cleans up shop suddenly, because it looks like we're going to have at least one elimination quite soon looming, but all of them being so short, it's not unlikely that this is over in an hour.
No, not too unlikely, because right now there are 5, but we have about 20 minutes, I think, left of this level, 25 maybe, and then we'll be on a 125, 250, and then 150, 300 blinds and 40-minute levels. So within 2 hours at least.
And if I am understanding the graphics correctly, Yevon is all in without having paid an ante. He has a big blind. But interesting there, seeing Max say something. Of course, they cannot verbally agree to check this down the whole way, but perhaps trying to wake up Max and see if he's aware of the situation that they are. It's in both of their best interests to not have any real action go here.
Not go too crazy. At
least. Unless you really do have a hand that's going to beat almost anything. And Yevon does hit the flop.
Top
there
pair.
It is.
Gut shot for Max. Doesn't come on the turn at least. So
additional outs.
Good right now. And go check.
Oh, was there a queen?
No.
No.
So
remembering correctly. So Yevon back in it, and now he's going to survive for a full orbit.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be an orbit of a lot of folding, which
yeah,
is
exactly. This
music on his ears.
And he hadn't looked. He hadn't seen his hand and turned off the deuce first, and then the winning jack.
Yeah, he needed any pair on the board, but an ace would not have done it because the 6 actually played for Martin.
Yes.
Yeah,
right. Maybe
first smile in quite a while. Of course, that is more of a smile of consolation. I don't think he thinks his odds have drastically entered, but it is nice to at least get some consolation here after not having the best run of cards and play. What I think he will be very happy with when he looks back is that at least he didn't go crazy early on with the 8 or 9-handed. He realized that as a middling stack, he is very handcuffed, and back then he played very correctly. That he just waited for the busts, because busting in Algirdas's position with over 2 million, 4.7K would have been a disaster. Now, of course, he gets 3 times that for 5th place.
Yeah.
So all credit to him. His strategy has worked, and exactly as intended. This isn't a strategy that's going to land him the win all too often, but that's not what it's trying to do. It's just trying to secure the ICM value that you have as Oni. Has a very disguised monster. I say disguised only because it's Oni. So nobody expects him to actually have anything.
Well, but Martin will not be looking up. Let's see when it comes around to Mr. Short Stack. Oh, he has to go with this one.
And this is the likely elimination of Yevon. We'll see. He doesn't...
Oh, there's another ace, but...
Interesting, because I think Mindaugas might flat here.
Yeah, he should, right?
And actually, Oni is not allowed to reopen the pot.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he should.
So yeah, he absolutely should flat here. Yes. I think even if Oni was, he still might flat here, but Oni would come over the top and just take the pot and run with it.
But now, maybe Mindaugas can find the flush draw or some 7.
And if we do hit the case ace, it's going to be one hell of a hand. That could spell horror for Mindaugas. Oh, it is! I feel bad almost. That was that's on me.
And now Evan is feeling good because, maybe one other guy has an ace, but I should be in good shape with ace 10, but he's not actually. But Mindaugas flopping an ace and trailing both these players.
And again, this bet doesn't say much yet. Later on, it's going to look extremely strong with Yevon in the pot. But this bet doesn't say too much because actually Oni doesn't mind too much if Yevon wins this pot and he keeps him in, because it allows him to further continue with that pressure.
Yeah.
And
so will there be additional outs for Mindaugas, as he has the gut shot as well with the 6.
We saw Jevon make a bit of a face when it went bet and call, even though it was a very small call. Of course, he's trying to stay neutral to not affect the game too much. All credit to him. But now over to Oni.
Mindaugas now hoping for the good old 6-7 on the river. But yeah, it will be costing him 675, I think that is, to see that one. Which of course is quite a chunk of his stack.
And I don't think Mindaugas gets away just yet. He's not going to feel good about his hand, but with the additional equity of the redraw and the double barrel, again, Oni could be betting here twice. Especially now that they have a bit of a side pot to fight for. There is some merit to betting a hand like pocket queens. I don't think he does it enough, but for it to justify the call. But I think Mindaugas is going to feel forced to call, because you look at it, you're like top pair, especially with all the side pot that's so big that you assume you will win most of the time. You don't think Jevon's going to have a better hand than ace-7 on this board. I think Mindaugas is going to call, and then he's going to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, that's my prediction as well, that he will come for the call. And Evan now looking at these guys like, ouch.
Yeah, now that
my ace-10 might not be as
now
good
that
as
it
I
is a
thought.
second bet and a tank, I think Evan is feeling very insecure about his hand. But
actually,
all credit to Mindaugas finds the fold. As I said,
does.
he should. I didn't think
And
he
now
would.
then, Evan needs a 10 and a 10 only. There's 3 left in the deck, non-folded, so that's...
And watch the 6 roll off on 3.
Oh, yeah, 2.
For Max Payne.
For Max Payne, yeah, for 6 or 7 for Mindaugas would have helped him, but is it to be? Or is it a 10 coming to keep Evan in the game?
Of course, let's focus on the important matters here. The 10 and only the 10. All 3 are live. It's 8%. Evan already once, with the guaranteed all-in, managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Can he do it again with much worse odds?
Oh, he cannot. That pairing of the board doesn't help him, and we have an elimination. Now then, I might have mentioned it previously that he was out when he wasn't. He had a big blind and a half, but now he's eliminated. Evan Sukov of Ukraine is our 5th place finisher for 12,700 euros, and says his goodbye to the other players. And
yeah, all credit to him. He seems to take the
confirmation.
loss in stride. It's always really heavy walking away from these tables, but keeps the sportsmanship high, and I think that's really important in poker, because you have to understand that the emotions are running really high, and the other players as well, they act very respectful most of the time, because they understand that they have been on the receiving end of this position.
Yeah, exactly. So, updated chip count, only 7.6 now. And Mindaugas, who had half the chips in play some hour ago, now down to 3rd place, and getting a bit short as well now, as the blinds are 100, 200.
Yeah, the stacks have quite turned on their head compared to a couple 90 minutes ago, when we had Mindaugas in the lead and Oni in second, but clearly behind. In that key moment when he folded those queens, that decision just might come back to earn
really
him
be the
big money. And if you think back, even after that, if he just won that next flip, he actually would have never even felt the damage of that, but only because he lost a big flip. He was even in the position of being short in the first place.
Yeah.
If he wins that flip, he sits for less than an orbit in a small stack. Mindaugas.
Yeah, limping from the small blind by the looks of it. And Oni.
Interesting limp in the sense that I wonder if he just calls off. If there's a 15 big blind jam from Oni there, it puts on a lot of pressure, but that's a good flop for Mindaugas. And that is an interesting flop for Oni as well. I think we will see a bet and a call. I don't think we will see a raise from Mindaugas, because the ace has immediate outs. But Oni, having a bit of both, a bit of draw, a bit of pair, decides to check it back. Good timing on that check. Avoiding the check raise from Mindaugas, of course, who now, I believe, will start firing.
No, doesn't.
No. He has seemed to go with these very passive lines, post-flop in particular. Pre-flop, we saw him 4-bet the ace-queen, which was not passive at all. That was very much balls on the table poker, but these particularly these blind versus blind pots, he has been very passive, which allows Oni to come in with this small bet and actually gain value from his bottom pair.
And no help for Mindaugas. Goes check, check, and Oni will be happy to take the pot down with that 8-4. Pair of fours earns him another 400k addition to his stack. And
I have to feel like this is a pot that an aggressive approach would have won. You had the opportunity pre-flop, you had the opportunity flop to go flop and turn barrel, which in 2 barrels I believe would have done the trick even with the redraw, because the pair was simply so weak. And if any of these actions would have been taken aside from just a flop barrel and then give up, I think it would have been enough, really showing how the aggression can pay off sometimes. But Oni as well, showing earlier how sometimes your aggression can cost you, having to call off the Queen 6 off among other hands, or jamming the Jack 3 off and then just getting a stone cold cooler in the big.
He's king now for Max, looking at the table or the clock behind him and deciding to make it 450. And Daugas will not be biting the bait. Taking some time, but now folding the 10-6 off. Oni 10 deuce. You saw him play that, right? Earlier, suited 10 deuce. Very strongly, but not this time. So it's not his favorite hand. That was not the reason for him playing it earlier.
I frankly don't recall, but I do recall seeing Max flat with 10 deuce and going for the check raise, having to fold to the jam from the flush draw with the
maybe
2
I'm
overs.
thinking of that, yeah.
Yeah, that was Max calling the Brunsons suited. And I believe Martin made the very tight fold of once folding the Brunsons when there was about a 15 big blind jam in front of him. I think he folded it in the big blind. I don't know about that one, but maybe I'll let him slide that time.
Maybe, just maybe.
As this time, of course, covering, he might get to realize more of his equity, but Martin just lays it down. And I think especially from Martin, this is very expected by now.
Yeah. Exactly. And Max now 3 million in front of him. We'll have to pay 400 in blinds and ante now, though. And these guys are about 15 minutes away from the next break. So if you're watching this and you need a break yourself, you will know that in 15 minutes or so, we will have a shorter break of 15 minutes as well. And you have the chance to use the bathroom or get yourself some coffee or food, maybe, in case you need it and don't want to leave the screen right now.
Yeah, tip I've received from both poker players but non-poker players is that it's important to keep in mind the fundamentals. One of them, of course, making sure you get whatever sleep you can before the day. Sometimes the nerves might be too much to get too much of it, but try to at least get some, and then make sure you're eating and drinking on the day.
Yeah.
Especially with the lights and everything, you might get a bit carried away. And well, I think Oni's certainly been taking care of the drinking part. I don't know about the rest of the guys.
Absolutely staying hydrated, yes.
Oni going for a very wide open. That is allowed to do with these stack sizes and with these pretty tight players in the blinds. Of course, this time Max has a bit more, so he also can open fold, which is nice. But Max actually going for a very wide peel, and I think when we see this peel, we expect Max to peel any 2 suited cards and just see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't love it because even when you hit, the pairs are so small. I would rather peel something like 8-7 off than the 4 deuce suited because of the playability on this short of a stack. Of course, on a big stack, it's more important to make the really strong hands rather than the 1 pair hands.
Yeah.
But with 12 big blinds behind, just making 1 pair is often enough, as it's going to be for Onni this time. Onni going for a c-bet that I'm sure we would have seen even if he missed. And it's going to work.
It's going to work, yes. And
then again, Max did check raise small that bottom pair earlier, and because once you hit the pair with that hand, it's very likely to be the bottom. I think we could have seen that against Onni, which could have worked against this queen 3 off if Max hit and Onni missed.
Yeah, absolutely. So now then, Mindaugas looking at the board, confirming that he needs to put 400 in the big blind. And our former chip leader is getting short. And Mr. Lidl is not short in any means. And Queen Jack, four-handed. Discussing something with Martin, not sure, not hearing the table talk, but they had some words at least being exchanged. And Martin now folding the king 7.
One thing that I can say for sure is I'm fairly confident that Onni is having the most fun on this table out of anyone. He's certainly enjoying his time in the limelight, and that is always beautiful to see. I think that is the real spirit of poker.
Yeah.
I know it's a very serious game when we play for these amounts that we do, but it's important to enjoy the moment, and that's also how you get the best out of yourself.
Definitely, absolutely. It's not often you get a chance to play this kind of final table, so make sure to enjoy it as well. It's like those athletes, right? Going to the Olympics, try to have fun as well, although it might be hard sometimes with all the pressure getting to you, but at least they have all in this spot secured a nice payout. So let's just try to enjoy it and combine it with playing nice, playing well, and just doing the best we can. And look at this one now, Rasmus.
Wow.
Aces for Max on the button.
What a hand to pick up 4 ways. I actually don't like that
with
he sizes up.
On the big blind.
Yeah, I don't. The only thing I don't like about this is that he sizes up from the min open.
Yeah.
Everything else about this is just beautiful. Because you actually want the really trashy hands in there.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Douglas is out. Luckily for him, didn't have anything. What about only?
Oh, wow!
Christmas comes early for Max.
It does indeed, and you cannot get it in better than this.
No, this is just, as you can see, 8% equity for Oni, because there's no way these chips aren't flying in soon. And Oni will have to face his fate, and cards on their back. Takes it with a good sport, though.
He does indeed.
Yeah.
He knows that there was nothing he could have done to avoid this collision.
Yeah.
Only, of course, going to be in a good spot even if he loses. But how nice would it be for him to get that suck out? How heartbreaking would it be for Max, who now stands up, even though he's in the best possible position he could ever ask for? He's still worried.
We don't want any bad beats for Sweden now.
No.
And it seems like it will not happen, but it are backdoor outs for a straight, of course.
4 straight or trips, 2% just for Oni now. A lot of turns will lock it up, but that's not one of them. There is hope.
3 tens left
1
in the deck.
10 out.
It's not to be a bad beat. So double up for Max, up to 4.8 now, closing in on Oni.
But even as such, it's never easy.
No, you just have to get that turn.
Indeed.
You can never just relax in that position or that situation.
8% before the flop, and he's still drawing live, going to the river. Wow.
Yeah.
Oni taking a sizable hit, but he's still in a good position here. Max, on the other hand, gets an essential double. And Mindaugas, much like Oni, goes from hero to almost zero in the span of quite a short time. Just take a couple
beats. It's a short time for having half the chips in play.
Blinds go up, and then most importantly, the other players keep making hands.
Yeah.
So they actually get more chips. Martin making that big 2 pair. Max getting aces against ace queen.
Yeah, that's a tough position for Mindaugas, because when you're sitting there 5-handed with half the chips in play, you're almost like starting to plan those. 53K will fit nicely into my pocket.
You do indeed. But I do feel like players always overestimate how much the percentage difference in stacks matter when they are shallow in terms of blinds.
Yeah, exactly. It's 2 hands and you're almost out. So.
Exactly.
Which is now the case for Mindaugas, but he has all the chances to get back, of course, but he needs to get some momentum going again. That will not happen with the 7-3 off, though. And by the way, Rasmus, how many Lidl shirts can we buy with 53k?
I don't know, but I'm sure Ani has an idea. And I think this is going to be an open jam. But no, he doesn't want to face the same issue he did earlier. So he doesn't want to bet into the 20 big blind stack. And wow, Martin just has it again.
This is tough because he's no longer a short stack, Martin. And he knows Ani is doing this with pretty much any two.
But you just have to go. I don't know if he will, but I know you absolutely should, especially against Ani.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no other option. And he does just that.
Does. Good. Nice, Martin. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, the benefit of Martin is that even if he plays very much on the tighter side, at least when he has the hands, he's capable of playing them quickly and aggressively, effectively. I would say the only hand he perhaps played too fast or effectively was the 8-7, because it doesn't give your checks any coverage. You fall into a position where you have to check fold too much. But the beauty of a final table is perhaps the players don't get to play with you long enough to realize that, so they don't get to exploit you. But if you keep coming to the same places, you just might find yourself playing the same players over and over again.
And look at this, 7-3, second hand in a row for Mindaugas. Just not having the time of his life right now at this final table. And
surely some frustration creeping in, only natural at this point. As Onni picks up another premium. And he knows it didn't end very well with the previous one. But here, if he would face a jam, I think we would see Onni fold, because the stacks behind him are 20 big blinds each.
Yeah, but now...
Even with these positions, I don't know if Onni would call. For chips you would, but with these players, these tight players, I don't know if you would.
No. Of course, normally Queen Jack is a strong hand four-handed, but out of position and another big stack behind him. Not expecting Martin to go crazy with this one, right?
There are a lot of players I would expect to VPIP here in one form or another. Martin, I don't expect to. I think even now, there's still the chance of him just folding.
He's proving you wrong.
Wow.
Ooh, did not see that one coming. He's gained some momentum now from the last all-in, and does this guy have a hand as well?
He does indeed.
But this is like two stacks racing and three betting in front of you on the final table. Nines are just not that strong.
They really are, though.
Yeah, they
they really are.
The
thing is, when sitting at this table, I don't know if I ever believe Martin has bluffs, but in a vacuum, if I am playing this, playing this online, this is going in the middle. This is going in the middle.
Absolutely.
Because you always online,
Martin's
you always have to give players credit for bluffs.
Yeah.
But
online it's going in, and maybe if it would have been two Onis in front of him and not Martin, there might have been gone in as well. But Martin
still
has been so conservative. Yeah, but not with the nines, I mean.
No, I know that. But
now Oni...
Wait, Oni does announce the all-in, and this is going to get through. Oni extending his lead.
Wow. Yeah, now they heard us.
That is
we said, enjoy yourself, have fun, give us some action.
That is what they call that suomalaista sisua. He's bringing that Finnish energy with the little shirt.
Yeah.
And the bar
Which
menu.
also includes, exactly, something from the bar.
Yeah.
It's not lonkero, though.
No, but at least he can walk the walk, not just talk the talk. Yeah. Because not only does he have the bar menu, but he's been regularly using it.
Yes.
So
that's why he keep it so close to his heart, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And our tournament director is overlooking these guys. Maybe he's sharing a little bit extra for his friends in the Beard Club.
Indeed.
Oni and Martin.
While Oni does have the biggest stack, he does have under half the chips in play, which means he's not a complete runaway yet.
No.
And they are still shallow.
It's just him as a person who's a complete runaway.
Indeed. But no, I'm very happy with how he's played. I think most of the time, I think most of the time the aggression has been very warranted.
Yeah.
I just, the only thing really ironically was his conservative play. And that was with stack sizes where you understand why he would do such a thing.
Yeah.
But I think a player like Onni is going to face 4-bet bluffs in that spot enough where you just have to be able to run it with such a strong hand. Because you 3-bet bluff enough, and assuming your opponent will not pick up on it and punish you is very dangerous.
Indeed.
However,
so Mindaugas defending.
It has worked out for him so far, and if he wins this tournament, he very well might look back at that hand as the very reason he did.
Oh, open-ended for him, Mindaugas, and nothing for Martin on this board so far. Just backdoor flush possible, but of course still ahead with the ace high.
And with 2 middling cards here and a tight-ish player, you could see a check back. He has some backdoor equity. There are a lot of turns that allow him to either bluff or semi-bluff. But no, he goes for the 1 big blind bet. And now over to Mindaugas, who has chosen the passive route almost every time. But this time, he has the chance to just raise to a fairly committing size where he would just go with it on the turn. Does he just call or does he raise? He's counting out calling chips. And indeed, again, he takes the passive route.
He does.
And now if he checks the turn, if he range checks the turn, regardless of if he hits or not.
Draw comes as
yeah,
well.
And now what is he going to do if Martin bets big?
Yeah.
See, he checks, and he has only just over pot behind. And a player like Martin might jam here. Power jam is definitely a play, and if he does, Mindaugas is going to fold all his equity.
I would prefer him to just shove this one now.
This is a hand that you need to either check or jam. And if you ever bet, it would have to be a super, super small bet, because you don't want to bet like 1/3 and then have to fold. So I do like the check in that sense. If you are going to go one way or the other, then the check is the way. And again, Mindaugas, I don't see him doing anything but checking here. I think he's too afraid that there's a 10 which isn't going to fold, or a weak jack or whatever. So I don't think Mindaugas is going to lead here, which again brings us back to that flop play. Would you not like to?
No, maybe.
Well,
because I mean, he needs to target this ace X. There's so many hands that does not connect with this. All the
and I guess
aces and
Mindaugas demonstrating how he got this far. Sooner or later, you do find the aggressive lines. I don't see Martin calling this one, even though all the obvious draws, being the straight draws, miss.
Yeah.
I don't see Martin calling this one. Mindaugas has been very conservative.
He needs to put Mindaugas on almost the exact hand here,
more or less,
to call this one, because him calling the flop is only the 8-9 or Queen-9 or
I think he also has
King-Queen.
I think he also has 7-8 and 7-9 because the bet was so small that I think he has all the gut shots. So King-9 or something like this. King-9, of course, not being the best bluff, as you have very minor showdown and you also kind of block hands you want to fold. But Martin counting out calling chips. He does. He is a non-believer. He believes that he would check raise so many jacks that he just calls it off.
And Mindaugas will just not like this being called down by the ace high of Martin, and that's a power move from Martin.
And imagine going to break after that hand.
Just 1.2 million left for Mindaugas. He goes on a 15-minute break, and maybe it was good for him to get a breather, but that's just tough.
That's a real knockout punch from Martin.
Yeah.
As close to one as you can get without actually knocking someone out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, for Wise Guy and Rasmus here in the studio, we'll have some nice action, and we're happy to be following this all the way till the end, now with the final 4 players. And Mindaugas now, the short stack, believe it or not, he had half the chips in play an hour and a half ago, and yeah, as you see in poker, anything can happen, right?
Yeah, especially in these shallow final tables.
Yeah.
You really cannot get comfortable.
Absolutely. So we'll take a breather. We'll be back in some 15 minutes, and we'll have a countdown for you in the screen. So don't miss any action. Back soon.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat sisekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
I get the chance to truly be myself.
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
I'm a maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas. I go out and buy a cowboy hat. I step into character. Then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call. My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people,
respect from America. Crushed it. Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever, and if you love me, hold me tight, and you push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball! Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing,
God bless America.
It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears the people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you, Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, this is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice.
No filter.
The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter, 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're the main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
We are back live here at the Kings of Tallinn, and we have a new guy here with me in the booth. Rasmus just ran off to play the celebrity event, and this is Christopher Carlin. If you haven't seen him before, he's the live reporter for Poker.pro, the main channel for getting all the live updates. And Christopher, you've been on the floor all day.
I've been on the floor all day, and I've actually been covering the 555 championship. So I will continue with the coverage.
Exactly, live, real live.
Yes.
Well, actually, we are on a delay, but
we are
live for the audience. Let's head back to the table, guys. Let's not hold it too long, because we are in the final stage of this 555. You can see here only 4 players remaining. If you're new to the stream, the short stack here, Mindaugas, he was on 9 million in chips 1.5 hours ago, but now unfortunately losing a lot of hands and down to just a few blinds in front of him. So as you can see, the blinds now is 125 to 50, quite a shallow final table actually. So it's 40-minute levels. It's been going quite quickly in the end here, and expect this not to take too long before we reach heads up maybe, but we'll see. Might be a long day, but Christopher, it's been a long day already.
It's been a long day already, but man, we've seen some great poker. As we all know, the day resumed with 25 players left.
Yeah.
And it didn't take very long until the field was reduced to the final 2 tables. There's been some prominent names in the field, and I think that the 4 players left are very good and competent players, all of them.
Absolutely, they are. And Mindaugas, absolutely not the worst player at this table. He's been playing well, but just had some unfortunate runouts in the last few moments. And this guy has been active. The man in the Lidl shirt, Oni, surely putting on a show for us here, and also lost a big chunk of his stack at one point, but now back up to a nice, healthy chip lead. And he walks off. You can see that he's get another one of those apple juices in the break in front of him as well.
Yeah,
nice.
Apple juice is good juice.
Yeah, you should stay hydrated, right? And that's what he's done throughout this. So absolutely.
Andreas, you obviously know that I'm of Swedish native.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and perhaps one could argue that so far this has been a successful Kings of Tallinn for the Swedes.
Definitely so, and now we still have Max in this one, just in picture now, folding a hand. And yeah, absolutely, it's been a dry run for the Swedes in the last couple of Kings of Tallinn years, so it's nice to see both that we are winning tournaments actually, and that we have a nice turnout in number.
Yeah, of course, and many Swedes are contributing to that number. The fields have been enormous in all of the tournaments so far, especially the mini-main event, of course, which I think got 902 entries.
Yeah.
That being
That's incorrect. 903.
Oh, I'm sorry, my memory is
it
failing
me or you who's working with this?
Well,
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I'm impressed. On the other hand, no, but a lot of Swedes, a lot of Estonians, and the Finnish players, obviously as well. A bunch of them here, and yeah, it's all countries unite in the sport we love, right?
Absolutely. But I actually saw some stats posted before this event started.
Oh, do tell.
About the number of winnings, the nationalities
Hold
winning.
on, we have an all-in here from Mindaugas.
Sorry guys, we get back to the table, of course, not only talk here in the studio, because Mindaugas has pushed his last million in the middle, and Oni straight to his left is calling, so this is trouble for Mindaugas, who, as we said, has had half the chips, which is good for 9 million in chips an hour and a half ago, and now he's risking his seat in the tournament as the blinds fold. It's between Mindaugas and Oni, and slight favorite is Oni Huttunen, and Mindaugas Grigaitis is the one who faces elimination if he doesn't find any help with the Queen 6 suited.
It is a pretty hand.
It is a pretty... Oh, there's the Queen and the gut shot for Oni, looking for the Jack or the King to take immediate lead of this one. The Jack would kill it for Mindaugas, but let's see. Good flop. How he puts his little...
There it is.
What's that? A raccoon? Ooh, that didn't help though. Take that back, because now you need help. Queen or a 6 is what keeps you in the tournament, and it's not to be, unfortunately, for Mindaugas Grigaitis. He is the one who's eliminated in 4th spot, taking down 16,800 euros for his efforts today. And you can see Nina, the OlyBet media coordinator, in the background, doing some reels maybe for the socials.
It's most likely the
or
case.
Or maybe this thing, the new things you kids are doing, the TikTok.
I've heard about that application.
It's also, you're too old as well.
Yeah, I'm approaching 30. I was about to say I'm 31, so I have approached 30.
For sure.
Yes.
You're almost in the seniors event.
Yes, a few years maybe. Maybe you and I heads up there, but no.
Not yet. But this is now the current chip count of the final table of the 555 championship, and 4th place Mindaugas. Now Sweden, Germany, and Finland. Although rumor has it that Martin is maybe living here in Estonia. He was flying the Estonian flag in another series, but we'll don't know about that. But he's for sure from Germany from the beginning at least. But these are the 3 final contestants now. Fairly even in chips, although of course Oni has healthy chip lead. But Max, look at this premium hand in the small blind.
Ace Queen suited, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't think you are. You don't need to see the optician just yet. By age, but this...
No. Too bad about the raccoon there earlier. Huh?
It has to be in the bar now, I guess. Oni comes along with the call. Would he flops anything with the 8-7? Does not. And nothing for Max either, but at least he has the best hand. But he checks this one. And Oni doesn't let it slide that easy. Now he comes betting, and of course some trouble for Max, but he also has the backdoor clubs, so I expect him to at least come with a call to see the turn on this one.
Yeah, I guess you can see bet that one as well.
You can absolutely do that, but it's against an aggressive... Oh, this is a good card for Max though, against the aggressive chip leader, and Max been playing fairly conservative throughout the day and just had some big double ups, but now he comes with the lead. And Oni has already given it up to go back to the apple juice.
Yeah, that was...
and we were discussing earlier whether it will be the battle of the beards, heads up or not. But Max still wants a word about that, of course.
Battle of the Beards, I like that. Did you come up with that?
I did.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can take credit for that one. But going back to the Kings of Tallinn 2025, the list of trophy winners by country has Finland on 16 wins last year.
Oh, wow.
Norway 6, Estonia 3, Lithuania 3, and so on. And Sweden 0.
0.
But that was last year. Now we
That
already
was
have...
last year.
Do we have 1 or 2 this year so far?
We have at least 3.
3.
Yes.
We have Thomas Grass.
Thomas Grass, who won the PLO5/PLO5 high-low.
Yeah.
He won it despite, he told me, he only played PLO high-low 15 times in his life.
Did he count exactly 15 times?
Yes.
That's impressive.
He had a notepad. No, he
Apparently
didn't.
so, yeah.
And then you had Lena Björn.
Yeah, she won as well.
And she won the... you're putting me on the... Or I'm putting myself on the
it's
spot
the
here.
Badaisi Badusi.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then today, a Swede claimed victory
today.
in the Mystery Bounty.
Oh, that's the man I actually met in the toilet.
Yes.
We were next to each other, and he said, "Yeah, I'm heads up."
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on the name right now, sadly.
Yeah, me too. But I know how he looks like, or I know what that looks like. But
I can confirm that he is right now in the celebrity event.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. But because he was complaining that he didn't have any bounties though once he reached the heads up, so he got one at least then.
Yeah, he got to keep the one he had on himself,
so he had
right?
2, yeah.
Yeah,
and he got one more, yeah.
Yeah.
What about the bounty pulls? Did you see them? Did he get anything with the pulls?
Yeah, there were only, I mean, not low ones, but fairly low ones left, right?
Okay.
So I think he got one 2K and one 2.5K. Yeah.
But he got the trophy.
He did. That's the most important thing, right?
3 wins for Sweden then.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
And counting, perhaps.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's just halfway. And counting is also the dealer in this spot because she's counting out the chips of Martin's all in here now. And this would be a bit surprising to see Oni call off more than half his chips, but he looks very like, oh, he has that much.
There is the call, right? Yeah.
It is.
Okay.
Ooh, wow, they're on their back.
So Martin at risk
this.
here. And he is dominated.
Okay. So, let's see now then.
Looking for the case jack or flush or straight possibilities here. We'll see what the...
Okay, some split outs now as well.
Yes, and a backdoor flush, may I add.
Oh, there's the king. But right now, 2 pairs and an ace. So it's a split pot. Wow. They both got away like
Oh yeah,
good
it is
from
a
this
split
one.
pot. Yeah, I was, I didn't see it.
Kings
at
and
first.
5s with the ace.
Good that you can teach me the rules here in real time.
Exactly.
That's a nice shirt, isn't it?
The Lidl one, yeah.
Yeah.
We're just discussing before you came on here now. How for 53,200 euros, if he wins, how many Lidl shirts can you buy?
Oh, I have to do the math.
Yeah, we can ask ChatGPT maybe.
Yeah, per chance.
My guess is about 6,000.
I was going to say 6,012, so it's pretty close.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah,
but it's not going to be a walk in the park for him, though, to get those.
It most certainly is not. And we actually had 2. I promise I won't talk too much about the Swedish successes only, but we did, in fact, have two Swedish players on this final table.
We did, yeah.
Trailing the Lithuanians, though, we had 3, right?
Yeah, exactly. There should always be someone that's worse, right? No, but they did good. Emil and now Max still in. And do you know anything about them since before?
No. First time I met them both here, actually,
Yeah.
at the 2026 Kings of Tallinn.
Oh, that's where we are. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have plenty of days to go. Is there any event you're looking forward to follow? Any particular one that you like? From the rail perspective, reporting?
Well, again, I have to remind you that I'm from Sweden, and there is a game called Sviten. I don't know if you're familiar.
I'm quite familiar, actually.
But it was... Oh, let's pause that, because we have an all-in and call situation.
Wow, look at this for talking about the Swedes. They are now in good shape in terms of max, with a 70% equity when he gets it in with the 8s versus ace deuce for Martin. And this is where it's going to be decided, I think. It's going to be a beard heads up or not. Oh, there's the ace. Bad news for Max. sees his fate. He needs to find an 8 on the turn or the river, or he will be eliminated. Not on the turn. 2 outs only for Max. And it's not to be. Max Jafaripour will be our 3rd place finisher. That was a quick elimination, but yeah, he sees that he's covered. And that means we are down to the heads up. Will be called the beard heads up.
The beard heads up, that's
not
right.
Not the beer. It could be that as well, but it's only one of them drinking beer. So we'll have to add a D for the beard.
But that's an apple juice, isn't it?
Sorry. Yeah, exactly. So definitely no beer involved.
No.
These are athletes. We have to remember that.
Yes.
And just confirming with the dealer that he is covering, but he should be, and that means that we will have just a short little break for the heads up. But let's just see, make sure that Max doesn't have a blind or 2 left over there.
Unfortunate for Max there, but if he is covered, which he looks to be, they're shaking their hands. He had an impressive run this tournament.
And we can see now that once the heads up gets started, they're almost even in chips, 35 and 38 big blinds each. So they will be fairly deep now. It's been quite a shallow final table on the last few levels now, but now they're not too shallow once we get into the heads up. So that will be shortly. We'll just have a little quick break. We'll not leave you. We'll just come to the studio here to meet me and Christopher again, and we'll head back to the table just shortly. They're just setting up the chips, and this is, if you're just new to the stream, a €555 buy-in, no limit hold'em championship, a 3-day event that commenced the other day with 3 day ones, and then we had day 2 yesterday, and they came back for day 3 today, and 25 players are now down to the final 2.
It's the final countdown.
This is where all the magic happens.
Yes.
No, but we'll be fighting for the crown, the trophy, of course, and some 53,000 euros up top. So let's see if we're ready, if the heads up is set up. So let's go back to the table and see who will be the winner. And we have over in the left, should we call it the blue corner, Onni Hutunen of Finland in the Lidl shirt, and his opponent is just sitting down now, Martin Zobel of Germany. And in the middle, the trophy is on the table as well. One of the bigger events here during this series, 608 runners, and only one can win.
That's a fine-looking trophy, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely it is. And now it seems like, he's handing him. I was thinking that Martin also got on the apple juice, but he was actually handing it over.
Or
you forgot this one.
Maybe they were. Okay. I thought they were cheering.
I don't think they were actually. I just
Here's
think
to making it this far.
We'll see that, but maybe it's an apple juice and beard heads up. But it seems like we have the first hand in play already. We do. And Martin, the slight chip leader with 9.4 million, then finds a decent hand in a heads-up situation with the Jack 10 off, and he'll come for the min raise, was it? Actually more than that. It's a 125 to 50 blinds, and he makes it 600. And Onni just slightly trailing, but not in a good way here with Jack 9. Doesn't want to see a Jack high flop here now. And there's a 9 on it as well. That's the 10, so gut shot for Onni, but a pair of 10s for Martin. He'll surely continue on this one.
Yeah, of course. All pairs heads up are
strong.
Strong.
So seems like he makes it 250 into the 1.5 already in the middle. So small bet, 350 actually.
And I guess that Onni can call a street here, right?
I think he will. Yeah, absolutely, with the gut shot. And although he would have liked to have a heart in his hand as well, but 1 street is good enough, and that's not a good card for him as the board pairs. Now I expect it to go check, bet, fold, but we'll see. Because now, of course, Martin wants to protect against any draws. And it's already 2.2. Oh, actually checked behind. Surprised to see that. Maybe he wants to induce a bluff from Onni on the river, but that's not the card he wants to see then, if so. But I think that will also slow down Onni. Yeah, there's so many aces in the range of Martin here.
Yeah.
But
And I guess that Oni wouldn't check back an ace that often from the big blind?
No, he wouldn't. Exactly that as well. So it's in the range of Martin more, of course. But he takes the safe route and just check behind with the showdown value of the 10. Doesn't seek for more value. And wins the rather small pot, but still increasing his chip lead a bit.
And it was the first pot of a heads up.
It was.
So one could claim he's 100% so far.
If he stays that way, he will definitely win.
Oh.
So much we can.
Yeah, and he has the chip lead. I expect this to be a very entertaining finish to the tournament, actually. I'm pretty certain that Martin was somewhat short when there were 2 tables left. I know I was reporting on the outer table, and he open shoved a few times.
Yeah.
But he's not short anymore, is he?
No, but he was fairly short throughout big parts of the day, actually. So it's just now the last few levels or hours that he's found some momentum, and he was playing rather tight as well, at least on the beginning of the final table and also 2 tabled. And
he's been displaying great patience, really, waiting for the right spots.
Yeah. And it's been awarded so far, and now Oni just called, and he's with an ace in the big blind, so he's bumping it up. Makes it 1.3, big race.
That is a big race. You think Oni is considering a call here with a king high, or would it be more appealing if it was suited?
Yeah, I don't see him. He will. Oh, what just happened? Did he shove? 3-bet to 2.8. Wow, showing some balls now, this guy. Wow. And he will get away with it this time because, wow, Martin now really regretting he did that big 3-bet, but surely he will not be 4-bet or all in against Oni, even though he has an ace-7, but not as strong as it looks, even though any ace heads up is good, but they're not that shallow in stacks that he needs to go for it here. He sure has some fold equity, of course, and he will get away from this one.
He goes all in.
Oh, wow, I did not see. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll take it back. Any ace is good heads up, right? So, of course, he's has a lot of good ace X's in his hands in that spot, and yeah, just use the power of the ace, and you can see that that was a big hand,
actually,
even though no showdown, no flop even, and only now down to 19 bigs.
Which
Wow.
still is...
I did not predict those kind of things happening. The big 3-bet from Martin, and then only 4-betting, non all in, and wow.
No, we didn't get many rights on our predictions
exactly.
that hand. But
we need some new commentators to predict if you want predictions.
All right,
but it's another good hand now for Martin as we go to the next hand.
Yeah, he's been getting some good heads-up hands these first hands during the 1v1 showdown.
Definitely, but since you've been covering this one during the days, Christopher, did you have any favorite player in the field? I mean, from the play you've seen or the behavior on the persons, did you root for anyone particular?
I can't say that I did, actually. There were, of course, some names I still recognized once the players were in the money and onwards. But no, I mostly leaned back and enjoyed the great poker that has been displayed the tournament throughout, really.
Now Oni is all in with the 9-8 suited. This is some aggressive heads-up play that we're seeing here now.
It is. It's a pretty hand, the 9-8 suited.
And Martin has actually ordered himself an apple juice. Let's see if that gives him the courage to call this one. Oh, doesn't want to double Oni up, but he would have been in a good shape here to win the tournament. But of course, that's easy for us to say. You see the cards face up. These guys do not, of course. And
it would be kind of boring if they did, don't you think?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. And yeah, Oni getting a little bit back from what he spent on that last big hand. And sits with about 5 million now, as we have our influencer deluxe, Glenn Brown, taking some photos. And he's playing the celebrity event, of course. Where would Glenn Brown be if not in the celebrity event, right?
I mean, you can't spell celebrity without Glenn, can
no,
you?
Exactly. There's a GB in celebrity, right?
Yes.
All right, now then will be more action. Now this time the hands are more moderate.
Yeah, this is...
than we've seen so far in the heads up, so might not be too much of action, but...
Yeah, I don't send any Christmas cards to Jack free off.
You don't.
Okay, but only flops open-ender here. Good enough to bet. And I wouldn't be surprised if he takes down the pot. There we go. I got a prediction right.
Yeah. Fine. You can stay. You can stay.
Phew.
I have to leave, though. Well, but that's good for him to get some more chips back, of course.
For sure.
And here we have. That's how 5.5 million looks in chips at the moment. But we see that Martin has a lot more, being the chip leader, and that's what they're fighting for. That's the crown, the trophy of the 555 championship. Where would you put that at home, Christopher? Do you have a shelf? Trophy shelf?
Yeah, I do have a little shelf, actually.
With mostly tennis trophies?
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah, I have a few of them there, actually. I don't know how much we should talk about my big tennis accomplishments,
career.
but I did claim two titles recently. One in December and one in January. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Nice. So it would not, it's not like this Donald Duck child trophies.
Oh no, it's I might have one of those in my childhood room as well, actually.
Okay.
But let me tell you, I wouldn't mind trading the tennis skills to the poker table instead, of course. But it's never too late to learn, is it?
No, never. Yeah, but you're still nursing your tennis career then.
I am. I still coach from time to time, and it's a good way to get around town, I almost said, but to exercise, I mean.
Yeah, of course. To keep. Oh, look at this one. Although Oni is not going to stay in, but it's a big hand for Martin. And luckily for Oni, he's just spent some 125k limping from the small blind. Will not lose more than that.
Would Martin ever consider to check the kings here?
No, I don't think so. Never slow play in the heads up. I mean, that would be just
crazy behavior.
Yeah, because I mean, so often that your opponent will. It's more likely that he will get crazy because you want to get more chips in pre-flop in this stage, but it will not work for Martin. But of course, he has to try, making it about 1 million. Was it? 850, okay, but Oni is already folded, of course, with the 4 high, so it's not to be this time. But the battle of the beards continues.
I have a fun beard anecdote.
Oh, do you?
Yes. You
Please
heard it maybe,
tell.
but the band CC Top. Yeah, consisted of...
Talking about that beard, all right, yeah?
Yeah, it consisted out of 3 members.
Yeah.
And I've heard that the only one in the band who didn't have a beard...
Was called Beard?
Yes, Frank Beard.
Well, wasn't that a taken name then? He said, like, I can't have a beard, I gotta take the name instead, or...
No, we'll never
was he
know.
born as Frank Beard?
The only thing I can tell you that is that CC Top has some bangers.
Yes. And will we hear you sing them on the player party on Sunday?
I mean, it's a good chance, for sure.
Yeah. Are they on your repertoire? Money for Nothing, is that them?
No, you're thinking of Dire Straits.
Yeah, that's correct.
Money for Nothing is not the case with these two hands, though. Here it could be Money for Something.
It could be. A lot of money, actually,
we have
at stake here.
2 pretty holdings here. 2 really good hands. Even if there wouldn't be heads up here, it would be 2 playable hands, of course.
Yeah, and what did Oni choose now? 800. All right. Pretty
Suited.
hand, of course. Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, and on the bottom as well. Coming along for the call here.
Yeah. So, big pot brewing now. 1.9 million already. And some apple juice on top of that. And let's head to the flop. 1 club only and king high. So, not much for any of these players. And only being the aggressor pre-flop, I would expect him to continue on this one. But it's, of course, a bit dangerous. It's only 3.7 million behind. And he goes fairly small, I think. But Martin just not connecting anything to this board. Likely to leave this one and head for the next hand. We'll see. Yep. No diamonds whatsoever, no draws, nothing for him. So has to lay down that pretty hand. Do you have a favorite hand, Christopher?
Well, when I started tangling with poker a few years ago, I won a big pot early in my career with 8 of clubs and 4 of diamonds.
Oh wow!
But
that's favorite hand is costing you since if you played it ever since.
My faith in that hand has reduced a little bit.
Slightly reduced.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
sense.
the suited connectors, though, I must say.
Yeah.
It's usually a lot of possibilities and it allows you to be a little bit creative. But of course, I don't hate pocket aces.
You don't? No. I do. But that's another story.
That's another story.
And back to the action now. Oni calling again. Of course, there will be a lot of limps in this situation where we have a lot of money already in the middle with the big blind ante, and especially then the ante being kept in a heads-up situation, because that's normally the procedures. And here as well. And we can say, if anyone wondering, there's been no deal made. They are playing the full money between them. It's about, was it 36k for second? I know it's 53 for first at least. 35.2 for second and 53.5 up top. So it's quite a large difference between the payouts for these two guys. And quite rare actually to have a final table of this dignity and the money of this dignity and do not see a deal at all, because they've been fairly even in chips at many times, so they would have been like an ICM deal would have favored most players. But
I mean,
nice to see also that they want to play for it.
Sure. That being said, it might come as the stacks even out.
It might. They still have a chance to do it, of course, but I don't see it coming now. But let's say. And also, if Oni doubles up, then he doesn't want to do the deal. But we'll see about that. But of course, there might come a situation when. But I mean, they were even in chips, almost starting heads up. So they would have done it then if they wanted to. So now Martin is taking the commando. But in this pot, it's Oni with a pair, but the open-ended is there for Martin. It goes check. And that's the 4 of clubs, doesn't change anything, only still well in front with the 7. No help for Martin with a flush draw added, and he has to rely on a 5 or a 10.
Could he take a stab here maybe? With it? No?
He could have, but it's so many, I mean, so often that your opponent in this case has in a limped pot something connecting with this 9 high board. So now actually only seeking some value with the 7, but Martin with just a king high not looking him up here, I'll assume.
Oh, it's a scary board for King High.
Yeah, and just a small pot as well, so not much to win.
No.
Even if he would be right, but lays it down. But he actually did a extremely good hero call with ace high earlier on this final table, Martin. So he's not a stranger to calling with just a high card, but this time he was correct again. Lays it down and on to the next one.
Yeah, there's been some interesting hands for sure at this final table.
Yeah, and you can see here the outer tables that we have now. This is the celebrity event in the big ballroom with about 300 runners, I think, maybe more now. The late reg is still open, so we can check that out for you, how many players they have reached, because there are a lot of events ongoing, of course, in this casino. It's not only this one, and I think we have 6 or 7 different tournaments running at the moment, and this will be the case throughout the entire series. So if you're curious about the schedule, you can see it all on olybetevents.com, and then we'll check for you. The seniors event is down to 3 players now. It got a 63 entrants total in the 555 euro buy-in, so it's a big one. And the celebrity event actually has 457 runners.
Wow.
222 of them are still in, and the late reg is open a few more minutes, I think. So they're on a break right now. And this for the, let's just double check. No, there was no action more on the TV table. So let's see the 3 final players in the seniors event. Sami Puliainen is still in. He actually came 10th in this one. He's bobbled the final table today in the 555. Max late reg the seniors event, and now he's still in with 3 runners.
There you go.
Gary Fisher is still in, and Bo Lennart Andersson of Sweden seems to be the chip leader of those 3.
Yeah, I had a small chat with Lennart before, and I said, I haven't seen you since you won in Bratislava.
He did?
Yeah. So
what did he win there?
Swedish Milk Poker.
Aha, it's that guy.
5 card draw.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Now showing that he can play Texas as well then. And option on Oni in the big blind with an ace. And Martin just limps, so that's a race, of course, from Oni. And Martin's cards are already in the muck.
So Andreas, maybe you can tell me who is a more prominent player than myself. The limp from the 4 deuce offsuit there is that a limpable hand?
It is actually in this when they play with the big blind ante. It's almost like, I mean, it's on the verge, but I mean, if you look at the stats, you should almost play any 2.
Okay.
Since it so much favors with the format of the big blind ante, so you should be limping or racing just any button.
Including the old deuce 7, maybe?
No, that's where we draw the line.
Yeah, that's where we draw the line.
Maybe 4 deuce off also would be below the line, but depending on how you, I mean, that's also player depending.
Yeah.
How you feel you're fading the game after the board flop as well.
Yeah, sure.
Post-flop game was the word I was looking for.
I always learn something new when I'm with you.
Just don't trust everything I say.
No, that's...
You can choose to trust it or not, but...
I will fact check it later.
Yeah, exactly, do that. You can use that old... oh no, some action. Let's see that first as Martin calls behind with the queen high.
Yeah, and queen high can be good there sometimes.
No flush draw added for the diamonds of Oni, was it? Yeah, he had diamonds, but he gets to 3. So he had the lead already, but increased it with hitting a pair now. Although Martin still needs to hit a queen or a 9, of course, if he stays in. But Oni leading the flop. I expect him to come with another bet now as he slightly improves his hand. But this time it will be harder for Martin to stay in, though. And waiting for the fold from Martin. Christopher, would you have time to play anything during the series, or are you fully committed to the live reporting?
I did tangle in the free buy satellite to the mini main event during the stealth start day of the festival.
I see.
And you know what? I'm gonna skip the bad beat story. Yeah.
This time.
Yeah, this time.
Yeah,
I'll tell you later.
Next time.
Yeah.
Now we have a dealer change as well coming up, so small breather for the guys, but you can see that they are 3 minutes away from the next blind increase, so getting even more expensive as they have some chip race.
Let me do a quick shout out to the dealers and all the staff here.
Yeah, let's do that.
It's it's so many tournaments. It's been all days are busy days really. Everyone from tournament directors to dealers to the staff in the kitchen and everything. It's been impeccable, I might say.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always like the organization around this event has always been amazing, and I think of course the dealers are the most hardworking in the business and in this festival. And
I work pretty hard.
now I know I don't know about that. When did you do an 18-hour shift last time?
Fair point. Fair point. I will
no, but I know you're working really hard, Christopher. So
and that includes the main commentator as well, of course.
I'm not doing 18 hours. I did actually once. 17 hours during a Kings of Tallinn, I think, was the record. But that would not be the case today, as I doubt this will take another 7 hours to crown the winners here.
Here we have the Clash of Kings.
We do.
Yeah.
Raise and a call. So 1.5 in the middle. And ace probably slowed the action down a bit.
Yes, always an ace on my flop, right?
Well, backdoor hearts for Martin, but only a 7 to that. And hard for Oni to do anything when Martin comes continuing on this flop. As he did raise pre-flop, a lot of ace X's in his hand, of course, and just the king high with no backdoors. Oh, it's actually not giving up that easy. Staying in with the king high.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the pairing of the board. So some split outs, but of course now Oni in good shape. With the king high, with the jack. So now if Martin takes a stab, it's totally a different story, because if Oni doesn't believe him to have an ace, and which he most likely doesn't, not continuing, now it's the other way around, that Oni feels like he's ahead here with the king high, which he is, but I don't think he will seek any value with it, but he will definitely call now, I think, if Martin goes for a small bet here. Although the flush completes as well, but it is a check from Martin. He gives it up, and now the stacks are evening out. 8 versus 10 million.
They are, yeah.
Yeah. Cheers to that.
Those are some good-looking beards.
Christopher, with you being the judge, who is the winner in the beard competition between these two?
Well, I mean, it's a close race, isn't it? It's just as even as the heads up is right now, I think.
It's close, right?
Yeah.
All right. My point goes to the, as we say in Sweden, the skepparkrans of Oni, actually.
Yeah. Well,
is there an English word for that?
Skepparkrans. Not that I know on top of my head.
We have to check that out as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a nice one. And of course, also with the sporting that Lidl shirt gives him an extra point as well in the race.
I was just about to say those exact words.
That might be the decider.
Yeah. And the Queen 4 of Hearts here.
And shout out also to you guys in the chat. We have the OlyBet Poker on YouTube chat open here in the booth, so we can see what you say, but it's hard to keep track of it all the time maybe, but we can absolutely see your comments. And we have Dentvis just writing that Martin spelled backwards is Nitram, but I don't think he makes that name. I mean, he was kind of a nit earlier today, but now since we got 4 or 5-handed, he's been playing a lot more hands and doing it the right way, getting more aggressive the fewer players we get. And now, of course, in the heads up, he's been playing a lot of hands, which he should, but we cannot accuse him for being a nit anymore. But you are correct, though, Dentvis. And also some comments about Martin looking a lot on the screen, looking back at the screen a lot.
Yeah.
Like he keeps forgetting maybe the blinds and everything. Maybe he has trouble with the short memory.
Yeah.
Was it 125 to 50 or was it...
And of course he can also maybe look at
looking again.
The payouts, how long is left, and
but you could do that, but maybe not every 3 seconds.
Oh, but
I don't know.
It's part of a mental game.
Apparently it is
Yeah.
part of like this posture thing for him. Or maybe he's afraid that someone will steal money out of the prize pool.
Ooh.
Is it still 53k? Yeah, it is. Is it still 50? Yes. It is.
Phew.
Like, look at this. Battle of the 9 threes. And a 9.
Ooh.
So both players thinking, oh, I got a middle one.
Do we think check bet call here?
No, I think check.
Ah, you were right. Yeah.
And that doesn't give any more action either, maybe. Or will Martin now try to get some more out of this one? No, check. And he looked at the screen. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. I was looking for it, but...
He did, for sure. Is he still? Come on, before you check, look at the screen. No, he does it without. And split pot it is.
You asked me earlier if I had any favorite hands. Do you have any that you are fond of?
I'm not a hold'em guy regularly.
No.
But no, of course I play. But I mean, let me have a 9-7 suited, and I'm good.
The gapper.
Yeah, at least in the cash game format.
Sure. Yeah, it's better than the 8 of clubs, 4 of diamonds.
Slightly.
Slightly mathematical advantage there, for sure. Man, the table looks so nice with the Queens of Tallinn and Kings of Tallinn.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you also work for the Queens of Tallinn? The ladies festival?
I was not on site, but I did follow it a lot from the home computer screen. Yeah.
Nice festival.
Yes.
And the first women-only festival in Europe, at least, and has a few years now on its CV, and will be coming back again. I'm not sure the dates have been published yet, but I think they did publish some dates for the summer event, though. Was that confirmed about the summer events here in Tallinn?
I am not sure, so I
so
choose
let's not say too much. We'll double check that for you, but there will be something happening in July at least.
What I can tell you though is that we have a battle of the 9s again here.
But slightly better one with the 10-9 this time.
Yeah, but slightly worse with the 9 deuce.
But the race to 2 million is not
takes it
something easy. Yeah, takes it down and heads up continues. Now they're actually inviting to some table talk as well. There's not been much of that during the day, I can assure you, but a lot of nerves, of course, coming into play, and a lot of money to be played for here in this heads up with 53k up top in case you missed it. If you're in the OlyBet Poker YouTube, you have the full payouts in the pinned comps, but now only 2 players remaining in the big field of over 600 players. 3 starting flights, day ones, and then yesterday they played a full day, some 12 hours I think of day 2, and today started at noon, so fairly long day, but not the worst of days for the players, as it now might be some more action on this one.
Now he actually did have a proper reason to look back at the screen, because the blinds are now 150, 300.
Yeah, it is. Or is it this hand or the next hand?
No, I saw him posting the 150 there.
Yeah, so now maybe we should keep a closer eye on the screen.
Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah.
Adapting to the Martin way. And now the race was to 1 million, which means Martin coming along makes it a big pot of over 2 millions. The new 250k chips. The green and white.
It's a pretty
Hammarby. Ace high though, so Oni favoring from that one. Just backdoor clubs for Martin, and if he takes this one down now, it will be almost exactly even in chips.
Yes. And what would you say Martin's options are here with a backdoor flush draw and king high?
I mean, he could float the street here, hoping to find some more outs on the turn, or even find a high card. It's not costing him so much, so yeah, he does come along hoping for at least a club, or of course he would even more like to see a king on the turn, but club of a deuce of clubs, for example, would have been nice to give him both flush of straight draws, but the pairing of the board is not good for him. And even it did pair. It was a 4. Sorry, it was.
Yeah, so he got a pair
now. Got a pair now, actually.
But only got an additional flush draw to go along with his top pair here.
In good shape now. As you can see, 91% equity. But this now means that Martin might have to call another street. Depending on the sizing, that's 1.1 into 3.5. So just about the right sizing, I would say, for Oni here. And
this is sizing up to be one of the bigger pots of a heads up so far.
Yeah, absolutely so. And Oni driving the action and putting the pressure on him. Not Martin just now finding that pair that he seeked, but a small one. And now it's costing him a lot more, of course, to call, and he decides to lay it down, which he should. But now, actually, look at this. We have a new chip leader in the house. Oni Huttunen of Finland has taken over the chip lead in the heads up, and the Lidl shirt is ahead for the first time in a long time now.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
Yes, exactly. And you can see confirmation of what you said earlier in the background, Christopher, that it's new blind level since 8 minutes ago, 150, 300, so it's been played for a couple of hands, but the next break is not until an hour and 11 minutes, so they will have to wait a bit if they want to reach that one. But only now looking sharp, and he's on his feet again and regaining the chip lead.
Yeah.
Finding the momentum that's so important in the heads up, and really see now, because this guy, when he had a lot of chips earlier, he was putting max pressure on players, and this time just limping, I was supposed to say, but I can see why.
And battle of the nines for the third time.
And Martin looking at the screen.
Yes. I see a pattern developing here.
Yeah. It's almost like a tick for him now. It's like he has to just.
Yeah.
If I don't, it will be 9 high.
All spades.
All the spades.
Yeah.
So flush draw for Martin as well.
The deuce of spades would spice this one up.
It would, right? And surely Martin is at least calling this, but might see him go for a race here. Of course, any pair is strong in heads up. Not like when you're playing full ring and maybe folding second pair in this position, but having a pair is real strong in heads up. But that seems like he's just calling, and having that flush draw as well doesn't come on the turn, and no help for Oni. So check again from Martin, who's first to act, and let's see if Oni continues again, because now he doesn't. Surprised actually to see that, because Martin is calling so many times with just a flush draw or a 6 there on the turn. So I thought that Oni would seek some more value from his point there, which wouldn't have been, but now it's checked the third time from Martin on the river, and will Oni now try to make his hand into a value bet bluff thing here now, as he comes for 500k into 1.5, and I don't see Martin folding this one, because there are not many aces in the range of Oni. So I think he will look him up here for sure. Yeah, comes with a call, nice one, and of course just having to split the pot, but it still doesn't lose any chips.
No. I'm gonna get one of those Lidl shirts.
Seems like, do you think it's a limited edition?
It could be. It's a Christmas themed, isn't it?
It's a bit, right? Yeah, it must be a Christmas shirt. Yeah, it is. With the snowflake and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Well, to be fair,
maybe you can find one on eBay.
maybe I can. And you must say that Kings of Tallinn is a bit like Christmas, right?
Yeah,
it's,
for us it is.
Festivities.
Absolutely. This is just the best time of the year. Except it's minus 15 outside, but we're in here.
Yeah.
We don't have to go out.
It's and that's another thing that's worth mentioning. Just everything here, it's so well organized. It's beautiful, this whole top floor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you mean it's like the Christmas feeling with all the ornaments
exactly,
and
balloons.
And we have balloons on the tables and everything. Absolutely.
It's a Christmas birthday party. Yeah.
All at once. All right, now then, limp again from Martin and a big hand from Oni. And this is not a million, he announces. And this time Martin is quickly folding. And Queen's Curls Creative says, is it really minus 515? Yes, sir, or girl in this case, maybe. It is absolutely minus 15. Maybe not exactly right now, but it has been around minus 10 to 15 the recent days. And I'm looking now, it's actually only minus 9 outside, but it feels like minus 13 according to my app. So I go by the feeling. And looking a few days ahead, on Saturday it's going to be minus 15. So come join us on Saturday if you want to feel the real cold.
Maybe we should do a winter bath or something like that.
We will not do that.
No,
you can do, and I can just film it for socials or something.
Yeah, that could be good content, I guess.
Sure. Just wear clothes, please. Something. But 10-7 suited. Nice hand in a heads up, and even nicer one for Martin now as he looks to the screen. I want to know if he wins and we make the winner interview. I want to have his inner thoughts about what do you see on the screen that we don't, because I'm so eager to know.
Or maybe he's looking at the wall. Where am I? Oh, Kings of Tallinn. Yeah, that's right.
Which tournament was this?
Yes.
Is there anything? Is there a prize pool, or is this a free roll?
Is it a given choice to see the flop here with 10-7 of hearts on the button against the free bet?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
It's not a given, but actually, I mean, yeah, with the stacks they have and how they're playing, I would absolutely come along. But there's at least a gut shot, but not much more. But this is, of course, a nice flop for Martin with the gut shot, the backdoor flush, and the middle pair. So he'll be pleased to see this one, and Oni would have liked to see another heart. Then we would have seen fireworks. But now Martin checks this one. So it might be that Oni sees the opportunity to steal this one, but it would not work, at least not now. Unless he, for some reason, would announce all in, maybe it would work, but he comes with the continuation bet here with some small bet. All right, not too small, 800 actually. I thought it was less. And this, of course, again, a middle pair and some backdoor outs as well, or actually even the gut shot is strong hand heads up, so he's not going anywhere here. The question is just if he's calling or check raising, but he comes for the call. So building the pot to 4.1 million now. And adding the flush draw for Martin. And will he go for the check call again? Or even check raise? It does check, but Oni, does he have it in himself to find another stab at the pot?
I was just thinking the same thing, actually.
I think he will, because there's a lot in the middle of this one. You don't want to lose this one, and he at least have outs for the straight. Doesn't know that that's blocked, but here's was it 1 million again? 1.4.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
So now this is a decisive pot, because Martin he's definitely staying in this one. It's just a matter of calling or actually just shoving here on Oni, because he knows Oni's really aggressive in spots here, and he's beating so many hands already with the middle pair. And if he would be wrong, he would still have outs for the flush and the straight. So I wouldn't be surprised if he shoves here actually, but he did. Yep, announces all in. And of course, that will work against Oni's semi-bluff, should we call it. Take it, he says, and
that
swipes.
was a big pot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That really gives the commando to Martin over again. 12 million now versus 6.7, so almost 2-1. Lead for our German friend. And Oni needs to find a way back to regain the chip lead at first and then get that coveted crown, glass, statue, trophy thing.
Yeah, many names for that pretty thing
exactly.
in the middle there.
You're talking about the dealer?
I was in this case referring the trophy.
Me too. Let's see now, sevens.
But the dealer is doing a great job.
Absolutely. Sevens now for Martin. Definitely come racing, and this might be an action hand because now I think Oni, is a bit fired up by having to fold that. So if he finds a hand here, we might. Oh, and he does. Is this the one for Oni? Martin actually just called, so absolutely Oni will not call. Just push here, but he will raise. Oh, he goes all in. Wow, this is probably the one. I don't see Martin folding sevens here, heads up, but I'm surprised to see Oni just shoving it. Martin double looks at the screen, and that's the call, and it's for the tournament for him. He's ahead, well ahead with the sevens, and 66% equity. Oni needs to find an ace or help in other formats here. Maybe some diamonds on the board as they're both standing up. Battle of the Beards might come to an end here. Will it be Martin taking down the crown? He doesn't find a 7, but he doesn't need to because there's no ace and just one diamond. So still well ahead. And that's the 8 of diamonds giving the flush draw. So more outs. Wow. Now we're really needing a diamond. Oh, it's not to be. It's a jack of hearts, and that's it for the 555 championship. No Limit Hold'em. 608 players, only one can win, and it will be Martin Sobel of Germany taking down the crown, the win, and shakes the hand of Oni Hutunen, and having a final sip of that little apple juice. And as we come back to the studio, Christopher, you just were here for the heads up, but you've been following the event, live reporting all throughout, and it's been a nice one, right?
Absolutely, and the heads up was very entertaining as well. It was back and forth for a while there until he found the sevens, got in against the ace-3, and well worth a winner, Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure if we have any winner ceremony coming up. Yeah, we are actually ready to see Martin being handed the trophy as well. Maybe it will be from Teresa. Oh, here they are, all of them. Teresa Nusianin with the microphone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner in the Kings of Tallinn 555 euro No Limit Hold'em Championship. From Germany, please give a hand to our winner, Martin Sobel.
We have Jan Babel, casino manager, handing over the trophy, and Flormans, Olivier, and Teresa, tournament manager, taking some photos as well, of course, with Martin, the winner, as he is awarded the big trophy. And Lenka also setting up for the winner photo, which will be published on all our channels as well. If you're interested in having that on your wall, maybe. Will you be having Martin on your wall?
I'd love to have my own winner's photo at the wall one day, but that's not going to happen. So maybe I'll ask Martin for a copy.
Yeah. Or you can just AI your own.
I could actually.
Yeah. But Christopher, you'll be live reporting for Poker.pro during the entire festival. You said there might be a special event, Sweden, that you're looking forward to, and also, of course, the big main event coming up.
1 million guarantee. How does that sound?
What?
I know.
For me?
In your dreams.
Yeah. Absolutely, but it's been a blast. It was fun. This first day of live streaming from the Kings of Tallinn 2026. We will have more action on Thursday when we will have a PLO stream. I think it's from about 3:30 in the afternoon and following the 1100 PLO event. And then Saturday and Sunday we will concentrate on the big main event, of course. On Sunday we will follow it all through the end and see who takes the bigger part of that 1 million guarantee then. And of course, if you're interested in following us or seeing the schedule and more, OlyBetEvents.com is where you'll find all the information. Poker.pro has all the live reporting and also the daily recaps from Jason that was here in the booth earlier. You can see what happened yesterday and the day before. And then tomorrow you can read more about this event and the celebrity event ongoing. Who will take that one down? Christopher, it was fun having you. Thank you, fellow Swede. And let's go for more Swedish trophies and good luck to all of the players, of course, out there. And we'll be back Thursday from Tallinn, -10 then right now. Bye for now and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.